Well, good morning. Welcome to the Bristol County Ground. That's the scene just in front of the pavilion on this opening day of the last round of championship matches of the summer. Goodness me, it's gone really quickly. Ed Seaborn's alongside me as usual. Morning, Ed.
Morning, Ian.
And delighted to say that the forecast, not only for today but for the rest of the week, is pretty good. Obviously 10:30 starts this week, so hopefully the light doesn't become too much of an issue by starting half an hour earlier. So the key news from this morning: Durham have won the toss and will bat. It looks like a day when ordinarily you would bat, but obviously this is the last game of the season. The pitch, I'm sure, is a used wicket. Certainly looking at it, there's been a lot of discussion among the umpires and the CLO, Devon Malcolm, before the start of play, but ultimately Scott Borthwick decided Durham would bat first. Their team is the same as against Northants last week, when they were frustrated with Simon Kerrigan and the number 11 White batting out the match for a draw with 9 wickets down. So they've kept the same team: Alex Lees, Michael Jones, Captain Scott Borthwick, David Bedingham, one of only 3 men to get to 1,000 first-class runs this season, Ned Eckersley, the wicket-keeper, Graham Clark, Paul Coughlin, Liam Travaskis, Ben Rain, Matty Potts and Chris Rushworth. Durham haven't played here since 2017, and before that you've got to go back an awfully long way since they last played here in a 4-day game. So interesting to see what they make of this Bristol pitch, and Ed has got news of the Gloucestershire 11.
Indeed, a couple of changes here. Chris Dent at the top of the order, of course not captaining. He has stood down as club captain after a very successful tenure. He'll open the batting along with Miles Hammond, who got a start last game. He's been very consistent since coming back into the side. James Bracey, captain and wicket-keeper at number 3, so plenty of responsibility on his shoulders. Tom Lace will come in at number 4 in a right-handed dominant middle order. Graham Van Buren, more runs for him in the last match against Glamorgan. And next up is one of the changes. George Scott has come into the side. Ben Charlesworth, of course, injured his side on day 1 against Glamorgan, and Scott comes into that middle order. Ryan Higgins, 50 wickets brought up for him for the season in the last match. Zafar Gohar, tremendous performance from him in the second innings against Glamorgan, where he bowled Gloucestershire to victory. And Ollie Price plays today. That is the other change. Jared Warner is out. Ollie Price is in, so a spinning option in for a seam option. Tom Price, more wickets for him and a career best score with the bat last time out. And David Payne rounds out the Gloucestershire 11. So, as I say, 2 changes, and Gloucestershire will be bowling, with Durham having won the toss and elected to bat, on a pitch which, as Ian mentioned, there's been a fair amount of wandering around and discussing over during the warm-ups, and they were just repainting the crease lines, which apparently were not to Devon Malcolm's liking. So they've had to repaint the crease marks out. We understand that this pitch might well turn.
Well, I'm sure that Zafar Gohar, having had a little bit of response at Chelmsford and quite a lot of response in the 3rd innings of the match at Cardiff, would like to have a game on what might be his home ground next season. Who knows? I mean, this is like, as we said when Gloucestershire signed him for this 4-match sequence, it felt like an extended trial in a way. So he'd like another game where he's on a pitch which is going to give him a little bit of help, rather than just be effectively just trying to tie up one end so that the seamers can attack from the other. But this Gloucestershire team effectively has got George Scott as the 4th seamer. Payne and Higgins to open, Tom Price as the 3rd seamer, Scott as the backup, or as the man you might throw the ball to if you want to just break a stand and you can't do it with your front line bowlers. And then Zafar and Ollie Price with his off spin. Now, Price hasn't got a first-class wicket yet, and he hasn't actually bowled all that much. But again, it looks a team where really 4 bowlers are going to do the bulk of the work. Scott and Ollie Price, even though Ollie Price, might bat as low as 8 is probably only going to be a part-time spin option, you would have thought. Van Buren's in there as well, of course. We haven't mentioned him. So plenty of bowling options for Gloucestershire. Against the Durham side, who've had a very good season. They've only lost 2 games in the Championship. Only Essex have beaten them. They haven't lost a game since the end of May. They got to the Royal London Cup final, obviously, where they were beaten by Glamorgan. They had a poor year in the T20. That's the only disappointment for them in a way. But in 4-day cricket and in long-form white ball cricket, they've been scoring runs heavily.
Yeah, Durham are very much back as a side, and it's great to see that they have recovered the way that they have recovered. And they've got pretty much all bases covered, haven't they? You've got a 4-pronged seam attack consisting of their all-time leading wicket taker, and only one man's taken more wickets this season in the Championship than Chris Rushworth. You've got Matty Potts, who's one of the more exciting young fast bowling prospects out there. Ben Rain, who has quietly been, and it has been quietly because he's not somebody who's talked about very much, he's been one of the most consistent players over recent seasons, particularly with the ball. And then Paul Coghlan, who's now back in Durham colours after an injury-plagued spell with Notts. So they've got a 4-pronged seam attack, and then you add in the left-arm spin of Travaskis and the leg spin of Borthwick, and they've even got both a finger and a wrist spinner. Both those boxes are ticked as well in that side, and plenty of batting too, with Matty Potts coming in at number 10, having made an 80-odd just the other week.
Yeah, just going back to Ben Rain, I know it's somebody that Richard Dawson really liked when he was head coach here, and I think actually he might even have made an inquiry about Rain when there was room of him leaving Leicestershire, but in the end, of course, he went up to Chesley Street, and it will be David Payne to open the bowling to the left-handed Alex Lees, and that's down the leg side, and that'll be 4 straight away. Off the pad, and James Racing not moving at all for that. There are 4 slips in place, but that was very much a loosener from David Payne first up. Unlike him to be a bit wayward down the leg side, but off the pad. And Durham off and running straight away, having won the toss. Slip cordon with Ollie Price in at 2nd slip, I think, alongside Miles Hammond. Here is Payne. That's more what we want. That did move a little bit in the air, but it went very much from the hand very early. And there is Price alongside Hammond. He had a couple of good catches on the day I saw at Glamorgan. And actually in the slips, I'm trying to find some wood here somewhere, he's actually been quite a reliable pair of hands. Payne again, with some aerial accompaniment. Just strikes Lees on the pad. Michael Jones is his opening partner, who's a right-hander.
Oh, that is not what you need at 10:30 in the morning. It just goes right through you. A big green helicopter.
Swirling round over the Bristol County Ground. Payne in, and Lees defends. Graham Lloyd's our umpire away at square leg, and Ben Debenham is standing at the bowler's end for Payne. Bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Got a long leg, but no 3rd man in at the moment. The first over of the day, but lovely conditions actually to be playing at this 3rd week of September. No complaints, I'm sure, from the players. And Lees again to the left and waits for Payne. He'll get a single out to Ryan Higgins.
Oh, Nick, no, it's coming round again.
Nick Webb and I at Cardiff were talking about the sort of the 50-wicket barrier, if you like, for bowlers in 2021. and at this time, and how in previous years it was 50 wickets by the.
Oh, good grief! But is it landing on the field?
Yeah, maybe that's very true. That helicopter, I think, is going to land on the ground, and the players are going to have to be taken off here. So I've no idea why, but the helicopter,
I think it might be landing on our head, judging by the sounds of it.
To land on the outfield. So umpires Debenham and Lloyd have no choice but to take the players off, and the helicopter has come down safely on the outfield here at the Bristol County Ground.
Goodness me.
One of the
you've never seen it all, have you, at a cricket match?
The two of the crew have got out, and clearly no play going on at the moment. And now as you can see, the ambulance charity taking some of the contents of the helicopter out through the door on the Kennington Avenue side. And one has therefore to assume that the call has been made because of something that's happened on the ground.
Well, I wouldn't be able to speculate on that, because it's not. Well, the helicopter is now wound down, and I haven't seen any incident in the crowd which would suggest, but perhaps it's behind the club offices. Perhaps we can't see it.
Yeah, Piero Stobbia and Andy, the head of security, are walking along in front of the pavilion very purposefully. So I can only assume that they obviously are aware of the location, and the Great Western Ambulance Service has landed the helicopter on the ground, and Piero is now talking to the two umpires, and the players are, having been waiting on the edge of the playing area, now look as if they're going to go back to their separate dressing rooms, with clearly no immediate prospect of any play until the helicopter has dealt with whatever it needs to deal with, or the staff have dealt with whatever they need to deal with. Well, it's a unexpected and sad occurrence that we've had to have the helicopter land on the outfield. I wonder, therefore, is it possible? I say we assume that maybe something has happened in the ground, or maybe it's something that's very close to the Bristol County Ground, and this is the most convenient site.
It may be that this is actually a designated landing point for the helicopter, in terms of where else is it going to land around Bristol,
or around Hallfield in particular.
So I suspect that's probably what it is. That in an emergency of this nature, that the ground is called into action as a helipad, effectively.
Well, play has been interrupted, not through anything that's happening on the field, but because of an incident that has happened either on the ground or very close to it. And there is the Great Western Ambulance Charity helicopter, which came over the ground in the first over after Durham won the toss and elected to bat, and that is the scene at the moment. The players have gone back to their respective dressing rooms, and the umpires are up on the balcony of the Gloucestershire dressing room at the moment, presumably explaining what the position may be going forward. And I'm sure we were talking rather jokingly on the way up to the up to our commentary point today about the incident in the T20 finals day at the weekend, where a catch was actually given as a 6 when two fielders collided.
I can't wait to see the connection here.
Hold on. And your line to me, Ed, was when you go on an umpire's course, they create situations for you, and you couldn't have dreamt that up. Okay? Where on an umpire's course would there be a helicopter landing on the outfield? And what do you do now about the hours of play? Poses all sorts of questions.
I suppose in some ways this is obviously at the moment the least of the worries.
Yeah.
But yes, I do imagine. I mean, it is treated as exactly the same as an interruption for
weather,
bad light. Yeah, exactly. So from that point of view, the weather seems to be good. We hope that the light holds out for the evenings, and we should be able to make this time up anyway. But yes, the ambulance operators, the medics, have gone out of the ground, so I can't see this being an especially short delay, but at the same time, as I say, that there's time to make up overs later on, and at the moment, obviously,
critical incident locally, play will be delayed. We will keep you updated. Thank you.
Right,
there is
critical incident locally.
Yeah, that was Ben Feezy's announcement over the PA. So it's not an incident on the ground, but an incident within a short distance, clearly, of us here in BS7, which effectively has called the ground into use as a landing site for the Great Western Ambulance helicopter. So that is the situation. We've only had 5 deliveries, and Durham are 5 without loss, 4 leg byes off the first ball of the match, and a single to Alex Lees. And so, how very curious that on a day which I'm sure a lot of people will be looking forward to, it's the last round of games of the season. I know driving to the ground today, it felt as if, you know, we must make the most of these last 4 days of the season, especially with the weather set fair for the bulk of the week. And then we have an unexpected interruption, and we hope obviously that the medics are able to deal with it, but they say that it is possible that there may be quite a lengthy delay here, so we'll leave you with the sight of the Great Western Ambulance helicopter on the outfield, but not dealing with an incident on the ground as far as we know, but it's landed here, and therefore the players have gone off after just 5 deliveries, with Durham, as you can see, at 5 without loss. We'll be back with you. We'll leave you obviously with the pictures of what is happening here at the Bristol County Ground, but we'll leave you for the moment with the sun shining, but with no cricket because of an emergency in the vicinity. Well, the umpires are back on their way, and as you saw, the Great Western Air Ambulance helicopter has now left the Bristol County Ground. It landed over on the Kennington Avenue side, and in all, I think the players have been off the field for about 20 minutes in that situation. There was no evidence at any point of anybody being brought to the helicopter. It was a question of getting the medics to a site close to the Bristol County Ground as quickly as possible, and the way to do that was to land the helicopter on the outfield. And actually Shane's just said to us that that's actually happened before this season, but on a day when there was no cricket, so it just proves that it is a site of community use. And those of you who know this particular area of Bristol will know that it's a very tight residential area, so to have effectively quite a big site to land on, a cricket ground like this, is obviously of immense value. So hopefully the operation has been successful, and now the players have to make their way back out again, having had only 5 deliveries this morning. So about the 20 minutes to be added, it remains to be seen how those 20 minutes will be added, or thereabouts. Will they add 10 minutes onto this session and take lunch later, or will they just literally add it on at the end of the day? That will be for the umpires to discuss with the scorers, obviously. So anyway, Durham will resume at 5 without loss, and any remaining drama we hopefully will be on the field.
Yes, so the only helicopters that we hope to see for the rest of the day are MS Dhoni style helicopter shots. So yeah, an extraordinary interruption, but a thoroughly necessary one. And as you say, it shows you actually the importance of the ground to the community, which is something I know that the club feel extremely strongly about. And using the Thatcher's Bar, I think it was, as a COVID vaccination centre during the winter, and clearly a designated landing point for the air ambulance as well. It's yes, there are some things which are more important than cricket, and particularly given the weather forecast today, hopefully we may well make up for that lost time anyway.
Well, there's 1 ball left in the first over of the day, and here we are at 10:57. That doesn't tell you everything about what's gone on. Michael Jones is going to face David Payne's first delivery, and that completes the opening over. So Ryan Higgins, I'm sure, will open the bowling from the far end, and that's been my longest over of commentary so far this season, and it's come in the final game. It's taken 27 minutes to complete it.
Oh dear, yes. I'm sure your voice probably needs a rest now, Ian, after that hard 27-minute session there. So it will indeed be Ryan Higgins from the Bristol Pavilion end, Alex Lees taking middle stump. So the tall left-handed opener for Durham, who recently brought up 7,000 first-class career runs, average tick over 35. And still only 28 years of age, Alex Lees, so there is an awful lot of cricket left in him. Yorkshireman originally, born in Halifax. So Higgins over the wicket, 3 slips in place. Hammond, Ollie Price and Lace, and a short mid-wicket in place for Lees, as here comes Higgins and bowls, and it's a full straight delivery, which is defended by Lees, who, when you think about some of the players that have had a chance at that England opening spot, Alex Lees, I should think, can count himself probably a little bit unlucky that he hasn't been one of them. I mean, they've tried enough people up there, but Lees, who had an incredible season in the Royal London Cup, as Higgins bowls, and there's a fairly tight leave coming back towards Alex Lees there, but it was wide enough of him that he could judge it and leave it.
562 runs at an average of 70.
Yeah, 2 centuries, 4 50s. And yes, absolutely prolific tournament for him. And Graham Clark, of course, who's in this side but batting down the order. Higgins bowls, and Lees will leave alone outside the off stump. And I watched a pretty good innings from Alex Lees up at Scarborough, where he must have scored a good 70% of his runs just with a clip down to long on. You could almost tell what Lees was going to do before he actually did it. Pretty much every ball was played down there, particularly off the spinners. Higgins bowls, Lees drives, but it will be picked up at backward point by George Scott, who is one of the two changes in the Gloucestershire lineup. George Scott and Ollie Price coming in for the injured Ben Charlesworth, and Jared Warner also missing out from the victory against Glammy last time out. Higgins over the wicket bowls, and Lees pushes forward. It'll be picked up once again by George Scott. Sunglasses around the back of his cap, it looks like. I would have thought if ever there were a day to have the sunglasses on, it might well be today, but there we go.
It doesn't need it yet, really.
No. I'm not expecting a skyer, but then already had something come down from the sky today. Higgins bowls, and off the front foot, Lees pushes to George Scott once again. So maiden over to start with from Ryan Higgins, and Durham 5 for no wicket after 2 overs. And not a bad crowd, actually, considering this is September, it is school time, it is arguably difficult to find massive amounts of motivation for these games as regards finishing 8th and 9th, but it's good to see that plenty of people have made their way here.
Payne to bowl his second over to Michael Jones. That's outside the off stump, taken by Bracey. There's our free app that you can download, top right hand corner, and also we'll remind you in due course of our contact email throughout the course of this match, and we've been indebted to your contributions and opinions on email throughout the season. Always welcome to receive them wherever in the world you may be, and we do know we have keen followers from further afield than BS7, that's for sure. Here's Payne in, that's gun barrel straight and well defended back up the pitch by Michael Jones. Yeah, our email commentators@gloucestercc.co.uk. There it is, top right hand corner of the screen. Perhaps actually we could look at some, this is the last championship game, some overall thoughts on the season from supporters. 7 championship wins already. And Payne again to Jones, just steers that out to Chris Dent. Now free from the captaincy trials and tribulations, but I think interesting, Joe Leach stood down at Worcestershire last night as well. He had done 5 years, so it is. I'm sure it is. It is a sapping role, especially when you've got a senior player, and as inevitably captains are. Payne in again to Jones. Again, just having a look at the moment, and Dent again feels it. There kind of probably feels a time when you've got to get some energy from somewhere, and you don't always get that just through a winter. And Dent probably feels that it's right for somebody else to bring some different ideas and to the table. But he's had a good run, and what he wants to do now is get some runs with the bat. Jones again. Again, Payne getting that tighter line that we've been so used to. That first delivery for the day was rarely for him quite a wild one, almost quite a long way down the leg side, but having got his control a bit better now. Turns at the end of his run. Ashdown Road end, 3 slips in for the right-handed Jones, and again bowls very close to the stumps, and Jones again defends. 23 years old. actually represented Scotland, Michael Jones, but only a dozen first-class games, so still kind of feeling his way into county cricket. And there's been a lot of talk of moves in the last couple of weeks. Ross Whiteley's white ball deal at Hampshire was announced yesterday, and obviously in the build-up to this match, Gloucestershire have announced that the two Hankins brothers will leave the club at the end of their contracts.
Here is Higgins from the Bristol Pavilion end, and Lees pushes into the gap, diving stop made by Dent. Extra cover moving across from mid-off, and I think it's important to say on Dent that you've got no obligation to anyone, for me, as captain. If you're not, if you are feeling like you've taken the role as far as you can take it, and you're feeling like it's a burden rather than a pleasure, then you have no obligation to anyone else other than yourself, and to say, that's it, time for somebody else to take the reins. I think that was the sentiment of pretty much, well, I say pretty much, of every single comment that I saw on the posts in various places about Chris Dent stepping down as captain, as Lees drives but can't beat Scott at backward point, and there is no run. And so, you know, I just think it's important for, you know, your own mental health as a cricketer always comes first. And Chris Dent, as you say, it's not as though he's only been doing it for a year or so. Higgins bowls forward, goes Lees, defends firmly back to the bowler.
I think I saw a note somewhere that I know it was a shortened season last year, but his red ball average is under 30 for both the Bob Willis Trophy last season and indeed definitely for the Championship this season. And yet if you go back to the years before that, it's probably closer to 40. So, you know, maybe it's just got a bit wearing for him.
Higgins is in, left well wide of off stump by Lees. So yeah, I mean, you could certainly imagine it from that point of view. And obviously there's always things going on in cricketers' lives that we certainly don't know about. So, you know, we can't necessarily cast comments on all the reasons that might have gone into it, but it's not, I'm sure, a decision that he's taken just overnight. And as Higgins is in and bowls, that's driven uppishly by Lees down towards the third man boundary. It'll be 4 runs. It'll flash down to the boundary. But it was aerial for some time, and it kind of squirted off the outer half of Lee's bat. It looked like he kind of ended up opening the face slightly, but well, in fact not really. No, it was a genuine outside edge which has just flown wide of all 3 slips, well wide of them really. Would have needed a couple of gullies in to catch that one, but it certainly flew through there.
There's an indication of there's not much pace in the pitch by having the short mid-wicket and now almost a short square cover as well.
Higgins bowling to Lees. That's turned his legs. Oh, terrible mix-up here. Jones has fallen over, and the shot at the stumps misses from Zafar Gohar at mid-wicket. Well, that was a horrible moment for Jones, who hopefully is okay. He slipped over, in addition to there being a extraordinary mess-up of the call. But the replay of the helicopter taking off. That's nice.
If you're with us at 8 minutes past 11.
It's a quicker takeoff than Michael Jones, anyway.
Yeah. And if you're wondering why Durham's score has only advanced to 9 without loss after half an hour, we've had a 20-minute interruption, literally just after 5 deliveries, with the Great Western Air Ambulance helicopter landing on the outfield and the umpires taking the players off. We should reiterate that it was, for an instant, close to the ground, not in the ground at the time. Playing to Jones then, from this Ashley Down Road end. He's got 3 slips, but at the end of that last over, Higgins had 2. It kind of feels as if they've already worked out that this is going to be quite a slow wicket. If he's not going to get past the outside edge with a new ball, and Higgins fresh, then the catching chances may be in front of the wicket more than behind it. Payne against Jones, who's tapping his bat nervously, and he squeezed that away. There might be 2 here because there's ground to make up for Zafar Gohar down in front of the Thatcher's bar, and he'll pick up 2. Jones looks as if he's going to be okay. That was a real sort of yes, wait, no, sorry, wasn't it?
Yes, and then Jones slipped over as well, or at least stumbled at any rate. And I'd wondered for a moment, the way he was down there, whether he managed to do a hamstring or something in the abrupt turn, but fortunately he's seeming to be okay.
Payne again runs away from our commentary position, and that's quite a good bounce there actually from Payne, taken quite high up by James Bracey. Of course, for this last match of the season, is doing everything. He's keeping wicket, he's captaining the team, and he'll be batting when the time comes at number 3, with Chris Dent pushed back up to open alongside Miles Hammond. Ben Charlesworth not selected for this game after that injury at Cardiff. Payne in again, good bounce. Let go though by Michael Jones.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was just realised that I said there were a couple of changes. Of course, there are 3 changes because James Bracey's back into the side instead of Ben Wells as well, which I've stupidly not made abundantly clear, but we did see Bracey with the C and the WK by his name. But yeah, no place for Ben Wells in the 11 today.
He's going to come around the wicket, David Payne, and we might just touch on the people coming into the team in terms of the amount of cricket they've played this season. Not necessarily in Bracey's case, because this is his 11th red ball game. But here's Payne around the wicket, trying to change the line to Michael Jones. He just pushed out onto the offside. George Scott does the fielding. Scott's played 4 red ball games so far this season, and Ollie Price has played only 3. So it is a late opportunity for those 2. Perhaps more so, you might argue, for Scott, because this is the end of the 2nd season of 3 that he signed for from Middlesex. And Payne in again, and Jones again dabs the ball out into the offside, and Scott fields. And you feel perhaps he's not in a much different position than he was when he arrived. You felt as if he could be a handy player in white ball cricket. He might get you some useful runs in red ball cricket, but he's not played a great deal, so he still hasn't forced his way into that sort of regular spot that he probably wants. And he probably knows next year's a big year for him. Well,
yeah, and of course he had a really good season in the Royal London.
Yeah.
So that's, at least from his point of view, that's kind of helped to change things, and he's been one of the many players around the country for whom that Royal London Cup has actually been the way that it ended up, with so many players missing due to the 100. With that, he was one of the many players around the country who benefited from that, not just in terms of players who've made their List A debuts, got some experience in with the counties, but also some of the I guess more, well, the players who had been on the fringes of things, and Scott has been kind of in and out of the championship side as Higgins now comes around the wicket to Lees, who clips this one away out towards Zafar Gohar at square leg, and this time they don't even think about a single.
He played in all the Royal London games, averaged 59.5, 2 50s, 238 runs, top score 66 not out.
Yeah,
so batting was down the order though.
Yeah, that was the 66 not out, I think, was the innings in the playoff game where Scott and Smith batted so well to give Gloucestershire some sort of a chance, as that's whipped in the air over the top of mid-wicket and flies away to the boundary for 4 runs. And 15 without loss now. They clearly know that's something Lees likes to do. He's taking an extraordinary guard. You can see on the replay there, his back of his heel is pretty much level with middle stump, and Higgins trying to target that middle stump And Lee's saying, well, that's exactly what I wanted by the looks of things. Whipped it over the top of the 2 short mid-wickets that were there for that catch on the leg side, Lace and Van Buren. And now Zafar Gohar is going to field out at, well, semi-deep mid-wicket, halfway to the boundary. Higgins is in, and that's punched off the back foot by Lees to a delivery outside the off stump.
I mean, he's batting outside off stump there, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah, but I say his back foot's level with middle stump, so it's almost a reverse Glenn Phillips guard from the T20 when Phillips was batting a good few inches outside leg stump. Here comes Higgins, he bowls, and that's down the leg side and clipped by Lees all along the ground out to Zafar at deep square leg. So Lees moving up to 10, so we've got plenty of cat and mouse going on between bowler and batsman already from one end, but so far indications that they're going to try and play things a little bit more by the conventional rule book for Michael Jones, who takes his guard again.
So I've not seen a lot of Lees live. I wonder if Higgins is... I'll come back to that point after this ball.
So Jones facing Higgins, and that has beaten Michael Jones outside the off stump. Just a bit of gentle away movement from the right-hander there, who covered up off stump, but the ball just leaving him. I think we'll see from the replay whether that was more swing or seam movement. Looked to be more seam movement. Nipped past the outside edge. So last ball of this over. And Jones drives down the ground beautifully through the legs of Alex Lees, and that will be 4. The outfield will be pretty quick. It certainly was for both the Western Storm game that I did here on Sunday and for the women's ODI, which happened here just a couple of days before. You're going to get full value for your shots, I think, when you beat the infield. So a beautiful straight drive from Michael Jones to end over number 6, and it's 20 without loss for Durham.
Yeah, that means that David Payne's going to bowl to Lees. I wonder whether he may be a bit, as you say, a bit more textbook in terms of his approach with the left arm over the wicket attack to the left-hander. Just to go back to that concept about, you know, George Scott and the fact that you're talking about moves of people around counties. Obviously, he signed a contract across all formats, and Ross Whiteley at Hampshire has only signed a white ball deal there. I know that Will Brown has said in the past that he is not a fan of signing players on specific deals for specific formats. But for Whiteley to get a white ball deal for 3 years, that feels like a generous offering. Payne then to Lees, that's steered out on the offside. So Higgins to Lees then, do you think Higgins is basically saying, Alex, you can't play on the leg side, you like to play everything through the offside, and therefore I'm just going to try and...
I think it's the exact opposite, personally. Yeah, I think it's more the fact that they know that Lees likes to clip through that leg side, and it's basically Higgins saying, right, my strength in terms of getting the ball to move about off the pitch, spear it into your pads, is going to be better than your strength clipping through the leg side.
Payne again, and Lees from a much more orthodox stance plays it back up on the leg side for the ball to be fielded in the end by Ryan Higgins. Durham won the toss this morning at 10 o'clock and elected to bat. There was a lot of chat about the pitch. Obviously it is a used pitch. It's not quite in the middle of the square, but it's not far off. And Payne again to Lees, that's a bit short, and that is punched away through a square cover. There's a chase on out towards the boundary, but the ball will beat the two fielders, and that's going to race away on the Kennington Avenue side for 4. Pleasant shot, didn't really go right through with it. There were the 3 slips waiting for an edge, but that was just really on placement and timing from Lees. And 100 this season, averages over 40, As Ed said, in terms of his runs overall, he'd be well over 1,000 in all formats. Payne, it's a bit tighter line this time, and pushed out up to mid-off.
Really, with the exception of that one flashing drive that went wide of the slips for 4, well, every ball that's been bowled to him has come out the middle of the bat pretty much. He's looking like somebody in really good form.
Payne turns with keeper Bracey skipping the side today, and that's gone up to Higgins at mid-on. So I'm sure that James will lean on people like Graham Van Buren and Chris Dent throughout this match, but it does feel a little bit of a new Broome type scenario with a new captain next season, whoever that may be, a new director of cricket, and a new head coach. I appreciate that some of those, or at least one of those appointments, might be internal. If Ian Harvey applies for either of those jobs and was able to get it, then you only have one external appointment. But could be just a bit of a shift in emphasis, it feels, at the end of this season. And of course, what we don't know yet is what the format for next season is going to be. And we have got 4 days of this game, and we won't discuss it right throughout all 4 days. But it could take that long because there are so many potential options being talked about. But as yet, as we know, nothing has been signed and rubber stamped.
No, and I suspect, well, we've had some correspondence on that subject
from supporters to us.
Indeed, yes. And I think in general people around the country are fairly split on divisions versus conferences. Higgins starting a new over, and Jones defends quietly out to
the interesting point for me, though, was that there appeared to be a stage maybe 3 weeks ago where a lot of the balance seemed to be that the conferences were going to stay for 1 more year, and then I think it may even have been during last week where the whole thing appeared to be turned right on its head.
Well, yeah, and I think this kind of reflects something that I'd thought may well happen. Higgins is in and bowls and a forward defensive from
And is
Jones.
it to do with this last 4?
I think it's entirely to do with that. It's entirely to do with, I would imagine, some of the bigger counties that missed out on the top division. Some of them were probably already Pro 2 divisions anyway, but I think in general, whether it's big or small counties, as Higgins now bowls, that's left well alone, the thinking seems to have been actually that if you're not in the top division at the end of this particular format, that it feels like there isn't something to play for. Now, there's a way that you could have the conference systems and you could create something to play for. I've seen this plate competition has been something which has been suggested. Higgins is in, and another defensive shot towards mid-on.
I have to say, I don't like the word plate. It just feels a bit second.
Well, you want to keep these people in their place, Ian. They didn't make the first division.
And I think that our dear friend Kevin Howells, who suggested that it might be called the Bob Willis Trophy, might actually be a much better idea.
Here comes Higgins, wide of the crease, looking to angle that one into Jones, but we're still well wide of off stump. So
plate to me implies you're buying something from a second-hand shop, and it's. I know it may seem it is a kind of a consolation to the whole thing, but don't tag it as that. Don't make people think that they're playing for something that isn't worth anything.
Higgins bowls, and that one, well, he wasn't that close to it with the forward push there, Michael Jones. I think he probably did play and miss at it, but it wasn't a real play and a miss. And it was a good ball from Higgins, but he was well away from it in the end, was Jones. So that is another maiden over from Higgins. He's bowled 4 overs, 2 of them have been maidens, but he's gone for 13 runs as well. 1 over that went for 9 before that last maiden. 24 without loss after 8.
And Payne's 4 overs have cost 7. Here he is again bowling to Lees. That's quite wide outside the off stump and going even further away.
But yeah, I think if the conference system is kept personally, then that's one thing I would like to see. And they've got to sort out this business about the points carried forward and these, especially these half points floating around in places. It just makes it unnecessarily complicated. It just adds an extra layer of complication to it.
Lees, much more orthodox against Payne. Again, happy to defend. To give you the rest of the Durham team. You did see it at the end of the last over when the graphic was up. Scott Borthwick, their captain, batting at 3. The other left-hander in the top order. They've got 4 in all. David Bedingham, 1,000 runs in red ball cricket. Ned Eckersley, Graham Clark. So top 6 pretty strong, and then a lengthy-ish tail. Lees again defending out on the offside.
Hasn't been much of a tail recently, though, has it? With Matty Potts scoring a career best 81, and I mean that came. Let's see, that came against Glamorgan, I think that one. But
yeah.
no, it was Northants last time. Apologies for that. So Potts made 81 there. Travaskis 77 not out, and he was 55 not out in the previous game against Glamorgan. So he's coming off some serious runs as well.
Payne down the leg side. That was the delivery that he bowled first up. It was a fuller length. That one rather shorter, taken by Bracey.
Ben Rain 74 versus Glamorgan and 32 last time out against Northamptonshire. So
okay, yeah, I'll stand corrected on that. Payne passed umpire Debenham. A little bit both sides of the wicket at the moment. It's unusual for David Payne. Didn't look on that opening day at Glamorgan as if he was absolutely 100% fit. He's bowling off a slightly shortened run, certainly not bowling off a short run today. That was the last one. No, he was probably, I would say, only on a run of barely half his normal length at times at Cardiff. Lees again, outside the off stump, well forward. Bracey applauds the line and length. 9 overs gone, 24 without loss Durham. 9 overs in 57 minutes. You're thinking, how can that be? Well, we had an interruption after just 5 deliveries where the Great Western Air Ambulance helicopter had to land on the ground because of an incident not in the ground but local to us here in Hallfield in Bristol, and the players were off the field for about 20 minutes. Nothing that could be done obviously about that, and the ground used effectively as a landing pad to get to what is a lot of very tightly packed residential housing around the ground. And if you've come to a big game here in Bristol, you'll know all about that because the parking is not that easy.
Yes, you've got to know your side streets, haven't you?
Yeah. James Bracey standing up.
Standing up, and the 3 slips in place. Higgins to Jones, and defensively played off the front foot. He's looked to be pretty watchful for the most part. Michael Jones just played that one lovely looking on drive, but his job really would seem to be at the moment he's kind of complimenting Lees, who's been the aggressor of the two if there has been any attacking to be done. Higgins to Jones, and that one has just missed off stump. Did not miss by too much. Off stump was there smiling at Ryan Higgins, but it was not disturbed from its original position. But that has only just missed. A little bit of...
That goes on with the arm. It takes top off, doesn't
yes,
it?
it's probably actually the fact that it has moved away is what's helped Jones. And this time is forward in defence. Mentioned he's played some ODIs for Scotland. Probably the biggest game that he played in for them was in the 2018 World Cup qualifier. So that tournament that took place down in Zimbabwe for the final 2 spots for the 2019 World Cup held here. Higgins bowls. That one has also, I think you'd have to say it's beaten Jones as Bracey whips the bails off. Jones rehearsing the defensive shot, which would lead me to suggest that it wasn't a complete withdrawal of the bat inside the line of the ball. But Jones played in an ODI there against the West Indies. Higgins bowls. He goes forward and pushes firmly up to mid-off off the front foot. He made 14 off 14 deliveries, and I was having a look back at the scorecard of that game, as I remember the West Indies were probably slightly fortunate to come away with the win there on Duckworth-Lewis, because Scotland had established a partnership, and they only lost by 5 runs. There's another delivery, which is, that one's bounced as well. It's a good take from James Bracey, because he's taken that one around about rib height, and another delivery which has beaten the outside edge of Jones. Higgins giving him the work over during that over, but not able to produce the wickets. And Jones, after that one, just looking back up the pitch as you kind of got to, really, and an indication of either well bowled or what was I supposed to do about that one. 24 without loss at the end of 10 overs. But just final thing on that World Cup. No, apologies.
Payne in to Alex Lees at the start of a new over. Still the opening pair in tandem here in the 11th over of the Durham innings. Sorry, Ed.
No, sorry. I was too busy looking at the slow motion replay. Yeah, I thought, whilst it was a fun tournament to have, I do wish we could have more teams in the World Cup. And the West Indies actually weren't a million miles off. I mean, it wasn't an easy qualification process for them even. I just wish they'd get rid of it.
Payne still striving for this first breakthrough. Lees will work him off his hip, and I'll just take one out to Dent. It's a pleasant day in terms of our commentary position. So one or two of the players have got sleeveless sweaters on, but in the main, it's probably a day when you think, certainly in the afternoon, it'd be very pleasant conditions for playing. And we do gather, by the way, that lunch will still be at 12:30. So I don't know where the 20 minutes will be added. It may be that tea as a movable feast will live up to its name. Here's Payne to Jones, who, I mean, he won't be the first or last batsman to do this, but he's batting with his, when he's taking guard to receive the ball, his bat is behind his front foot, but not behind his back foot. It's in front of his back pad when he prepares to face. Almost between his feet. And he squeezes that away to Tom Price at mid-wicket. And there's somebody who has come on a bundle this season.
Yeah, ball and bat.
Yeah, bat particularly obviously last week, where he got, what was it, 73 against Glamorgan. First real sign, and I think on reputation, you know, all the information coming out of the club is that there is a useful batsman in there, and that was the first occasion where we'd really seen it. I mean, he'd looked tidy before, but that was the first sizable score, and obviously his runs per wicket average is coming right down. Payne swings that right in, and Ben Debenham raises the finger. Michael Jones has got to go. That went a long way from the hand of David Payne, and the first wicket of the morning goes from the Ashley Down road end. It's coming right in. It's hit him on the front toe, and Jones, rather disgruntled, has to make his way back to the pavilion. He goes, and Durham have lost their first wicket with the score on 25 for 1. Jones made 6.
So I'm sure he was hoping that it had gone down the leg side. He was probably, in his mind, he was thinking, well, I was looking to play in the leg side, and also I missed it because it came back at me. But Ben Debenham did not agree, and so a relatively early wicket for Gloucestershire, and now it's going to be the captain, Scott Borthwick, out at number 3. So one of a couple of players who've made the return journey to Durham in recent times in this Durham lineup. Paul Coughlin talked about him earlier on, but it was good to see Borthwick make his way back to Durham, and in general it is nice to see players returning to the clubs that produced them, and for all the talk of at the moment, and it is the case that we're seeing a lot of moves, and a lot of moves which are motivated by where players are playing their cricket for the school
teams.
holiday months. Yes, yes, all right. We'll talk about the competition, which must not be mentioned. But yes, it is nice to see also that there are a fair few moves as well back to clubs which produced players.
Borthwick taking an off-stump guard by the looks of it. And that could be gone first ball. Is it gone off the pad? No, it's off the bat, and Borthwick's got to go, and it's taken by Miles Hammond. Ben Debenham looked up as if to say, well, do you really expect me to raise the finger for that? 2 in 2 for David Payne. And, oh, a big nick. Big nick. And Borthwick has to go with a duck against his name. 25 for 2.
This has come pretty much out of nowhere, hasn't it? I mean, at least Payne had been bowling pretty tightly, but it had been, until that last over from Ryan Higgins, there was not a lot of beating of the bat with regularity. But Higgins beating Jones's bat a few times in that last over, and then David Payne suddenly finding some regular movements, and he'd swung a couple of deliveries in his first few overs, but those last two moved a good amount, and that was probably as easy a slip catch as Miles Hammond has had since moving into the slip corn, because you could see he's standing a little bit further back than in the last game that we had here against Northants, and it just travelled through at such a friendly speed and at such a friendly height. Yeah, I think those are the kinds of catches. If you're dropping those ones, then you've got to be straight out the slips, because that was an absolute dolly.
Yeah, that's Hammond's 9th catch of the season. I don't know whether they're all in the slips, but he is the leading catcher, other than James Bracey, who has 31, obviously keeping wicket.
Yeah, and as Higgins now bowls to Lees, who's struck on the pad as well, and not out this time,
Well, there have been
says
2
umpire
sounds
Lloyd.
there.
Could have been a team hat-trick. Of course, David Payne still will be on 1 when he bowls the first ball of the next over, but Higgins making plenty happen as well. So David Beddingham is at the non-strikers end, the prolific David Beddingham. But Lee's on 15 trying to hold things together as Higgins bowls to him, and that's angled down towards third man, and an excellent piece of fielding by George Scott, tumbling away to his right from backward points. He ended up at a kind of wide gully position, and had they set off immediately, they would have got one. But at this stage, having just lost 2 wickets in 2 balls, you're not taking any chances as far as running between the wickets is concerned. We've already seen one mix-up involving Lees with Michael Jones. That could have been the first wicket. Higgins bowls full and straight and defended up to mid-off.
Just looking at the shot from the analyst camera at the pavilion, and quite a few supporters in the seats at the Ashley Down Road end, obviously in the sun, taking advantage of that. And obviously, I also think that people tend to sit there, because yes, you can be closer to being behind the bowlers on, but actually you're closer to the play, full stop.
Higgins bowls, and the defensive shot up to mid-off. I mean, the Hammond Roof is always a popular destination, but particularly with the pitch being on the City of Bristol College side of the ground, you are a little bit further away from the action. Obviously you can get a bit of height over there, but certainly in terms of catching the sun in front of the flats is the place to be, and I suspect for catching the sun in the flats where we are, it's probably going to be a good place to be later on today as Lees angles that one away towards backward point. George Scott once again doing the work away to his right, and Higgins building up the pressure, at least scoreboard wise. It's only been a couple of overs really where the scoring's been done, and of late Gloucestershire have really dried the runs up and are making plenty happen now with this ball. Higgins in, and that's angled down towards third man by Lees. That was very deliberately played this time. He flashed one through that region earlier on off an outside edge, but this one was really well negotiated with soft hands from Alex Lees. Just a quiet little push forward, and he picks up 4 runs. So 29 for 2. Lees gets his fourth boundary, pardon me, in his 19, and is looking in pretty good touch for the most part. Well, there was that LBW shout off him first ball of this over, and here is a replay of the LBW to Michael Jones. You mentioned that stance that he's got with the bat in between the 2 pads, and it does kind of make you think that he's got to play round that front pad, and that was the problem that led to the dismissal.
So hat-trick ball then for David Payne. David Bellingham to take strike, and he's got quite a square stance there, as you can see. Here is Payne, who, well, that was a decent ball to bowl, but it wasn't a good enough one to get Bellingham out. It was in the right area, but Bellingham's in pretty good nick, as we've said. 1,000 red ball runs. He's got a 257 in there, mind you, which will help his average a bit, but he's got three centuries and 3 50s this season, and one of only 3 men to get to 4 figures in terms of championship runs. That's worked into the leg side, fielded by Tom Price, and I knew that Tom Haynes was first, Bellingham second, and then Sam Robson at Middlesex has got there as well.
Yeah, Robson's had one of his purple patches of late, and he does have them. He's another one of these. I mean, in some ways, I guess it's just part of being an opening bat, isn't it? You're going to have periods where you don't score a lot of runs, and then big innings.
Payne to Bellingham, that's quite wide. Bellingham needn't have played that really, but just punched it out on the offside. So still the 3 slips for the right-hander, the new right-hander in the Durham order at number 4, Durham having lost both Jones and Borthwick in Payne's last over. It's a bit shorter, and Bellingham punches that out. George Scott is fielding exactly where Ben Charlesworth would have fielded in the side. He's a good fielder anyway, but that's one of his good suits George Scott. You have to say that of his batting and bowling, I think I would personally see a bit more promise in his batting. His bowling's tidy, but his wicket tally suggests that people know how to play him. That's edged, and it's just short of Miles Hammond's right hand, and they'll come through for a single. Not a chance for Hammond. He rings that hand a bit, and might he have been a pace further forward? Hard to know. And now we have the challenge once more of Payne and Lees, and looks like he's reverting to an off-stump guard against Payne as well now. Certainly didn't appear to be taking off-stump earlier on, but it's just moved across a little bit. In terms of his own lining up of the bowler, and that's outside the off-stump. Just tends to obviously push the bowler's line wider, but it means that if Payne is literally bowling stump to stump, then Lees is confident he can work him away given the pace of this pitch. 30 for 2. There's the full card. The only extras off the first ball of the match. And the 2 wickets to Payne in the same over. In fact, off consecutive deliveries. Jones, LBW and Borthwick caught at first slip.
That last ball is probably the line to be bowling the majority of your balls to somebody who's taking the guard that Lees is, because you've got to try and get them playing away from their body, haven't you? You've got to try and bring the slips into play, especially with Payne bowling outswingers to the left-hander, and he'll hope to get him in a similar way as he got Borthwick. Now Higgins bowling to Beddingham, who drives firmly up to mid-off, and there's no run. Beddingham's already got more runs than the only time that I saw him live this season, which was in the...
Is it Scarborough?
No, of course, I saw him there. No, he didn't play at Scarborough. I was going to say, there we go. I'm just getting myself in a tangle, but he didn't play in the game at Scarborough. He was rested for it. Higgins is there and bowls, and Beddingham clips that one fine, and it's very fine. And a good stop down on the boundary by Tom Price. Was able to limit it to just the 1. I thought that was probably going to be 4 off his bat because it absolutely flew down towards the boundary rope, but Tom Price was positioned fine enough to keep it down to just the 1. Beddingham moves to 2, but the time that I did see him live was in the final of the Royal London Cup, which I went to see and was quite looking forward, I have to say, to watching Beddingham score some runs, and he was out for a duck. Higgins bowls down the leg side. This one will be 4. There'll be nothing that Tom Price can do about that one. It'll be leg byes as Bracey sprawled full length to try to stop it, but second time that we've seen a set of 4 leg byes to a ball just misdirected, really. And I suppose you're counting yourself lucky there as a bowler that it didn't go off the bat and didn't go to your figures. 35 for 2.
Payne's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 9. I wonder whether Price is, as we said, he's down at doing third man and fine leg duties, so could be a change.
Higgins in, and this time angled through third man once again by Alex Lees. I mean, this is a shot of somebody who has a lot of confidence at the moment, just to play with that outside edge. Almost one-day style, really. If Lees is thinking about kind of looking to use the way that he played in that astonishing Royal London Cup campaign for him now in the Championship, but he's certainly scoring plenty of runs down through that third man region. Gloucestershire still not employing one. Higgins bowls, and that's left alone, well wide of off stump this time. And in some ways, I suppose, if you're Gloucestershire, you might say, we don't actually mind you doing that. Try and bring the outside edge into play. But suppose it depends really what the overall plan is, because you've got a deep mid-wicket as well. Zafar Gohar's still out towards that mid-wicket boundary at the halfway position, as Lees drives firmly, high elbow there, and it's picked up by Dent at mid-off, and that's the end of that over. 9 runs coming off that one, and as you say, Ian, it may well be time for a change in the near future, although it doesn't look as though it's going to come immediately, as David Payne still has the cap off. So it's I suppose it's an extended burst, this, and really he bowled those, he'd got himself up, he'd bowled those 5 balls, the helicopter came down, and then he's bowled still a pretty lengthy spell after the interruption, so hard to see him bowling too many more overs here, as we take a look at the slow-mo there of that second wicket to fall, the edge of Scott Borthwick found by David Payne.
Yeah, so effectively he's bowled 6 overs and 1 ball since the interruption. So this might be the last one of this spell, perhaps. Payne in again, that's off a thick outside edge. That will go down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 more. Tom Lacey's at 3rd slip, steered away by the right-handed Bedingham for another boundary. And one of the problems that Gloucestershire faced at Glamorgan on the first morning was there were too many 4 balls. And here at 43 for 2, we've had 7 boundaries off the bat and 2 lots of 4-leg byes. And this is the 15th over. But the difference today is that at least Gloucester have got 2 wickets, and Payne striving for a 3rd, and Bedingham equal to him. Just quietly plays that out on the leg side. Yes, it's a bit different when you're 130 for no wicket at lunch. They can understand why you would feel that winning the toss, putting the side in and getting to lunch with that score against you just knocks confidence a bit. Here is Payne though with 2 wickets already, and trying to unlock the defences of Bedingham here. Ned Eckersley and Graham Clark, the rest of the middle order, and then Coughlin, Travaskis, Rain, as Ed was saying. In a way, I was a bit unkind to talk about their batting as a longish tail, but Bedingham again. That's a good half stop from George Scott, tumbling to his left. Doing what the lower Gloucestershire order have been doing, chipping in with runs.
Yeah, and I think you'd probably, well, you'd probably say that both sides have batting that they would hope would come off down to number 10 in this game as well, with Zafar Gohar down to come in at 10 for Gloucestershire.
Bedingham waits again for Payne, but well in line with that. I think we've already worked out in the first hour that we've had, and I say hour because we did have that 20-minute interruption because the Great Western Air Ambulance helicopter had to land on the outfield just after we'd started. So in essence we've had little more than an hour's cricket, that there is very little pace in this pitch. Bracey already standing up to Ryan Higgins can tell you that. Short catching mid-wicket still in for Payne. 2 sounds there, so that's why the appeal was strangled somewhat. But Payne has bowled 8 overs, 2 for 13. That's a good, accurate opening spell. And James Bracey just having a chat with Brian Higgins. There may be a sanitisation break coming here, but also some extra protective gear. So
yep, Zafar Gohar was measuring his run.
So we may be seeing some spin early.
I didn't think it would take too long. Well, he's already been announced, so he's got to come on and bowl now. So from the pavilion end, and Miles Hammond is taking a helmet. Doesn't look as though he's going to be putting it on at the moment, but Ollie Price also doesn't have a helmet on, so we're still waiting for somebody to come out, and here we go. We are going to have, it would be odd at 43 for 2 if there was not a close catcher for Zafar Gohar, but it looks at the moment as if it's just going to be the one, with Tom Lace taking up his usual position at short leg. But Ollie Price, who took a couple of catches at second slip under the helmet, doesn't look at the moment as though he's going to field in that position here. He's fielding up at mid-on. But he did come on as a substitute and took a couple of really good ones in that position in the second innings.
So this will be interesting, because in the other match here, Zafar bowled from the Ashley Down Road end, but this time from the pavilion end.
Had a look at the pitch and seen which end he thinks is likely to turn more from as he bowls. That's down the leg side, and that turned. So, well, I think all indications were that there was going to be some turn in this pitch, and that certainly looks as if it's going to be the case. Zafar bowls, and that's gone straight to short leg off the pad. Getting the gloves and the bat out the way of it, Alex Lees, but I think he knows that this is going to be quite a test. You've got a spinner who is high on confidence after bowling his side to victory in the last match, 6 for 43 in the second innings against Glamorgan. Somebody who knows exactly what to do on a turning surface, and now a leg slip is coming in. So a second catcher under the helmet in addition to the catcher at slip. So Ollie Price will field at leg slip. So Zafar asking for a bowler's marker. Ryan Higgins providing it. Zafar bowls, slower delivery, tossed that one up, and an attempted clip through the leg side by Lees coming off the inside edge onto the pad. So 3 balls in, and Zafar, I think, will be feeling like it might be his day already. As he's in and bowls down the pitch comes Lees, so he's not going to have it all his own way, is Zafar, and that's gone over deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce 4, I think, just landing inside the boundary rope. But Lees deciding that the best form of defence may well be attack. Got right to the pitch of it and whipped it well over wide mid-wicket. Doesn't look as though we'll need to have the ball sanitised, thankfully.
Trying to see how close he gets to the stumps here, Zafar Gohar.
He may well vary it somewhat. Here he comes. Quite wide of the crease there, and a sweep shot, and that's been cracked through square leg by Lees for 4 more. He's not just going to stand there and be a sitting duck, Alex Lees, and he gets yet another boundary for him. And that brings up the 50 for Durham. 51 for 2. And that was and he moved quite a long way across his stumps there, Alex Lees, so using the crease to both seam and spin to good effect. That was potentially pretty dangerous for Tom Lace at short leg, as that was hit with some power and not far off Tom Lace there. Zafar in, another sweep shot is brought out, and that's been slammed towards deep backward square leg, and well, that is a real rarity. A poor misfield from Graham Van Buren allows the ball to go through for another 4. 55 for 2, 3 boundaries in a row to end the over from Alex Lees, and I'm not sure I can remember Graham Van Buren misfielding a ball quite like that. It was travelling very quickly, but it just went straight through him.
Yeah, Lees persisting with that off-stump guard against Zafar Gohar, so really saying that he was confident enough to play around his front pad, and there were 3 forceful shots, as you can see. There's the boundary tally, 10 boundaries in all, plus 2 lots of 4-leg buys, so that's 48 of the 55 have come in boundaries.
And also, that's 43 of the 55 which have come with Lees on strike. The 2 sets of leg buys in addition to his 35.
He's got 35 off 52, and David Payne has in fact been removed from the attack. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. Here is Tom Price to bowl for the first time today to the right-handed Beddingham. Yes, but Price certainly wasn't prepared to let Zafar Gohar get into any kind of rhythm and just be bowled at. He was going to take the initiative there. Price just signal that he's ready, and with 3 slips in and a long leg in as well. Oh, that was pushed quite well up and almost got through. David Payne will do the fielding as the ball is squeezed away for a couple by Beddingham. That wasn't the worst loosener, was it?
No, and Price does get that ball coming in to the right-handers, so if they're expecting the ball just to shape away from them, and Higgins actually in his spell majority of the time he was moving the ball away, and Beddingham I think surprised by the fact that one came back towards him.
But he was just taking his guard again. That will be 4 more. It's gone away past third, slipping away through where Golly would be. Beddingham picks up his second boundary. He goes to 12, and Durham up to 61 for 2.
Strike rate for the season, Beddingham over 60, so he's not going to be hanging around either.
We did mention when the umpires led the players out just before 10:30 that Durham have scored bucket loads of runs in virtually every format. Oh, that's a good ball from Price. That's the one that draws Beddingham forward. That's the one he's been looking for.
That's a really poor shot from Beddingham, I think you've got to say, because for starters it's not as though he needs the runs, but that is nowhere near a half volley. It's well outside off stump. And, Tom Price can count himself a little. Unfortunately, he didn't find the outside edge there.
Durham rattling along at nearly 4 and over at the moment. But Gloucestershire do have 2 wickets. Durham won the toss and elected to bat, so they're effectively backing themselves, and if that is right about the pitch turning, they are backing Borthwick and Travaskis in particular. That's leg spinner and slow left armour. One attempted Yorker from Price. Beddingham gets it on the full. I think you said, Ed, that you felt that not only had Tom Price improved his accuracy over last season, but there had been a little step up in pace as well.
Yeah, that's certainly been the feeling amongst not just me, but for me, I've been impressed with the way that he's moved the ball as well, though.
Price stays over the wicket to Bellingham, and Ben Debenham watches the bowler field off his own bowling. First over for Tom Price in this morning's play. Lovely conditions here in Bristol. Little bit of cloud overhead, but nothing really to speak of. And I say the forecast is good for the whole of this week, which is always nice when you don't want the season ending as a bit of a damp squib. Payne 2 for 13, Higgins no wicket for 22. The opening bowlers for Gloucestershire today, Payne had 8 overs and Higgins 7. And now the double change with Zafar Gohar and Tom Price into the attack, and with Lees on the strike, Zafar Gohar has decided that around the wicket is the better option, even to the left-hander.
So it's obviously decided that with Lees looking to hit into the leg side, he's going to try and angle the ball across Alex Lees, but Lees still brings out the sweep shot. It goes backward of square down towards long leg, and this time Van Buren does very well to get the throw in quickly, and Lees had to get his skates on for that second run, which he made comfortably enough in the end, but it was probably a little bit tighter than he perhaps thought it might be. So 4-4-4-2, the last 4 balls now that Zafar has bowled to Lees, and Ollie Price has decided that he might not like to field a leg slip with Lees bashing the ball through that region, and so he's going to go to very much short fine leg really, rather than somebody on the 45, and there's a sweep shot that's in the air. It'll go straight to Van Buren this time though at long leg, and there will be the 1 run. So he's pretty much sweeping every ball now after having used his feet for 1, and now Beddingham will be on strike, and we'll see what Zafar's plan is to the right-hander. So now Ollie Price does go into that short second slip position. He will field insanely close at second slip. So the 2 slips in the short leg. Zafar is in, Beddingham leaves outside the off stump. Some turn and a bit of bounce as well, but if it's doing it from out there, it'll be less of a threat. Having said that, we saw Hamish Rutherford get out to a ball quite similar to that. As, there's a cut shot attempted and a miss. And there's the bounce that's on offer again for Zafar. So even though he's gone for runs, 1.4 overs for 15 now, there's been plenty to suggest that been more than enough there for him, and Beddingham plays way away from his body there to a ball that turns even further past his outside edge. Really looks to want to field bat on ball here, Beddingham.
Yeah, he's got. This is only the 18th over. He's got quite a newish, quite a hard ball to bowl with.
Zafar is in. That's edged wide of second slip this time by Beddingham down towards the 3rd man boundary. Van Buren in hot pursuit with those blue-backed boots. He'll haul it in, and Beddingham gets 2 runs, 66 for 2, I think, because the scoreboard hasn't quite updated yet. Well wide of Ollie Price, and if anyone's going to catch it, it's going to be him in that position, because, as I said, he took a couple of terrific catches, one especially moving well away to his right and low down, and he's very tall, so if anybody's going to be able to get to it, then it's him. But it was wide of him, but Zafar in particular to Beddingham looks to be causing a lot of issues. Alex Lees has found a good way so far to combat Zafar, and that's an exciting battle which may well continue for the rest of this morning session. Would you like an update on the First Division scores?
Yes, go on then.
You would. Good. correct
Are
answer.
things happening?
Well, Hampshire are 48 for 3 against Lancashire at Aigburth. 3 wickets for George Balderson there. He's taking 3 for 8. So all the top 4 out. Hampshire 48 for 4. Notts are 65 for 2 against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. Slater and Hamid both out. And Warwickshire are 56 for 1 against Somerset. Tom Sibley has 27 off 64 balls. He is flying. So at the moment, Lancashire having the best morning in that title race, which could really go any one of four ways.
Here is Price continuing from the Ashley Down road end, and Lee's into the offside. Doesn't quite time that. Punches it out and fielded by Zafar Gohar. I mean, there's a different kind of expectation on him, I guess, if it's thought to be a pitch that is going to turn. And you're bowling on the first morning and skipper throws you the ball within an hour and a half. But not something he won't be used to. Price to the left-handed Lees. It's on the pad, but optimistic. Shout for an LBW. One thing we've noticed a little bit with Tom Price is that sometimes he can have brief spells where you think the batsman is on top, but he really responds well. Sometimes by a change of ends, sometimes by being taken off and brought back, maybe with some different ideas. But here he's got a man who's trying to really be quite aggressive, Lees, and he'll squeeze a single out on the leg side. And Buren in quickly from mid-wicket, but can't prevent Lees from getting another single. 39 he goes to.
I say, I mean, you were talking about the pace, but for me, it is his skills that he's got with the ball that's in terms of moving it about. Because if you're going to be successful in English conditions, I know there's, it's much maligned, the English seamer, but if you're going to have success, it doesn't really matter how quickly you bowl. You've got to be able to move the ball, and we've seen several prospects come and go at Gloucestershire who have bowled on the quicker end of things but haven't been able to move the ball at all, so they've just been hit for runs at this level.
Price in, that's just angled. A touch coming in with the arm, and Bellingham playing it out on the offside.
But Price has got, I mean, and I think back to, I know he actually should have had a wicket. We mentioned Ollie Price's slip catching. I think the only one that he's dropped was that one of his brother in the Royal London playoff game against Surrey, but he was moving the ball consistently, swinging the white ball into the right-handers, and that's a pretty old white ball at that stage too.
Bellingham waits, has to go up onto his toes, just to force that out defensively.
But we've seen that, we've seen that he can move the ball both ways.
Yeah. And just to emphasise that with Essex all but certain to finish top of the second pool, if you call it that, Gloucestershire and Durham are effectively playing for the runners-up spot in this group, but it's on a points per game basis because the Durham match with Surrey was called off. Cut out from Bellingham, a slightly shorter ball from Tom Price, down to David Payne, who's patrolling in front of the small crowd in that corner of the mound stand. And the difference at the start of this round of games between the two is 0.33 of a point. It's a very small difference. Gloucestershire on 14 points per match and Durham on 13.66, so very little in it.
Yeah, so as you say, it's very much a match for that second place, and even more so really because Essex have reduced Northamptonshire to 58 for 4 at Chelmsford. 3 wickets for Jamie Porter, who really seems to be coming back into absolute prime form, and the other one falling to Sam Cook. Well, so pardon me, 1 each for Sam Cook and Shane Snater. Here's Zafar in, and that's cut away by Beddingham through point, and that's bounding away towards the backward point boundary. It'll be 4, so little bit short, and width on offer from Zafar. He did beat Beddingham with a shorter, wider delivery. This one just seemed to sit up a bit more. There wasn't that extravagant bounce. Well, not extravagant, but not extravagant, but there wasn't that bounce that there was for a couple of deliveries in the last over. That one just seemed to sit there and ask to be hit, and that's what Beddingham did. 72 for 2. Zafar bowls, and that's a much better comeback. Beddingham once again reaching away from his body a little bit, as well as lunging forwards, and the ball turning past his outside edge.
That was floated further up, wasn't it?
Zafar bowls, and that's edged and taken. So it was coming. Beddingham goes for 19, and Zafar strikes, gets his first wicket. Beddingham propping forward, and another relatively comfortable catch for Miles Hammond at first slip, as we look at the replay here, and that's pretty much right into the breadbasket for Miles Hammond. So Beddingham, he had reached away from his body for a couple of deliveries. That one, I wouldn't say he really played that far away from his body, but he didn't look certain at any point really playing Zafar Gohar there, and Durham are 72 for 3. And I just wonder actually how many turning surfaces Durham have played on this season. Is it something that's relatively new for Beddingham still, because he's in his 50th first-class appearance, but I just wonder how many of those 50 first-class games have been played on a surface where the ball is turning appreciably.
Well, Gloucestershire had a couple of those away from Bristol this season. And now perhaps the first one, which will really give some help to Zafar Gohar. And that last delivery, just about, I mean, you may say it was a perfect ball because it got the batsman out, but I would argue it was probably just about the right pace and also on the right line as well. He's obviously, with a spinner, as with any bowler, it does take a little bit of time just to get the rhythm and the line right. And that was probably the first one that he'd really got exactly where he wanted it, so that actually the pace, it's not a funny thing to say, but the pace of his bowling is actually important. If he bowls it too quick, he will not get the response. So the slightly slower, slightly more floated delivery, probably the more receptive one. Ned Eckersley is in at number 5.
Yep, experienced player. Eckersley, 139th first-class match for him, and Zafar bowls, and that's edged and is short of Ollie Price at second slip. He scooped that one up just on the half volley, I suggest, but the outside edge found again by Zafar. Ollie Price certainly can't be much closer, and Eckersley sweeps and hits this one powerfully through mid-wicket, and that is 4 runs. So this pattern continues. It's either an attacking shot for 4, or a couple of runs at least, or it's a dot ball which is more than just a dot. There's the edge off the ball before that last one, and then the sweep shot away for 4 from Eckersley. It wasn't so full that he was in any danger sweeping. A nicely controlled shot by Eckersley to get himself off the mark. 76 for 3. Zafar is in. Oh, goodness me, that is a good ball. It's turning a decent amount out there. It's not yet really extravagant, but as a left-arm spinner, that's all the turn you need to cause serious difficulties for the right-handers. So Eckersley understandably beaten by that last one, and 76 for 3 after 20 overs. Key wicket of Beddingham taken in that last over, Zafar's conceded 25 runs from 3 overs, but he's got that key wicket.
Yes, the economy rate is a bit erratic at the moment for him. You almost also think that there'd be a certain danger in him trying to use the arm ball where people think it's going to turn and then it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's fine him turning it the amount he is at the moment, but sometimes the straight one can be just as tricky in that situation. Lees, meanwhile, is powering on at the other end. He has 39, as you can see. How many balls has he faced? I'm just going to scroll back up on our computer screen. He's got 39 off 58 deliveries with 8 fours. Quite a punchy sort of innings. And back foot here, just nudges that out on the offside. George Scott does try and throw down the stumps at the striker's end, doesn't hit. And Lees will give Eckersley the strike to Tom Price for the first time. 10 minutes to go until lunch. I think Gloucester should be pretty happy. 3 down, Durham at this stage. I mean, they've scored quite quickly after we had a 20-minute delay before the first over was complete, when the air ambulance helicopter from the Great Western Air Ambulance Service had to land on the outfield, and the players were taken off by the umpires. Price, that's down the leg side, and not a clean take from Bracey, but he has stopped it. Eckersley not interested in a run.
He does often do that with those balls down the leg side, Bracey. He kind of looks to bat the ball back rather than necessarily taking it right into the glove. Just looks to knock it down pretty much rather than catch it.
Price past umpire Beddingham. Oh, that's come back with the arm. That's not jagged back off the seam. Eckersley not getting a bat in the way of it, hit on the body. Former Leicestershire player, of course. Keep wicket when the time comes. Some people have compared Bracey's wicket keeping to a bit like that of a goalkeeper. I'll come back to that in a moment. Outside the off stump, Bracey takes that all comfortably. His beloved football team might do with his services on that basis. They're not doing too well at the moment. The blue and white quartered half of Bristol, quartered section of Bristol.
Quartered half?
Yeah. Having a bit of a sticky time, results-wise at the moment. But bright sunshine here. Nice day for playing and indeed watching. And again, Price from fairly central on the crease, just angling that ball in and keeping Eckersley at that end. So again, it'll be Zafar Gohar to have a go at Alex Lees. Price 3 overs for 9. And there you can see the 2 successes of David Payne in consecutive balls this morning. Got rid of Michael Jones, LBW, and then Scott Borthwick caught at first slip by Miles Hammond, who has obviously been involved in 2 of the dismissals now today. But Lees is the wicket Gloucestershire would love to nip out before the break.
Yep, they would. He's been anchoring things so far with his 40 as Zafar bowls. Sweep shot. It's going to be caught at slip, but it's not out on both counts, or has he been? I didn't see the finger raised.
No.
Now we're going to get a. Now have they decided, the umpires, that there was an edge, and now he's going to ask his colleague to square. Here's the replay, and I think it looks as though the discussion has to be, surely then, did the ball bounce? And it didn't, and I think Lees is on his way. As soon as the umpires went to confer, you knew that they decided that there was bat or glove involved. The only question was whether it had bounced, and the decision is that it hasn't. So there is the breakthrough in slightly strange circumstances. The sweep shot, which had been so profitable for Alex Lees, ends up being his downfall. And I guess he must have swept it onto his boot and then popped up into the air. Eckersley just describing what had happened. And I think Lees knew what had happened. He walked off without any show of disgruntlement at the umpire's decision. Just waited for it to be made. And Durham are 77 for 4.
And that, you would feel, is an important wicket on the stroke of lunch because of the way that Lees has dominated that board this morning. 40 out of 77. He's played aggressively. But no, Graham Clark in at number 6. So 3 catches this morning then for Miles Hammond.
Yes, and all of them, I think you'd have to say, were ones that have to be taken. That one, possibly the most of the lot. That one was a goober, as they call it in New Zealand. An absolute goober.
That's like you using the word buzzers. I've never heard that before from anybody else.
Well, you'll hear it if you if you listen to New Zealanders talk about cricket enough. Here's Zafar then bowling, and that's played off a controlled outer half of the bat from Graham Clark.
Just to clear up, if you don't know what buzzers are, they are extras in the world of Ed Seaborn.
Not in the world of Ed Seaborn, in the world of cricket. They're overthrows is what they are. Zafar tight into the stumps this time, and Graham Clark drives without timing, really just a push drive really out to Chris Dent at cover. So Graham Clark, who batted so well in the 50 over game at Scarborough, now out trying to defy things here, and another defensive shot. And I wonder whether Tom Price can get through the next over quickly enough for Zafar to get one more. They would love for him to do that. You'd imagine he probably ought to be able to, as Graham Clark drives harder this time, but can't get off the mark. It's fielded by Chris Dent.
Well, the way to solve that would be to toss Graham Van Buren the ball.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Imagine Graham Van Buren might be quite excited about the prospect of bowling here, as that's edged and down this time. Just in front of Ollie Price at second slip. A wicket maiden for Zafar Gohar, and he is showing his worth of late. 77 for 4. Graham Clark, by the way, just that innings that I mentioned, he made 140 in that knock up at Scarborough for 125 balls, 22 fours, 0 sixes. It was just beautiful cricket shots from Graham Clark, and he too a terrific Royal London Cup, even better than Alex Lees. 646 runs overall, and that 140 wasn't even his highest score. He made 141 not out as well. 3 centuries and a 50, 646 runs at 80 3/4.
Here is though Tom Price is going to bowl the last over before, I think will be the last over before lunch. Durham, I think, will probably make sure that it is. So in 23 overs that we've managed this morning, either side of that landing of the helicopter on the outfield, it's been pretty entertaining stuff.
Yep.
Might argue the game has moved on quite a long way in those 23 overs.
It will just be one of those games, I think, that does move on at pace.
Price, and again to Eckersley, who just gets that on the pad. I don't think there was any bat on that. Must be a leg bite. But Ed and I, when we met at the ground this morning, just shared a stat about catches, which I think is relevant in the sense that Hammond has taken 3 catches this morning, and that was a different format, I know. But Kent apparently had caught 89% of their chances in the T20, and congratulations to them for winning the T20.
Yes, we hadn't got that in yet, had we?
But that is a tremendous percentage. Price in, and this time Graham Clark defends.
I know the club were very keen they were the first to congratulate Kent on their victory, and magnanimous in those congratulations. I can't think why there would be any extra special reason for them to do so, but they did.
Well, Kent are in the South Group. I mean, having said that, all the playoff people, all the teams were in the South Group who qualified for playoff day. Anyway, but that proves that the South better than the North in terms of T20.
I hope that's not carrying to the far side of the ground over there. Mr. Martin Emerson sitting over in the BBC commentary box.
The hashtag, I think, on the Durham Twitter account is hashtag for the North, isn't it? That's what they...
Hashtag best in the West. They got rid of that, didn't they? Yes, yeah, Shane's put that one on the back burner.
Price to Clark. Again, solidly behind that. And Durham have had an interesting morning, having won the toss here. 2 wickets in 2 balls for David Payne, including the Durham captain Scott Borthwick. And now Zafar Gohar's taken 2 wickets in 4 overs and conceded 25 runs, but he has got Alex Lees out. And a lot of those runs would have been off Lee's sweeps. So it's just gone in for a moment. Oh, that's a good ball for Tom Price to bowl for what I think will be the last one of the morning session. The clock has ticked round to 12:30. And in 23 overs, Gloucestershire have taken 4 wickets, having lost the toss and seen Durham decide to bat first. That's not been dull, Ed, has it?
No. Well, I think any time a helicopter comes over your head and lands right in front of you, it's there's already been enough happening. And then the cricket started, and that was terrific to watch with Zafar bowling and Durham clearly deciding that if they just hung around and patted him back, that they were going to get out anyway. So they were going to play some shots, try and score as many runs as possible, and Alex Lees fell trying to do just that off the sweep shot, and that really, the moment which made it, well, so it turned it from being Gloucestershire's morning to being very much Gloucestershire's morning. But now the question is, what happens to the pitch as this game goes on? Will it continue to turn more and more, in which case Durham have the security of knowing that they will not be batting last, or there's not necessarily a guarantee that the pitch is actually going to break. I mean, they don't tend to break up here. Is it going to break up and turn more, or is it not? That's the question for me, and only time will tell as to what the answer is. But for now, Gloucestershire will be very happy with their position at lunch.
Yep, 78 for 4 Durham. At lunch there are the details of the 4 wickets, and 2 to Zafar Gohar, 2 to David Payne. Zafar has 2 for 25 and Payne 2 for 13. We will rejoin you at about 10 minutes past 1 for the resumption, and we'll check obviously during the interval how those 20 minutes will be made up today, whether they'll be added to the afternoon session or indeed added on at the end of the day. But the forecast is decent, so it should be a fascinating afternoon. Join us back here at Bristol with Durham 78 for 4, having won the toss and decided to bat in their first innings, and Gloucestershire, on balance of play, have had the better of the first session. Well, welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Umpires will be on their way very shortly at the start of this afternoon session, which will run until 3:30. Tea will be fixed at 3:30 after the 20-minute interruption this morning when the Great Western Air Ambulance helicopter landed on the outfield. And there's been a reply from one of the crew of that helicopter during lunch to say thanks for being accommodating to Gloucestershire cricket, which I think is in a sense the least of that gentleman's concerns, but grateful that he did it and responded when the club were asked to allow the helicopter to land because of an incident close to us here in BS7, and obviously the ground is used for that purpose and has been used for that purpose previously this season, although not on a day when there was cricket. So Durham come out again with the score as you see at 78 for 4. Ned Eckersley on 4, Graham Clark yet to score. And the last wicket to go down before lunch was that of Alex Lees. And here is a very, very slow-mo of the wicket.
So first of all, Zafar thinks it's LBW. That's where it lands on the pad, and then you can see it hits the back of the bat of Lees on the follow-through of the sweep shot. Zafar is roaring at the umpire before Miles Hammond's even taken the catch. He's only just taken it now. Zafar absolutely convinced that it should have been out LBW. He's pretty much turned round before the ball's come off the back of the bat. But that's what they were deciding. It'd come off the boot, then to the back of the bat, and then caught by Miles Hammond at slip. So we hadn't quite fully appreciated the unorthodox nature of that dismissal, but that's how Alex Lees was out, and he can count himself quite unlucky because it doesn't look as though, or it didn't look as though, the umpire was going to give him out LBW. So here we go with the afternoon session, then Zafar in, and immediately the sweep shot comes out from Ned Eckersley, and it goes out to deep backward square leg, and so a run is taken. And at the moment it looks as though Eckersley may be about to go about things in pretty much the same way as Alex Lees did, where he's not just going to sit around and wait for a ball to turn and take his outside edge. Zafar then bowling to Graham Clark, who goes back and pushes quietly out into the offside.
I think that the one thing that was noticeable too when that clip was just running through, James Bracey very clearly saw it hit the back of the bat and said to Hammond, catch it, knowing that he had a good chance of getting the umpire's decision.
Cut shot from Graham Clark, but doesn't bring runs. George Scott does the fielding at backward point. Yes, it would have been quite something if you'd been so busy appealing for the LBW and had forgotten about the catch. As Clark is forward in quiet defence out towards Scott once again, who seems to have done a very large proportion of the fielding during the morning session. Him and then Graham Van Buren, who was involved in fetching a lot of the sweep shots of Alex Lees earlier on, as Clark drives and doesn't get anything on that, and it turns off the gloves of Bracey down towards third man, and that'll be a bye to the Durham total. 80 for 4 would have been interesting to have been a fly in the wall for the discussions during the break with the Durham players and James Franklin, as Zafar is in and forward in defence. Eckersley to end the over. 2 runs from it, 1 off the bat. 80 for 4 after 24 overs. And it would have been interesting to have heard what James Franklin's assessment of that morning session was. Would he... I suppose it was clearly a concerted plan to take on Zafar and not wait around for a ball with their name on it, particularly Lees, but also Eckersley to an extent in the few balls that he got to face. Would he say, well, that's just how it goes, this is likely to be a low-scoring game? Perhaps that would be the thinking. Well, perhaps probably wouldn't have said very much to them at this stage, but I wonder what the general feeling was around the Durham camp.
Well, they made the choice, or Scott Borthwick made the choice to bat first, maybe figuring that if the pitch is going to be suitable for batting, and at the moment we have to say that it does look to be favouring the bowlers and particularly the spinners. Then this is going to be the point at which Durham have to get whatever they can in the best method they can. And I know you saw the game at Scarborough, Ed, and I wasn't there, but that reflected their Royal London approach, which was very much an attacking approach, and there were some very big scores in there, including a score of over 400. Clark waits, and again Price continuing his spell from before lunch, not afraid to try the Yorker or very close to it. And just to recap, if you weren't with us this morning, the Gloucestershire team details: George Scott in for Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price in for Jared Warner, and James Bracey back in to keep wicket for Ben Wells. There's the three changes to the side that won at Glamorgan. Here is Price once more again. That's a little bit too straight, but going down the leg side a touch actually. And Clark just fires that up to mid-on. Still no third man in, but we had a long chat with Edward Bevan about the position at third man and why you should have it during the match at
He's in that camp, is he?
Oh yeah. Price past umpire Bedingham. Oh, it's a bit shorter and it's chopped away. And Payne will do the fielding. Actually, he's not an orthodox third man. He's quite wide there, almost at a backward point almost. Down in front of the scattering of people in the man stand. I say the seating at the Ashley Down Road end quite well occupied this morning, considering, as I say, it is a Tuesday, so a work day for many. Price, yeah, that's driven pleasantly again by Eckersley. These two right-handers, they could certainly crack the scoring rate on a bit if they were to get in, but I think getting in on this pitch might be the tricky bit.
Yes, I think so. But I can see it being one of those pitches that you just feel like, particularly against the spinners, there's going to be something round the corner for you at all times.
Three slips still in for Price. Eckersley on back foot this time, just dabs it out on the offside, fielded by Tom Lace, who will probably bat at 4, you would think, with Bracey at 3 in this match. And I think Zafar might have the pavilion end to himself this afternoon. There's the camera shot from the pavilion end, and the card with the 2 wickets to Payne from the Ashley Down Road end and the 2 to Zafar Gohar from the pavilion end. Spinners like the concept of a long bowl, and he may have that.
Certainly, you'd think he would. There's other spin options, of course. Graham Van Buren and Ollie Price could come on to spell him if necessary, but I don't think he'll be getting the ball out of his hands anytime soon. So here is Zafar bowling to Graham Clark, who's forward in defence out towards extra cover. Graham Clark, first-class record is not too much to write home about at the moment. 25 his average, but in kind of a new position now in the middle order, and he cuts that one, and it's not stopped by George Scott moving away to his left. He kind of stumbled as he tried to move away to stop that one, and they've picked up 2 runs for it, 83 for 4. But I can imagine that Graham Clark has kind of found his way back into the side after that incredible Royal London Cup campaign for him that we talked about before lunch. Zafar bowls, and forward in defence goes Graham Clark, and certainly when I watched him score that 140 that he did against Gloucestershire, you wouldn't have said that that was somebody who averaged just about 25 in first-class cricket. Looked $1 million, as they say. Oh, that's turned and bounce just enough. It's not extravagant extra bounce. It's just bouncing.
But compared to what we have seen at Bristol over the last, say, 5 or 6 years, that's quite pronounced turn, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's a certainly pronounced turn, and the bounce, you know, whilst it's coming through to Bracey kind of midriff, ribs kind of height. It's not as if it's bouncing to shoulder height or anything. As a full delivery is defended by Graham Clark, so playing pretty watchfully in that over. Graham Clark's modus operandi so far does not seem to be anywhere near the levels of Alex Lees, who was pretty much playing a shot at ball. 83 for 4 after 26 overs, but even the bounce, it's really gonna excite Zafar, that bounce, as well as the turn. The fact that it's sharp turn, it's quick turn, and he, as we've said, surely looks set for a long bowl on what is going to be a hot and sunny afternoon.
Tom Price back at the end of his run. Ashley down road end. Took over from David Payne. And as sometimes happens with younger bowlers, you have a little bit of peaks and troughs sometimes, but he's certainly ironed out some of the troughs in his game that we saw at times last season, and an altogether more consistent level of performance. Cry of nice from somewhere behind the stumps.
I can imagine that he's probably one of the people that doesn't want the season to end. I should think there are plenty of people who are quite happy, having played in all the matches, done all the travelling, who are pretty happy that this is the last match of the season, but I cannot imagine Tom Price is one of them.
Well, this is his 6th red ball game. He played nearly half at his age. That's another good one that just again forces Eckersley to react and turn down any thought of a single. But I say, when you played as much as he has, and has steadily, increasingly steadily picked up wickets. He's taken 15 wickets now at 23 this season. You'd say was that's a breakthrough effort. It's not perhaps. Would you go as far as that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, can you consider that he's probably moved ahead in the pecking order of several of the bowlers that you would not necessarily have expected him to have been ahead of at this stage. And I think if everybody's fit and everybody's raring to go in the seam bowling core, he's made himself pretty much impossible to leave out, I would say.
His batting helps too. That's probably going down the leg side. Cry for an LBW. He's been very full in this over, Tom Price.
Given runs.
No bad thing to bowl full, obviously, but because he's giving him a full sight of the stumps. Yeah, with no edge, that would have been worth a shout. It was worth a shout anyway, but with the nick spotted by umpire Debenham. Gloucestershire hunting their 5th wicket. And Clark, at the moment, happy to just try and get some kind of idea what it's doing for the quicker bowlers as well as the spinner. I think with the spinner, he already knows that Zafar is going to turn it, and I know I won't bang on about this anymore, but it might not be the turning ball that's the danger. The danger ball might be the one that doesn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a point worth making, because especially the way that Beddingham was playing Zafar, you felt like, with Beddingham playing well away from his body a few times, that both outside edge and the one that goes through the gate with, were very much possibilities. Here is Zafar, he bowls short, and that's cut away by Eckersley. There'll be 4 runs to deep backward point. So he has bowled the occasional one out there, Zafar. If there's been a delivery that he might want to iron out, it's probably that one. Wouldn't mind getting swept so much, because he ended up picking up the wicket there, but that's another one that's just, it's not bounced, it's just sat up there, and Eckersley's had plenty of time to pick where he wants to hit it. So he moves up to 10, 88 for 4, and you've got to cash in when you get a ball like that if you're Durham, I think that's for sure, regardless of what your overall strategy might be for playing Zafar, who is in and bowls, and Eckersley forward, defending that one with a slight suggestion that he wanted to play that into the leg side, and then a definite suggestion as he rehearsed the shot.
I think that was because it was probably, it was rather than being middle and pitching and missing off, that was leg stump.
Zafar in, and this time a much more, well, I mean, again, he's kind of angled the bat a little bit there, as he's, I think, expecting the ball to turn possibly a bit more than it did. Or maybe we're playing the original line of the ball. Now he brings out the sweep, that's cracked out to deep square leg, who is out there. I should have let you know that it was out, that there was a fielder out there before, but unfortunately I have to crane my neck right round to see the fielder there, but he is there. David Payne out on the deep square leg rope, so a single taken, 89 for 4. 2 slips in place as Zafar bowls to Graham Clark, who defends very quietly. So far, in terms of purely defence, Graham Clark's looked the most assured in facing Zafar. Looks to have a bit more time to play in than the others so far, and defends quietly once more. Not a bad ball from Zafar, but well kept out by Graham Clark. 89 for 4, Durham, and no further damage yet since lunch, but there's been plenty of damage elsewhere, most notably, I hadn't mentioned that, Northants-Essex score. Northants 71 for 7 against Essex at Chelmsford, so Essex doing a job on another side there, but also Hampshire are 71 for 6 now against Lancs at Liverpool. So 3 wickets for Balderson this morning, and 2 wickets and a run out for Tom Bailey. So at the moment, in that title chase, it's just about advantage Lancashire.
Here, Tom Price is going to continue from the Ashley Down road end, and it's Eckersley jumping about at the striker's end. The just in that last over when David Payne was fielding the ball, you could just see James Franklin, Marcus North and Alan Walker, the Durham Brains Trust, just in conversation away in front of the scoreboard.
You can imagine James Franklin and Marcus North probably say, well, it wasn't like this when we played here.
I haven't seen it like this very often when I've watched here, to be honest, and I don't think you have either, Ed. Really, not in terms of turn, that's for sure. Price in and worked into the leg side by Eckersley. I've mentioned this before, I know, but I will repeat it. I think it was 2016 when Derbyshire won here in the last game, when Imran Tahir bowled them to victory on the last, literally on the last session of the last day. And that's almost the only time I can remember a spinner really ripping through a side in a 4-day game here in recent times. And that was at the end of a pitch that played really well. It's very, very unusual to see turn from a bowler genuinely attacking with that turn, rather than it just being slow turn that means a bowler can tie and end up.
Yeah,
that is the difference. And particularly you'd expect that on maybe a little bit on day 2, and then increasingly so later, but here to get it on the first morning is a big difference. Price tries a tennis ball bouncer outside the off stump. Eckersley gets his bat out of the way.
So I know that he could almost have had a go at that on the second go around. He spun round once and spun round quite early.
There's another look at that ball, and yeah, it's spinning like a top. Got a reasonable first-class record, Eckersley. He's 32, so he's got 7,000 runs at 32 himself. But he's a proper bat, 1600s. And defends there with a cry of wait on. Chris Dent does the fielding. A reminder, we will just pop our email address up again in the top right hand corner of the screen if you do want to get in touch with us about either this match or the thoughts about the format for next season, or indeed Gloucestershire's performance over this season. There it is, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. It's perhaps been a case of nearly in all three competitions. Price again defend. It sees Eckersley defend, but he's been tidy since lunch. Tom Price, he's bowled 7 overs for 11 in this spell. So he's continued the work that David Payne started at this Ashley Down Road end. Right, keeping things tight. Zafar's 7 overs have cost 33, but he has taken 2 wickets. And it is the wickets column that's important in this situation. There's the overall picture. Durham having won the toss and decided to bat, and as Ed mentioned at the top of the programme, they've only played here once since 2003 in a red ball game, so it's not as if these players have a lot of experience of playing here at Bristol.
Zafar then to start his 8th over, and he bowls to Graham Clark, who struck on the pad, and no appeal from Ollie Price actually, although he was busy picking the ball up. But Zafar, I think, was a little more convinced than some of the others around the bat. As we look at the replay, it was a beautifully flighted delivery from Zafar, but probably just going on with the arm down the leg side, I suggest was probably umpire Graham Lloyd's thinking. Zafar is in and bowls, and another quite slow delivery, which he puts up just outside the off stump. No shot offered from Graham Clark. He's certainly not bowling rapidly in terms of speed through the air, Zafar here. He's in and bowls, and that is slightly quicker and just pushed into the ground. Good diving stop from Ollie Price at second slip.
That's got to be the right strategy though, surely, hasn't it?
Well, I think you've got to vary it, haven't you? But yes, I think in general you're probably going to want to bowl slower on English surfaces than the surfaces he's probably used to back home, as that's cut, and Graham Clark will pick up 4 runs here. The outfield is very fast and he's timed it very well anyway. So 4 runs through cover point for Graham Clark. That's his first boundary, and he has looked pretty assured so far. He's just waiting for an opportunity. It wasn't that short, wasn't that wide, but well latched onto by Graham Clark. He certainly saw enough shots through that region in his 140. Lots of drives and cuts through the covers, and then pull shot, which tended to go over wide mid-on rather than right square of the wicket. Zafar bowls and Clark defends, this time rolling out into the leg side, and Tom Lace picks up from short leg. I mentioned Graham Clark's first class average, but there can't be too many tougher gigs in English cricket than, as that's worked away into the leg side. I think about a single, but it's not going to be there as Tom Lace moves back from short leg. 93 for 4 after 30 overs. I would have thought there can't be too many tougher gigs than opening the batting regularly at Durham, where the ball does tend to do a fair bit. And Graham Clark possibly will like his position a little bit further down the order more, but certainly somebody who, well, any time you see any batsman score 140, you're going to be watching them quite carefully after that. Certainly somebody who I'm going to keep a closer eye on, particularly next season in the Championship, because certainly everything looked to be there for him in terms of technique and application, etc.
Well, certainly with Zafar in the attack, Gloucestershire shouldn't have a problem with keeping up to date with the over rate today. Reminder that T is going to be fixed at 3:30 down the leg side from Tom Price, and taken by James Bracey because he might have felt he missed out there. But Durham won the toss when James Bracey spun the coin at 10 o'clock this morning, and Scott Borthwick said they'd like to bat. And one thing that we do hope through this week, and the forecast is pretty good, is that at least the season doesn't go out with a whimper. If it's wet, you feel it does. And here we should have a genuine contest. The weather shouldn't interfere too much. I know that also the club have an associated group called the Grey Society, who have an annual lunch, which is on Wednesday, Thursday, as you were, Thursday, third day of this match. So
do they all say grace beforehand?
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. So the members of that society will meet here on Thursday. I'll come back to that in a moment. Just back in a little bit off the seam from Tom Price, defended again by Eckersley. So they will meet on Thursday, when they'll hope to have some cricket, obviously, to watch either side of that lunch. And I think that there's a reasonable chance that will happen. But equally, and we'll have more on this, I think, at tea, there was a presentation during the lunch interval, and the club have put a lot of effort into this. I'll come back to that after Price has delivered this to Eckersley, who defends. A lot of thought and effort into a bust of WG, which is now in front of the pavilion. It was actually unveiled at lunchtime today. We might have some footage of that, which we can show you during the tea interval.
Have we got it, or is it a bust? We've got it.
Oh, we can watch it at the end of the over, apparently. Swift work from Mr. Harrington. Price turns. The sun's just gone in at the moment, and one of the slips has been taken out. We're down to 2. Clipped nicely through the leg side. There's a chase on away to the mid-wicket boundary, but I think the ball will be the winner. There'll be no chance for Tom Lace of hauling that in, and that's neatly clipped through that area by Eckersley. First time really that Price has gone far enough across and pitched it full. Yes, that was in fact a leg stump half volley, which was dealt with as you might expect by an experienced middle order batter. 99 for 4, Durham.
Yes, as you say, it's not been something that Price has done very much, though. He's still bowled almost 8 overs for 17 runs, and it's caused some difficulty in those 8 overs as well.
Lace is now staying at deep backward square, and Price is back to that better line outside the off stump. End of his over. You say 8 overs for 17. Zafar 8 overs, 2 for 37. Higgins 0 for 22 from 7, and Payne 2 for 13 from 8. And here is the unveiling by Marie Journeau of the WG Grace bust. And Will Brown on the left-hand side, obviously, and David Jones, the chairman. And that was what happened during lunch here at the Bristol County Ground today.
Yes, so you can go and see that in front of the
And it will
pavilion.
stay there, we gather.
Yes.
It's not being moved anywhere else.
That's what I was told anyway, unless he comes back to life and goes out to bat again. Here comes Zaffer, and he bowls. Graham Clark turns into the leg side, and picked up by Tom Lace at short leg. But certainly a nice moment there with everybody gathered round in front of the pavilion there. Here is Zaffer, he's there and bowls. Forward goes Graham Clark, pushes this one out to
That was very
Scott.
very floaty, wasn't it?
Yes, he seems to have, he's bowled several which have been even slower than, I don't remember him bowling some deliveries quite as slow as he's bowled them in the afternoon session as he did in the morning. As that's a full delivery driven well by Graham Clark, but it will be stopped by Dent in the covers. Zaffer bowls. Clark forward in defence, so just the one attacking shot really from Graham Clark so far, a marked contrast to Alex Lee's. Things have just taken a slight pause in a way. Zaffer bowls driven and well stopped by Dent once again, this time away to his right, bringing out that full-length dive. Is a terrific fielder in that position, of course, Chris Dent. A terrific fielder wherever you put him, but especially in tight in that extra cover region. Zaffer bowls, very floaty delivery, and that one just invited the drive from Graham Clark, which he gratefully puts away to the extra cover boundary. A nice shot from Graham Clark. And Durham have brought up their 100 with the last ball of the 32nd over. And yet this one, it's not really above the eye line, but it didn't turn. And Graham Clark swatting it away to that extra cover boundary.
I don't have a problem with him bowling more slowly and really tossing it up, because it's the flat delivery that doesn't give the bowler as much chance, in my humble opinion. And there's just a replay of an early delivery from Tom Price, and it looks as if we're going to have a change at the Ashley Down Road and have spin from both ends. So Graham Van Buren is going to have a bowl from the end closest to our commentary position.
It was quite a long spell from Higgins and Payne in particular in that morning session, so I kind of felt as if it was quite likely that Van Buren would be probably the next change, or at least either Van Buren or Ollie Price.
It says something that even before this match, Zaffer had bowled more overs in his 3 games than Graham Van Buren had bowled in his 5 red ball matches so far this season.
Of course, he missed the 2 games where he probably would have bowled the most.
Yeah, but here, left arm around the wicket, and an immediate single to Eckersley. That was tossed up, but again it was outside the leg stump, so a loosener in terms of line for Van Buren. Got the 1 wicket at Cardiff.
Chris Cook had him caught at extra cover by Chris Dent.
It trots in there to bowl to Graham Clark.
And his other wicket this season was Marchand de Lange, who was strapped LBW in the match at Taunton.
Buren with a different trajectory to Zaffer Gohar, and that's just clipped away into the leg side. Well, I think he's just looking at the shape of the ball. He's going to be chief ball shiner away at mid-on, so short leg, deep backward square and a mid-on on the leg side to Van Buren, and that again goes into that, what's that, leg trap, and they're going to just pick up a single because it's played safely away. Durham having lost 4 wickets before lunch, 2 to Zaffer Gohar and 2 to David Payne. And now in bright sunshine, Eckersley and Clark are trying to rebuild things. And that's again away off the inside half of the bat by Clark behind square. James Bracey's thinking about here. He's brought his extra, or his second spinner on. He's got 3 with Ollie Price in the side. You don't want these two to get to establish. That's played pleasantly but straight to extra cover by Eckersley. I appreciate that the spells of Payne and Higgins were quite long, but equally you wouldn't want Durham to pick off, say, 40 runs or so in the next 10 overs just by waiting for the occasional bad ball and putting it away. If these two don't get a breakthrough reasonably quickly, I think he may turn back to at least seam from one end.
Yeah, may well do. I think you've got to have a look, haven't you? See what it's doing from the other end. See whether Van Buren can get the odd ball to rip. And it's the usual thing with the spinner, isn't it? You just need one really to turn, and then puts the doubts in the batsman's mind. Zafar bowling, forward goes Clark, and defends. That one pitched right up from Zafar. We haven't actually really seen a ball rip this afternoon yet. Not like we did this morning, anyway. Zafar bowls, and that's cut by Clark. Another delivery which is quite short, but now Gloucestershire do have protection out on that deep cover rope. George Scott still with the sunglasses on the back of his cap. I think we're going to need some soon as the sun makes its way around. It's very bright out there, it's very warm, and I sent out a tweet at lunch pointing out there were a few shirtless people in the crowd, and there was a bit of finger pointing as to who that might have been. So if ever there were a day in late September for it, then I suppose today is the day. Zafar in, and Eckersley works that one into the leg side. Zafar will intercept the ball's path.
I know that some friends of mine are coming to the match tomorrow.
And they're going to bring their shirts.
I think they're going to bring their shirts,
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the only day of the 4 they can do, so...
Zafar bowls flighted and full, and forward in defence goes Eckersley. So
I think what we can say is that from what we've seen, and I know that we've only had 35 minutes without a wicket since lunch, but this is not going to be a dull game.
Zafar bowls, and another forward defensive shot from
it
Eckersley.
would be very unusual, wouldn't it, for the pitch to be spinning on the first morning and then for it to flatten out. That would be very odd.
It would be odd, yes. I suppose unless they'd put down a layer of loose stuff which got blown away by, say, a passing helicopter or something, as that's driven by Eckersley up to mid-off, and they'll pick up a single. 109 for 4 as we're through 34 overs, 2 off that one, and yeah, I don't know whether it's because Zafar's bowling it a little bit fuller than he was, or if it genuinely just isn't turning as much as it was this morning, but certainly have yet to see the kind of consistent threat yet this afternoon, and appreciate that we are only, well, we're not even half an hour into the afternoon session, but still, it's not been quite what it was in the morning session yet.
And just to prove that, yes, there are 1 or 2 shirtless people here. Sat in front of the Ashley Down Road End apartments. So at least we can't see them, which is just as well. Van Buren to continue again to Eckersley, the 2 Durham right-handers trying to repair the earlier damage from Payne and Zafar Gohar. Last wicket for 77, and cry of catch, and it's taken by Chris Dent. Eckersley's got to go, and a wicket for Van Buren, just the third in red ball cricket for him this season. But Dent just close enough at short extra cover. Eckersley looked down at the pitch and was, as you can see, pretty angry with the shot he played. Durham 109 for 5.
Almost a carbon copy, that, actually, of the last wicket that Van Buren took, the Chris Cook dismissal, almost in exactly the same fashion, actually. I don't think that ball really turned either. That one certainly didn't, just went straight on. Eckersley, I suppose, felt that it didn't come onto him like he hoped it would, but still, that is not the way you want to be losing wickets, certainly not on a pitch which has offered spin. You don't want to be losing a wicket to a ball which hasn't spun, and Van Buren hasn't appreciably spun one yet, so there's even less excuse for Eckersley in terms of, it wasn't as if he'd had in the back of his mind a delivery which had turned yet, and as I say, just really a very, very similar dismissal to that of Chris Cook. A loose drive outside the off stump and a catch by Chris Dent going forwards at extra cover.
So Paul Coughlin is the new batsman, and Eckersley out for 20. Second highest score on the card, with Alex Lees having made double that at the top. But now Gloucestershire might feel they got one end partly open with 5 wickets down here. 2 left-handers still to come in, but Coughlin bats right-handed, and 2 slips and a short leg for Van Buren. Staying around the wicket, and that is a bit short. First up, really comfortably punched away. There's the view from the opposite end to our commentary position. Just a bit of a grunt from Van Buren when he delivers the ball.
Yes, I described it as more of a Nadal-like grunt than some of the other grunts that you hear from Gloucestershire bowlers.
That's outside the off stump and clipped on the half volley, really, away by Coughlin, and they've come back for 2. Running his bat in, always a practice that I expect he learnt
well
in the under-8s
yes,
somewhere.
And also a practice that might have helped out New Zealand on this ground in the ODI only a few days ago with it was Kasparek, the last one out, not really running the bat in.
Van Buren again. Ooh, that didn't get up a great deal, but Coughlin safely negotiated it, but a success for Van Buren in that over, just his second over in this innings, and that's just his third first-class wicket of the summer. But as we know, he had a very good time in the Royal London with the ball, so one shouldn't decry his bowling, but so often, and I'm sure he will have maybe felt this as well, he's been asked to bowl on pitches not giving him very much help. Now here, that's not the case.
No, exactly. It's been, well, it's been a holding role, but then it's been a holding role even as Zafar bowls very flighty full delivery, which Clark drives hard up to mid-off, doesn't pick up a run, but it is, you know, there's been 4 seamers, sometimes even 5 seamers bowled before Van Buren finally gets a chance, which tells you how little there is in the surface. As Clark's forward in defence. So, yep, certainly got a good chance here to be in amongst the wickets in the Championship, as you say. He has just been terrific with the ball when called upon with the white ball, as Clark angles that one away, back at a square on the offside. George Scott
in the Royal London, he took 11 wickets at 28. Very good effort.
It's a low economy rate as well, as Clark's defending this one once again off the front foot. He only played 4 games in the T20 Blast, bowled 7 overs, 2 for 70, which is actually not quite in keeping with what he'd done the year before that, because in the 2020 season, him and Tom Smith, that spin duo, were one of the huge reasons why Gloucestershire made it to finals day. Zafar bowls, and another 4 defensive from Graham Clark. So maiden over, Durham still on Nelson for 5, 14 to Clark, 2 to Coughlin. But yeah, a 4.61 economy rate for Van Buren in the Royal London Cup, leading wicket taker with 11. Who certainly would not have made the playoff stages if that were it not for Van Buren's efforts with the ball, and would certainly not have the wins they had in the championship were it not for his efforts with the bat.
So 1 slip and a short leg now, and just clipped out of, I mean, just dropped short of dent.
Got the impression it did. Yeah, dropped just short.
Short extra cover. Van Buren not quite firing them in as he would with the white ball. Coughlin waits again. Oh, that's clipped straight down the ground. That's a good shot. That'll go over 4. That was dispatched with some disdain from Paul Coughlin. That was just pitched up enough. Seeing exactly where that line was. Actually, it wasn't the worst line, but he figured it wasn't going to turn. Got to the pitch of it, smacked it to the safest place, straight down the ground. And Buren goes a little bit wider of the stump, wider of the crease, and that's a really good ball. That's the ideal riposte in a way. If you can't get the batsman out, you go much closer. Van Buren whistling through his overs. That's gone straight up to Tom Price at mid-off. Don't mind being driven like Coughlin did in this over.
No, certainly not. He's already hit 2 drives in the air in this innings, Coughlin, well, and the 3rd that he hit for 4.
That's into the ground this time. And Van Buren fields off his own bowling. Obviously, we don't know the long-term future of the captaincy. That's the stand at the Ashley Down Road end. But you can imagine, and yeah, we do talk to Graham on a reasonably regular basis, but that profile would change if ultimately the 4-day captain role did go his way, obviously as it did in that game at Glamorgan. He'd be an interesting man, I think, to have as your skipper at the end of a day when whether players gone your way or not.
Clark drives firmly on a couple of bounces, dent,
because
extra
he's got this perpetually positive approach, hasn't he?
Yeah. So I can remember him being interviewed at the end of, I think it was day 2 against Northamptonshire. Zafar bowls slow and wide and driven by Graham Clark out to George Scott on the deep cover boundary for a single. So they've got the sweeper out at deep cover and the sweeper out at deep square leg. And of course at that stage things were looking pretty hopeless in that match, and still came out, smile on his face. You know, ever sunny in the world of Van Buren. As there's a beauty from Zafar, and that's the first delivery which has really gone. Coughlin reaching forward, trying to play in defence.
You see, that almost did too much. I mean, that would have beaten a better batsman than Paul Coughlin, wouldn't it?
Zafar bowls full driven down the ground, straight back to the bowler, and I mean, I just think it's that length that he's hit, just a little bit further back, and allowing the ball to turn a bit more. As forward in defence goes Coughlin. That was closer to that length. And obviously you don't want to be bowling exactly the same length every ball, but I was wondering if actually the reason we haven't seen too many balls go like that on this over is just because they've been landing quite on the spot. Zafar is in, and there's an attempted sweep shot from Coughlin, which he's missed, and it's gone straight to hammered at slip. So that's the end of the over. That one was well wide of off stump before it turned. Coughlin down on one knee, trying to work out what's going on.
A bit of a chuckle from Coughlin, actually. And here is the shot that he played to strike Van Buren straight down the ground to the boundary, but there was a bit of a grin from Coughlin at the end of that over. Saying, well, you know, okay, I can't hit this, but we've got two spinners as well, you know, and they're going to have a big part in this match. Van Buren continuing from this Ashley Down Road end. Sun's just gone in for the moment, but it's pleasantly warm afternoon, and a single here for Graham Clark. He's got into the teens. Been out there for nearly an hour. A yelp from Bracey and the close fielders. Umpire says not. Oh, there was a nick off the bat there.
I thought it had just come straight off the inside edge personally, but maybe there was a bit of pad before it hit the inside edge, which is why they're appealing.
Van Buren again, and Clark forward. Quite a, I wouldn't say a sloppy pair of pads Clark's wearing. I know he's bowled him. That's gone quite a long way too for Graham Van Buren. And Graham Clark has got to go. I wonder he liked the look of that. The happiest man in the Gloucestershire squad. Because that's straight and right up. That's almost unplayable. What a great sight for a slow left arm spinner. It's 118 for 6.
I think it's turning from a quicker pace, which is what's done in. I mean, it's if you had the pitch tracker on that, I don't think it would have turned as much as some of the ones Zafar's bowled. But at the same time, I think it's just because Van Buren's bowling it quicker. He's had less time to react to the turn that there was. And well, those stumps don't look as though they've been put on very straight, do they? That leg stump looks much closer to the middle stump than the off stump does. But that is a really welcome sight for Graham Van Buren. I'm sure he was smiling before he bowled the delivery, and I'm sure he's smiling now after he's bowled it too. So a couple of wickets for him now, and this certainly does have the makings of, well, at the rate this is going, we could be on for that relatively quick finish in the match, I would say, judging by the turn that is there now. But Durham have scored useful runs, more than useful. They've scored a lot of runs in this lower middle order of theirs, and they could certainly do with some more here from Ben Rain, who's come out.
Yeah, so they've now got a left-hander, and with Travaskis to come another one to follow. So Gloucester with a right and left-hand combination to bowl to. Van Buren is staying around the wicket, and Rain a long way forward, right on the offside. But Van Buren get a good hand from the crowd here today. He's bowled 4 overs and taken 2 for 12. That's that looks a great decision from James Bracey to decide to have spin from both ends.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I think it was probably mostly a question of who would get the first go, but I think probably because Van Buren's turning the ball away from the two right-handers that were in, that was probably, well, probably it could well have been what swayed things with a left-hander out there. Maybe Ollie Price might get a go, but it will be Zafar to continue into his 13th over of the innings, and Coughlin on strike. And the first delivery has turned past the outside edge, and that one I certainly would put in the pretty much unplayable category. There's Zafar, he bowls, and that's on leg stump, turned into the leg side. Nicely worked there by Coughlin. That's good batting from him, just working the ball wide of Lace at short leg. With that deep square leg out, it does open up the leg side for the taking of singles. 119 for 6.
So now we're going to have a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square for Ben Rain.
Yes, they clearly think Rain is not going just to sit about and
off stump guard as well too.
Wait. Yeah. So very leg side dominant field. 6 on the leg side as that's edged off the straight off the bat. Actually, there was pad involved at all there, and it's landed just short of Lace at short leg. So looking to turn the ball into that leg side. Rain working with the spin, but short of Lace, well short of him. In the end, there's a attempted sweep here. Trying to play that one round the corner. Only Zafar appealed. He's certainly an enthusiastic appealer.
He wouldn't be the first to be in that mode, would he?
No, no. Zafar bowls quite wide of the crease, and that's turned neatly this time by Rain out to Dent at mid-wicket.
So you've got a leg slip, a short leg and a short mid-wicket. Right, I think that probably tells you.
Yes, and the mid-on and the 2 sweepers out on the leg side as well. Zafar bowls down the pitch, comes Rain, and just uses his feet to turn the ball to Dent at mid-wicket. So just the one off the over, 119 for 6, and possibly the entertainment might be back into things. If you have a look at the replay here of that delivery from Van Buren, I mean, it's just the perfect, pretty much the perfect slow left armer's delivery, isn't it? Draws the batsman forward and then turn past the outside edge to bowl him.
Of course, you might look at the shape of the ball. I don't think you want to change it at the moment. $119 for 6 after winning the toss, Durham. 40 overs gone. Gloucestershire rattling through these with the 2 spinners on. And they figured a single whipped away by Coughlin, again across the line a bit, but Higgins does the fielding away at mid-on. So for Rain, Scott is coming up to point on the single, just behind the square, but just a slip and a short leg, just the 2 close catches. So you obviously see Coughlin as the more vulnerable, and Rain just nudges that out on the leg side. Former, like Eckersley, used to be at Leicestershire, didn't he?
Yep.
Ben Rain.
Yep, did.
And in, oh, that's a nice delivery from Van Buren too. That's not gone as far as the one that bowled Graham Clark, but it's just slid past the left-hander's outside edge. That's a bit shorter. And an easy one for Dent at mid-wicket.
I wonder if they're thinking about a silly mid-wicket here, because a couple of times he's worked the ball quite uppishly through that mid-wicket region.
Van Buren off about 4 strides, and Tom Lace tumbles across the strip and actually makes the catch, but there's no real enthusiasm for an appeal.
I think somebody just felt they ought to make some noise for the effort from Lace to take the catch.
Hammond is the player at slip. Well, that's a full toss outside the leg stump from Van Buren, and it's beaten both Price and Payne away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
I think, was he trying to fire that one down the leg side to try and get him stumped there? And it just didn't quite work. We'll be able to tell from the replay, but I wonder if that might have been the thinking.
Well, whatever it was Graham Van Buren tried to do, I think he'd be apologetic enough to say it didn't come out of the hand as it should have done. So 124 for 6. All the top 6 out, so only Travaskis, Potts and Rushworth after these two. And Gloucestershire would be, well, they'd be looking at getting Durham out for, well, certainly shy of 200, you'd have thought from here.
Zafar bowls, sweep shots, gone high up into the air, should be a catch at deep square leg, and it's taken by David Payne. So Zafar gets his first wicket since the lunch break, and that's his third overall for the innings now. Coghlan looking to attack and sweep a delivery that was just a little bit shorter of a length, bit of turn, and it took the top edge, and a good angle to see David Payne getting himself comfortably underneath that. It was pretty easy as outfield catches go, and that's it for Paul Coghlan, who has caught Payne, bowled Zafar, Gohar for 9. It's 124 now for 7.
So I wonder if anybody is going to get in here for Durham. Lees is 40. He was one of the left-handers at the top of the order. And now you've got 2 left-handers in together, and would think if Liam Travaskis is going to be coming in at number 9, any chance, I wonder, that they will feel they can play the 2 Gloucestershire slow left-arm spinners with any greater comfort?
Well, I think it's
looking
not like that's probably not going to be the case, doesn't it? I mean, and we've seen defence not really work in terms of Graham Clark was pretty rigid in his defence of Zafar, particularly before just either side of the lunch break really, and then he was out trying to defend the ball from Van Buren, and we've seen a couple of dismissals to attacking shots as well. So obviously it's, you can't just necessarily have one plan, but whatever Durham have tried to do, they've not succeeded in their efforts particularly. So Travaskis is the new bat, but he is off strike. And Zafar now bowling to Rain, who's flicking that one aerially into the leg side again. He doesn't really keep that shot down, but it's a single out to George Scott on the leg side boundary rope. 125 for 7. So Travaskis facing up, and Travaskis, somebody who, as mentioned before lunch, is coming off some very decent form. 77 not out against Northants in the last one, and 55 not out against Glamorgan before that. He's going to sweep. That's gone high up into the air as well, and a catch taken out at deep square leg again. This time George Scott, the man underneath it, and Travaskis has gone, after having not been dismissed for a half century in each of his last 2 innings. He's out for a golden duck here, and another sweep shot. He was looking to hit that in the air all the way. He was looking to, I think it looked as if he was looking to hit a 6 off his very first ball, which would have been quite something. But a well-judged catch from George Scott, because he did have the boundary rope to consider briefly for a moment there. But he made it look quite easy in the end, and we've talked about George Scott's fielding. He is a very good fielder, and took that catch very nicely. So Durham 125 for 8, 2 wickets in 3 balls for Zafar, who's got 4 for 46 now.
Yeah, Ed has touched on it earlier. If you feel that there is a ball out there for you, what do you do? Have you really got the patience to wait for the one that's just a bit loose or just a bit wider, and then try and pick the runs off that way? Or are you going to say, well, I'm going to attack and get what I can, but as a result of Durham's approach, and bear in mind at one stage they were 72 for 2, so they have lost 6 wickets for 53 from that position, and Matty Potts is coming out now at number 10, and it is relatively unusual that you have the prospect of a side. You know, they could be bowled out here in less than 50 overs in the first 50 overs of the match. Now, Gloucestershire have had that once or twice. The game at Chelmsford, they got bowled out. The 76 didn't take long, did it?
No, it was before lunch in the end, with a delayed lunch. It was about 7 minutes into the extra half hour.
But that was largely done by the seam bowlers, not by Simon Harmer.
Yeah. Well, Harmer took, I think it was 3 for 2 in the end, but it wasn't because the ball was turning. Zafar then bowling 2 Potts, and Potts will leave this one alone outside the off stump. Yeah, it was certainly quick work that Essex made of Gloucestershire that occasion, as Potts tries to turn into the leg side, and that's turned and bounced past his attempted clip. So, I mean, looking to play against the turn there, Potts, but that really has bounced off a very full length, that one. Zafar bowls, and that one he just tried to sneak almost underneath the bat of Potts, who's a tall fella, and works that one into the leg side. Applause for Zafar, who picks up 2 wickets, just going for 1 run in that over. 125 for 8, but 2 catches out at deep square leg, the 2 wickets to fall, and particularly Travaskis, to his very first delivery, didn't even have a look at Zafar, and tried to smack a delivery which was just on a good line, good length, didn't turn very much, but looking to smack a perfectly decent delivery out the ground to his very first ball. It shows you, I think Durham do not feel like they can stay in on this pitch.
Van Buren to continue to Ben Rain. Just Chris Rushworth to come. And Van Buren to the left-hander, who tries the reverse sweep, and he might get 4 for this. In fact, it should go all the way. I think it's being chased by George Scott down towards the Thatcher's Bar end of the ground at, well, third man it would be, of course, to the left-hander, even though he played the reverse sweep, and it's gone all the way for 4.
Got a pretty good ball to play the reverse sweep to, a full toss off stumpish line. It just makes it easier to help that round the corner, really. So picked a good ball for it that time.
You want to bowl at Matty Potts, I think, so Rain can have a single if he wants one. And the answer is he doesn't.
There's only a 0.2 difference between them in their first class averages of 21.4 versus 21.6.
But the one is over a much longer period, that's the thing. Oh, that spat a little bit at Ben Rain as well. Good toss to lose on the face of what we've seen so far. And Chris Dent with another good stop. Well, you say it's a good toss to lose. We've only seen one team bat.
Well, yes.
Van Buren just went with the one slip, and that's gone again straight to Dent, who's busily in the game at short mid-wicket. So Van Buren and Zafar have bowled the last 12 overs, a slow left arm spin between them, and they've taken 4 wickets in that time. Zafar's overall figures 4 for 46, and Van Buren now 2 for 21 from his 6 overs.
Speaking of Essex, as we did not so long ago, Essex have bowled Northamptonshire out for 81 and are 26 without loss in reply.
It's a very Essex kind of scorecard, isn't it?
It is. Here's Zafar to Potts. Potts is forward in defence, rolls it back up to the bowler, and I think once again it is the seamers who've done most, if not all, the damage. Yep, Harmer hasn't taken a wicket there.
Lace has gone to silly mid-off.
Zafar bowls, and there's a massive swipe from Potts. Looking to hit that one maybe over extra cover, over long off, and it turns past his outside edge 5 for 21 from Sam Cook, 4 for 31 from Jamie Porter, and the other one to Shane Snater as Potts presses forward and has his outside edge beaten. Not a huge ripper, that one, but turning enough that it beat the outside edge. So Tom Lace at that silly mid-off position, which I thought he'd been taking for cover when, or ducking for cover I should say, when Potts played that shot down the ground. This time he's just turned it down towards fine leg, and that will be 4 runs. So Potts getting off the mark with a boundary. Zaffer just straying a little down the leg side, and with no fine leg, or even a short fine leg, that's fairly easy pickings for Potts, who just whips it away for 4 runs. 133 for 8. Zaffer in and bowls, and there's another, well, it's a drive this time really from Potts rather than the heave over extra cover, but the attempted drive does not make contact. I think Zaffer is certainly eyeing his 5 for now, with Potts showing every sign that he wants to try and take him down. Mid-off is back towards a deep mid-off, mid-on a couple of steps back as well, and Potts defends off the back foot, picked up by Tom Lace, and 133 for 8 after 44 overs. Potts coming off his career best score, as mentioned earlier, 81, made off 127 deliveries against Northants, as Durham made 400 in that innings and then just ran out of time to force the victory, thanks to the efforts of James Sales, Simon Kerrigan, Ben Sanderson, Jack White.
Yeah, I think I listened to the end of that game in the car, and it was a very tight finish. Van Buren to continue to reign and not interested in a single. I think it was one of those ones where Northants first of all had to get themselves ahead, because it then took 2 overs out of the potential chase. Reverse swept, and cleverly reverse swept by Rain. That will go all the way for 4. He's picked that shot twice now, a couple of times, and got a boundary out of each one. He was actually outside the line of that. He almost played it as an orthodox little paddle, but the hands on the bat says he played it as a reverse sweep. Van Buren to stay over the wicket. Oh, and that's just gone straight on with the arm. That's, as we've said, kind of just as dangerous, really.
If anything, there's a bit of drift away actually from Van Buren. It really does slide across the left-hander.
He's got outside the line of that, and it's a chase for David Payne down by the boundary at long leg, and they'll come back for a couple. Good stop from Payne. So the wickets shared amongst the Gloucestershire bowlers today. 2 for Van Buren, 2 for Payne, 4 for Zaffer. Rain wants a single, and he'll get it up to Higgins at long on. I think he's. Do you think he's trying to marshal the strike a little bit here with Matty Potts at the other end? I mean, see who Potts was facing in that innings where he got the 81. Was it against seam largely or spin largely, I wonder?
Well, I should think Kerrigan probably bowled a fair bit by the looks of things, a bit from Keogh possibly as well.
And he's caught and bowled. Van Buren's got another one. That was a very gentle little clip, almost disbelievingly gentle actually. And Potts goes. Here's the replay. Oh, that's yes, he's just completely got that wrong. It's gone off the toe end of the bat, and a third wicket for Graham Van Buren. So he's taken more wickets in this innings than he has in the whole of the rest of the summer in first-class cricket, and it's 140 for 9.
Yes, I'm not sure there's a huge amount you can say about that dismissal from Potts. Probably from his point of view, it probably is summed up by a couple of words which probably not broadcastable. It was a drive which he completely removed one hand from the bat whilst he played it, and just an extraordinary dismissal all round. Really, it was almost so tame that Gloucestershire didn't really celebrate it that much. But 3 wickets for Van Buren in just 7 overs, and the spinners combined now 7 for 78 in 22 overs. So it's not exactly been just blocking and then the wickets have fallen. There's been boundaries. We've seen some enterprising shots, a couple of reverse sweeps out from Rain, plenty of attempts to smash these 2 bowlers out of the attack, but it hasn't really worked. And now Chris Rushworth is out at number 11. He's... Well, I sort of think of Rushworth as somebody who can be that sort of night watchman role, likes to, or can face a lot of deliveries, not necessarily a stroke maker, run scorer. Wonder what Ben Rain's going to do now. Zafar bowls and he's going to defend is the answer to that first delivery. Whether Rain would really look to try and hit out now, but at least first ball he hasn't done so. Zafar in and bowls, and back goes Rain, and understandably will not take the single as the ball rolls out to David Payne at deep backward point. So deep backward point, a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, and a deep mid on. As Rain turns into the leg side, this time he does keep it down because he knows short leg is right there.
Rushworth has scored 91 runs at 15 this season in the Championship. So
Yeah, he's certainly not a rabbit. I don't know whether it's right or not, but I've tended to think of him as somebody who can be a difficult man to get the ball past, but then
his career average is 12. So
yeah, and actually his strike rate's 61. So maybe not. Maybe we've just seen him in a couple of situations where he has been up there as a sort of night watchman type role.
Well, the Gloucestershire openers will be thinking about batting now.
Zafar in, and Rain carves that one straight to Payne at backward point, and that is that. 5 wickets for Zafar Gohar, back-to-back 5-wicket hauls for him, and Durham are all out for 140. I think Zafar, seeing Ben Rain come down the pitch here, fired it well wide of off stump. Rain not really able to control it as he was reaching for it and trying to flip it into the offside, and just chipped the catch to David Payne at backward point. So Rain the last to go for 16 and 5 for 50 for Zafar Gohar.
And they've lost 8 wickets for 68, Durham. They were 72 for 2. That's a very limp batting effort from them. But we have to make the point. We've only seen them bat on it, and Gloucestershire now have to deal with, Potts and Rushworth and Rain with the ball, and Travaskis and Borthwick, who are the spin options for Durham. But that is a comprehensive bowling performance from Gloucestershire when you consider that Ryan Higgins did not take a wicket. 50 wickets in the Championship this season, nothing for him today. Tom Price tied up one end, but it was the spinners, as you say, Ed. 22 overs and 5 balls, 8 for 78 between the 2 spinners. No chance of Ollie Price getting a bowl, and David Payne started it with 2 wickets in his opening spell, 2 for 13. Here we are. We've got 50 minutes until tea, and then the evening session. Gloucestershire would like to think they could get somewhere near to parity by the end of the day. The overs remaining will tick down, so it will almost be a day where the batting is actually equally split if the light holds. And we obviously had this delay this morning of 20 minutes while the air ambulance landed on the outfield, so we will continue a little later than normal, but they've got through their overs pretty well with the 2 spinners on, and James Bracey has asked for the heavy roller, unsurprisingly. So will that early response to the slow left arm efforts of Zafar Gohar and Graham Van Buren be mirrored now when Chris Dent and Miles Hammond come out to open the batting? We've not seen a Gloucestershire bowling performance like that with the spinners so prominent at any point this season here at Bristol.
No, we haven't. I mean, this performance is almost a little bit like what we saw at Grace Road and at the Oval, almost in reverse, but it's difficult because I make the point that I made at Grace Road, which is that very often on surfaces where the ball is turning and bouncing and you're just not sure what the ball's going to do next, you look at the dismissals, you isolate the dismissals and say, well, that was a poor shot, that was a poor shot, that was a poor shot, and none of those deliveries turned. And you could do exactly that with the Durham innings. You could look at the dismissals of Eckersley, of Coghlan, of Rain, of Travaskis, of Potts, and say all those dismissals, which all came to spin, really, they were not down to balls which turned. They were down to some indifferent shots, but at the same time, it's difficult just to say, you know, you take the pitch completely out of the equation, because you are in your mind always thinking about what's the next delivery going to do, what am I waiting around for. It's hard to know. Maybe we'll get a better sense when Gloucestershire bat on it how critical to be of that Durham batting performance, because it looks as though there was for the most part, with a couple of exceptions, there was a concerted effort from Durham to say, we're not going to be able to survive on this pitch. We can't do it. It's not possible. This pitch is turning too much for us to survive on. Is that really the case? We'll may only be able to tell when Gloucestershire have batted on it.
And I think the one player who would say he genuinely got a good ball was Graham Clark.
Yeah.
Van Buren.
I think you'd say, Beddingham. I think Beddingham got already a bit worked over before he got out. His wasn't a poor shot. It was just he looked very uncertain against Zafar. Lees got rather unlucky, but then all the other dismissals to spin, I think without exception, other than Clark and Beddingham to a certain extent, they were all down to a rash shot which was chipped to a fielder.
Well, 140 all out Durham in the 46th over. 5 wickets for Zafar Gohar to follow up his performance at Cardiff, where he took 6 for 43 in the second innings today. 5 for 50 from 15.5 overs, and he found a very fine accomplice at the other end to support him. Graham Van Buren, 7 overs, 3 for 28. We'll be back with you shortly in about 5 minutes' time when Gloucestershire start their reply to this Durham total of 140. And the applause as Miles Hammond and Chris Dent walk to the middle for the start of Gloucestershire's first innings in reply to Durham's 140. Just to quantify that rather limp batting performance, they were 72 for 2 at one stage and they were 109 for 4. So depending on your point of view, you can say they lost the last 8 wickets for 68 or the last 6 wickets for 31. Either way, that's quite a collapse. So there are 48 overs left on the day. Gloucestershire batted for 46, and Chris Rushworth will open the bowling from the Ashley Down road end, and it won't be easy against him.
No, 56 wickets this season at 18.4.
So the bald-headed Rushworth around the wicket. But the first delivery to the sleeveless sweatered Chris Dent, pushed out on the offside. So Eckersley keeping wicket. That looks like Beddingham at first slip, and Borthwick at second. There is a long leg, but no third man. And Rushworth is well pitched up, and that's wide enough that Dent wanted to have a crack at that. I'm not sure that was the wisest call.
No, it was ended up being a little bit hanging the bat out to dry.
It's quite a floaty delivery actually from Rushworth.
Yes, quite a floaty shot as well.
Rushworth now 35, but still a very good operator. Again, that's good length outside the off stump, and Dent defends. So just to go back to your appreciation, I think we have to say, of Essex, who are the only team to beat Durham in red ball cricket this season, beat them home and away. The Essex scenario in this situation is you bowl out a side cheaply, you get a reasonable lead, and then you bowl them out again so that you're left chasing something small.
Yeah,
that's the scenario, isn't it? That will be the Gloucestershire pattern here. That's what you want them to do, and there will be an element here with 40 minutes to go until tea. You would think that we're unlikely to see the spinners in that 40-minute spell, so it'll probably be Rushworth and Rain in particular. They've tended to share the new ball, although Potts might be in that mix, depending on what Scott Borthwick thinks. Rushworth was never not going to take the new ball, if that's not a poor double negative, and Hammond is brilliantly caught at second slip. Borthwick, Hammond, Dent is brilliantly caught at second slip, I should say. This is a low chance, and Borthwick's taken this with some aplomb. Dent doesn't bother to look at the umpire, and Durham strike back in the first over.
Yeah, a ball that didn't really move a huge amount. Dent just pushing away outside the off stump, and as you say, it was scooped right up off the floor by Borthwick, who got his body into a really good position and made sure that he didn't have that scenario of you've scooped the ball up off the floor and then hands and elbows go crashing down to the floor and the ball pops out. It was a really, really good slip catch from Borthwick.
14th catch of the season for Borthwick. And James Bracey might have fancied a spell with the pads off, but here he is, back out again within the first over. I heard a view from the Durham camp ahead of this match that, you know, they wanted to try and finish second in this group. They were not prepared to come down here and have their tummies tickled, as the phrase goes.
Was that what they said?
No, that wasn't what they said, but that was the gist of it. And whilst the batting may not have been particularly determined, certainly Chris Rushworth with the new ball is not someone to be in any way disrespected. And immediately he's got a riposte for the men from Chesterley Street with the wicket of Chris Dent straight away in the first over. And the question is who will share the new ball with him, and I think the answer to that
It's Potts.
might be Matty Potts.
By the looks of things. So yeah, these two were the opening combination, and also the opening combination in the Royal London Cup final, which Matty Potts came back into the Durham side for, along with Ben Rain. Both of them played in the 100 and then came back into the side for that one. So here is Potts. He bowls one down the leg side. It's off the gloves of Eckersley, and that will go for 4 byes. So a bit of a gift there for Gloucestershire, as Potts bowled a decent delivery to a right-hander. And Eckersley, he's obviously with the angle well across to the offside and just could not sprawl across in time. When he did get the glove on it, just wasn't enough either to stop it or deflect it down to the sun-hatted Rushworth at fine leg. So 4 for 1, and Potts to Hammond, and that's flicked away fine, and they'll pick up the first run off the bat there as Hammond comes through and then examines the splice of his bat. Certainly surprised a little by the bounce there. He's a tall bowler, Matty Potts, and somebody who's, when we talk about skill with the ball at a young age, well, he certainly got that as well. Just 22 years old, Matty Potts, and skillful with both red and white ball. .23 wickets this season at 26. He's played 6 of Durham's first-class games. And Bracey takes strike with 2 slips and a gully in place. And Bracey pushes forwards and picks up at mid-off. So Bracey, having missed the last match with a concussion, is back into the side, and a concussion sustained during the warm-up, no less. So Ben Wells pressed into action and batted very nicely for his 40-odd in that game against Glamorgan.
I've got to go back to the win at Lord's, actually, where James actually got runs in the real runs in the first innings. He got 38 in the first innings in the win over Middlesex at Cheltenham, and then since then 0, 7 and 3 in his first innings scores, rather better in the second. Things are happening at Leicester apparently, so we might have to have a look at the scoreboard there in a moment.
Right. Bring that up after this. It was 40 exactly that Ben Wells scored, by the way. Potts into Bracey, and that's chipped up in the air. That came off glove, or whether it came off arm, but it falls short of the short leg fielder, who's Graham Clark. And I'll see from the replay if we can see what that came off. I mean, it's popped up off even the top of the bat. So not a chance, because it was short of Clark, but more difficulties caused here. Potts bowls, this time it's full, and Bracey pushes firmly up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So Leicestershire 145 for 6 against Worcestershire. A couple of wickets to not Sonny Baker, that's the it's the wrong Baker. It's Josh Baker, of course, the slow left armer that we saw here in the Royal London Cup match. So we look at a replay here of the dismissal. Dent done a huge amount wrong there, really. A very full delivery from Rushworth, but just prodding forwards at it, taking the outside edge, and he didn't wait around for long before walking off.
So Rushworth to start his second over to Hammond, and that's out to short extra cover. Graham Clark does the fielding.
So what was there? Was there a specific incident in mind there?
Well, no, I think it was just a phrase. It was a one-line tweet about Leicestershire, which implied there might have been a touch of a collapse there, unless there was thinking of something else. Yes, sorry. The game at Leicester is the Women's International, isn't it, today? That's the game that's being referred to, I guess.
Yes, I see what you mean. If I hadn't,
yeah, I hadn't
scrolled down to the bottom of my scores page. It shouldn't be that far down the bottom, but yes, Leah Tahuhu 5 for 25, England 85 for 7 in the 25th over. Well, they managed to work their way to a win at Worcester in the last one from a position where it looked like they didn't going to win anywhere near enough runs. I'm pretty sure this won't be enough this time.
Hammond, once again for Rushworth, who is very much on target at the moment in this opening spell. Chris Dent already out, and if you're thinking that's curious, Gloucestershire are batting 5 for 1. It's 2:45 on the first day. Yeah, that's because Durham all out for 140, 5 wickets for Zafar Gohar and 3 for Graham Van Buren. Tells you what the pitch is doing, and that's another fine delivery from Rushworth. Let go by Miles Hammond, but this is what Rushworth has been doing for virtually all of his career. Just worked on accuracy and just does enough with the ball. And you can do too much, but he's the prime example of somebody who just does enough to draw edges and particularly get LBW decisions, and that's skewed away off Hammond's bat. There's a chase down towards the boundary for Alex Lees in front of the club office, and they'll come back 4-3. Throw comes in from backward point, but you know, if I'm not, this isn't the case obviously, but if almost any team around the country said, right, we're going to sign Chris Rushworth for next season, I think supporters of almost every side would say, yeah, we'll take him. Of course we'll take him.
Oh yeah, well, he's an absolute talisman, isn't he? I mean, he's now overtaken Graham Onions as the leading wicket taker in the history of Durham cricket. Quite
a high stepping run, and just be a single here to Bracey. Travaskis was the throw down from the boundary at long leg, and so Gloucestershire 8 for 1 in reply to Durham's 140. Chris Dent, the man out, caught at second slip in Chris Rushworth's first over, and just a reminder that in terms of overs to bat today, Gloucestershire have another 45 to bat, and that T will not be with 32 overs remaining today, although they might get to somewhere like that sort of number actually, but T is fixed at 3:30.
Potts to continue to Bracey. He is there and he bowls well down the leg side, and they might come through for a bye. No, Hammond thought about it, but elected in the end not to come through for it. Zackersley just couldn't quite take it cleanly. And just to go back to what I think your point was about the Essex formula for victory, which Gloucestershire may look to try and follow here. Often Essex are reduced to, well, Gloucestershire, they're about 50-50 off for 4, something like that, as Bracey turns that one up towards mid-on. There's a very quick single here. Shy at the stumps will be unsuccessful, and he's fired it right past his fielder backing up. And what are these, Ian? These are...
They're overthrows, Ed.
No, they're buzzers. It was well pulled in, actually, by the fielder out on the boundary rope there, and I think that the net result of that is 2 runs. I think that Bracey had run through so far from the first one that they were only able to come through for one buzzer, even though the ball almost crossed the boundary rope. Potts to Bracey, who punches off the back foot. Backward a square on the offside. He's timed that one pretty nicely. There'll be another dive, possibly out on the boundary rope. No, not going to be needed this time. It's 4 runs. So Bracey gets the boundary in quite typical fashion for him, really. Just riding the bounce and angling the ball backward a square on the offside. Just chopped it, really, for 4 runs. But neatly played, sweetly timed. 15 for 1 as Bracey moves up to 7. But the point about the Essex formula, I didn't have the exact number that they were, but the point is that they often do lose top order wickets in reply to a low total. It's just somebody makes runs somewhere. Potts in, and that's on leg stump and turned away down towards long leg. They'll think about pushing for 2, and they will. The Rushworth down on the boundary rope. And
well, they won't have Tender Scarter to do that after this season, will they?
No, they won't. And how many times had he done it? But they certainly seem to be doing okay without him at the moment. 2 runs to Bracey. He's moved up to 9, 17 for 1. Potts just not quite settled into his rhythm yet. Shown signs that he can generate a bit of bounce. So that doesn't
Durham have to be a little bit careful in terms of how much they attack, because they haven't got very many runs to play with.
Potts is in. That's driven very nicely by Bracey through extra cover, and it's probably just going to trickle over the boundary. Yes, it is. There was just a suggestion for one moment that may have held up a little bit as it went out towards that boundary rope, out towards the mound stand there at extra cover, but it's 4 more to Bracey, and that was a half volley from Potts just outside off stump. So Bracey has 13 now from just 11 deliveries, but hasn't really gone out there looking to play his shots, just happens to have timed a couple away. 21 for 1. Potts in and bowls, and once more Bracey looking to ride the bounce there, and that's a good effort from the fielder at gully, Paul Coghlan, to make sure that that doesn't go for a single down towards third man. And 21 for 1 the score. Profitable over that for Gloucestershire. 12 runs off it. 21 for 1.
Yeah, I think a lot has been made about Division 2 and indeed Division 3 and how much the games have mattered in this final stage, but Durham have been on the end of one very determined team in Northants, who certainly didn't want to give up the draw last week, and Northants battled pretty hard here at Bristol too, in the game that Gloucester in the end went on to win. I'll come back to that in a minute. Here's Rushworth, hits the body above the ordinary pad, almost on the thigh pad on the right leg of Miles Hammond. And particularly, so yes, there is prize money on offer as well as points and status and all that. But I think from a personal point of view, you get to the end of a long season, you as a bowler, you don't want to go away with a 0 for 70 against your name. You know, if Graham Van Buren doesn't bowl again, he will feel pretty happy about the way he's finished this campaign by picking up 3 wickets. In a match which, particularly if that's a contribution towards a Gloucestershire win. Conversely, as a batsman, you wouldn't want to go out with certainly a duck or a low score. You want to feel as if you've not given your wicket away cheaply when it comes to the last game, because you've got to sit and stew on that innings or that bowling performance until next April. Rushworth. Again, that line just going on with the arm, not deviating a great deal, taken by Eckersley. Hammond able to let that go. And there's somebody, and I think you made this point earlier, Miles has come back into the team, and put together a sequence of scores. If you go from the game at Surrey, he's got 4 50s since then. That's played softly into the ground on the bounce to second slip. Baltic doesn't make a clean take to stop it though, including that 94, which was very important in the victory against Northants. Oh yes, it wasn't the 100 perhaps that he really wanted, but he had to really get through the difficult first period to get to 20 when, frankly, on many other days he would have been dismissed.
Yeah, it was probably worth 100 given what the Northants bowlers were putting at him.
Rushworth again in from around the wicket, and Hammond defends.
He's going to be facing a pretty similar test here, really, in terms of Sanderson in particular, who was bowling right arm around the wicket, getting the ball consistently to nip away off the pitch past his outside edge and then bringing the odd one back in. So he should be relatively fresh from that innings, and he's going to have to apply himself, I suggest, in probably the same way against Rushworth here.
Driven into the ground this time by Hammond, straight to Graham Clark. Didn't get much of a bat at Essex. 5 and 17 he got, and then 34 in the first innings at Glamorgan, and inevitably, because Gloucestershire only chasing a small total, not much of a chance to do anything in the second, because he's just gone for he's gone to pick up a helmet, so I wonder if that might indicate.
Well,
I think Travaskis is already lining up his run up from the far end. So we've only had 5 overs, and Scott Borthwick is going to give the spinner a very early run from that far end where Zafar Gohar took 5 wickets earlier.
Interesting. I mean, I must say, again, I didn't think it was going to be too long before they got the spinner into the attack, but I thought that they may possibly make the switch to Ben Rain first, but I didn't think they could probably let, you can't let this get away, as you rightly say. If Matty Potts was not quite landing it in the areas that he would want to land it, they had to make the change. But interesting that it's Travaskis first and not Rain. So spin to win for Durham, they'll be hoping, as Travaskis bowls the first ball to Bracey, which is turned to short leg, and there is no run there.
Again, hasn't bowled much in red ball cricket. Only 44 overs he's bowled, actually.
Travaskis is in, and Bracey off the back foot drives
Bowled
firmly down the ground.
far more than that in the Royal London.
Yes, when you say he was a big part of that team with bat and ball. Well, say a big part of that team. It's now into Bracey's, turned into the leg side, and I mean, I suppose the numbers don't necessarily quite jump out from that Royal London Cup campaign for Travaskis, but still, to have a slow left armer who can give it a useful whack at the end of the innings, more than useful player, as Bracey defends. And I can't imagine Travaskis will have bowled on too many surfaces that have offered him turn on day one, so chance for him to show what he can do. Travaskis bowls, flighted, and Bracey comes forward and defends. He's got this kind of a sneaky approach to the crease as Travaskis. He sort of sneaks in, I just think. He creeps in, and here he comes and bowls. That's a wide delivery, driven beautifully by Bracey through extra cover, and I think the fielder there wanted to give up the chase immediately. David Beddingham was the fielder after it. He wanted to give it up immediately, then thought, oh, I suppose I'd better show that I'm making the effort, but there was never going to be any catching that. And 25 for 1 as Travaskis just bowling it very wide and very full, and Bracey pouncing on that half volley. 17 to Bracey, 25 now for 1. This is one other score from the Championship that's probably worth mentioning. Glamorgan are 212 for 2 against Surrey, but they've only just lost their second wicket. They were 211 for 1, and Joe Cook has been picked for them. So they've changed their batting lineup, and Joe Cook made 68. David Lloyd is 90 not out.
Rushworth to continue from this Ashley Down road end. Joe Cook didn't play last week, did he?
No. So they've... I was listening to the long interviews with both Chris Cook, the captain, and Matt Maynard, and they were saying that we're going to have to sit down after this and really think about our selection for the last game, and they have decided to make changes. Callum Taylor's come in, Jamie McElroy's in as far as the bowling's concerned, but Joe Cook getting a game and getting runs immediately.
Rushworth is bowled exclusively around the wicket so far. And as you can see from the board at the bottom of your screen, if you do the maths, you'll work out that Durham got 140 all out, which I'm reliably informed is their third lowest total of the season. So I don't know where the other two were, but maybe in one of those Essex defeats, I would think. Rushworth in, and again just a little bit of movement through the air, not much for him though, and Hammond able to defend.
So 123 in the second innings of that match at Chelmsford, where Durham had a huge first innings lead. They bowled Essex out for 96 and then scored 259 themselves and ended up 44 short in their final innings, 123 all out. So that was one.
They lost by 195 runs in the home game, so it might have been in that.
It was.
Rushworth with Exley now standing up, and that's another indication that there really isn't any pace in this pitch at all.
No, I was going to leave everybody in suspense for a ball there, but yes, 99 all out they were in the first innings of the return fixture against Essex at Durham. So those the two lowest totals before this one.
Two steps in a gully, still in for Rushworth.
Several people in the crowd laughing at that as well.
Yes, there was a cry from the outfield, which you probably heard. At least it wasn't
breaking one of the commandments, no less.
Yes, they didn't actually swear, which was a good thing. And this game, as you'll see on the scorecard, and here we are only in the second session of the match, progressing very quickly. 11 wickets down already in the day, and 8 of them to the Gloucestershire slow left arm spinners Zafar Gohar and Graham Van Buren. 5 for 50 and 3 for 28 respectively. Alex Lees made 40 out of Durham's 140. Nobody else got past 20. In fact, there were 4 scores in double figures, but none of any consequence. And here Gloucestershire have lost Chris Dent already in Rushworth's opening spell. But well, Scott Baltic isn't going to die wondering, is he? He's been trying to be proactive by getting his spinner in early.
Travaskis over the wicket to Bracey. Bracey forward in defence. I also wonder, in that regard, whether it might not be too long until Borthwick bowls himself, even though there are 2 left-handers out there. Seeing what a wrist spinner might do on this surface. Is he loosening up?
Yeah.
He was. Travaskis to Bracey. Bracey forward and defending. Can think back to a duel right at the start of the season which James Bracey had with Jack Leach, which was great fun to watch. Admittedly, the pitch wasn't turning there, but still he showed his obstinacy against a left-arm spinner, and that's gone off an inside half of the bat, really, down into the ground. And and well short of short leg, but Bracey not knowing entirely where that one had gone. Slightly different proposition here, albeit he's not facing Jack Leach, but this pitch is turning as he goes forward and runs this one out into the leg side, and there's no run. Travaskis has never taken 3 wickets in an innings before in a first-class match. He's got 10 wickets in his 14-game career at 61.5. As Bracey turns into the leg side, he'll get 1 as it's nicely placed between mid-wicket and short fine. 26 for 1. Bracey moves to 18. So Hammond, who also has been involved in plenty of duels this season with spinners, and as Travaskis bowls to him, and nudging that one out into the leg side.
But
one run off the over.
He got runs at both Leicester and the Oval,
exactly.
didn't he?
That was what was to follow. Yeah, so he'd covered himself in probably more glory than any other Gloucestershire batsman, with I suppose with the possible exception of loney Johnny Tattersall, who also got runs in both those games. And I didn't actually look to see whether Tattersall was playing for Surrey again, because he went on loan for them last week. But no, Folkes is back for them this week.
And I know averages are an odd thing, but Tattersall actually tops the red ball batting averages for Gloucester, even though he's only played 2 matches. Well, it's a very, very nice afternoon for watching cricket here in Bristol. And Rushworth from around the wicket again. He's really found it was the ball that got Dent out. Arguably was a bit wider than he perhaps really should have played at. But Rushworth since then has tightened his line right up. And there hasn't really been any width on offer. I did say earlier, I got 2 of my friends coming to the game tomorrow. They may be glad they didn't want to come on Thursday. If it keeps going at this rate, they may not be a full day on Thursday. But we'll see. Well, given the first innings score and the fact that we're already in the second innings of the match, kind of either way, if Gloucestershire were to get a lead by, say, if they're batting at mid-afternoon tomorrow, the lead will be sizable.
That's going to be tough, though, for sure.
Eckersley again standing up to Rushworth. Cry of weight there from skipper Bracey.
I suppose the hope is, from that point of view, they'd be hoping and looking at Durham's spin attack and saying, well, gave the numbers on Travaskis. Admittedly, you wouldn't have necessarily said that Van Buren would be the threat that he was, but then his wickets were, with the exception of Graham Clark, were down to less than ideal shots, so they'd be hoping to bat better against Travaskis in the sort of Van Buren type comparison.
Again, Rushworth very accurate.
And then Borthwick, the wrist spinner, sort of compare with Zaffer. Well, Gloucestershire would hope that Borthwick, being a leg spinner, may offer them the odd loose delivery. Admittedly, also Borthwick could get the ball to rip even further than we've seen so far.
Borthwick's at second slip at the moment. Slightly slower ball from Rushworth. But is there an element here of, because of Rushworth's accuracy, that you almost try and play around him, and you just you'd say, okay, we realise we're gonna have to defend because he gives very little away. He's taken 1 for 4 at the moment. This is his 5th over.
He could well be bowling till tea. He bowled his 10 overs straight in the Royal London Cup final.
Yeah, every chance he'll be on until tea. He might be on until after. He might come back after tea as well for another 2 or 3. But 5 overs at the moment for Chris Rushworth, and he's got the only wicket to fall. Gloucestershire trail by 114.
With the owner of the Blackfoot Markham Golf
But
registration
here, Gloucestershire have had the better of the first session and then have really capitalised on their advantage since lunch. There's our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Welcome to have your thoughts on this game, on the overall performance of the team this season, and maybe on some thoughts on the DOC and head coach roles as well.
As that one is going to be clipped down towards fine leg for 4 runs by Miles Hammond. So 30 for 1. Travaskis kind of firing that one in, and Hammond, well, he used his feet, and then I'm not really sure what you'd describe that shot as. Not a conventional flick down towards fine leg, but it worked. Travaskis in, and Hammond, at the last moment, goes right back onto his stumps and defends, but Borthwick, first of all, encouraging his bowler, and then undergoing a few more warm-up stretches. Hammond down the pitch, smacks it down towards mid-on, and it's taken! And that is the end of Miles Hammond. Matty Potts takes the catch at mid-on, so Hammond perishes looking to attack Travaskis, and that is the second wicket. And Miles Hammond just did not get anything of that, really. The swipe down the ground, maybe off the bottom of the bat, and Potts takes the catch. Travaskis gets the wicket, and Gloucestershire are 30 for 2.
Yeah. Didn't show a great deal of patience there, Miles Hammond, did he? He'd been out there for just over half an hour. I know it's not easy out there. He would prefer to put bat to ball almost in kind of white ball format. Maybe that was the desire from the dressing room, that Gloucestershire should go out and be positive against this total of 140. Not to feel that they would get bogged down into the same kind of situation, but you heard Ben Feasey announcing that Hammond had been caught by Potts off Travaskis for 8, and in comes Tom Lace at number 4. Tricky time to come in, 15 minutes until tea, and Durham got a chink of light in the game here. 30 for 2. Gloucestershire still 110 behind, but in common with some of the other wickets we've seen today, that would go down under a column headed up avoidable.
Yes, it would. It would go down into the same column as, I can't remember how many we totted them up to in the end. Was it 5 or something like that? Dismissals of Durham's, which you could put in that column. And he'd got a boundary early on in the over as well. And obviously, it would have looked good if he'd managed to connect with it fully. But the problem that he had also was that one of Durham's tallest fielders was up at mid-on. The catch was taken above his head. There may have been a couple of Durham fielders who might not have got up to that one, but Potts did relatively easily. So Travaskis will bowl round the wicket. Not too much of a surprise there. 2 Lace, 2 slips and a short leg in place, as Travaskis in outside off stump, and some turn and bounce, but well outside the off stump. Durham making a few whooping noises though as the ball turned. Be happy to see that at the moment, of course. Travaskis to Lace, who's on the back foot looking to drive. There is a deep cover out there, but he couldn't quite hit it hard enough to get it past the inner ring. Jones, the fielder across from backward point. Travaskis in, and It's popped up on Eckersley and ricocheted down towards third man. It will be a bye, but the bounce causing problems for wicketkeeper as well as batsman. 31 for 2 after 10 overs. Email in from Mark Kidger. If you don't read another email this season, please answer 2 questions that Gloucestershire supporters are asking. One, is there any whisper of Zafar being offered a contract for the whole of 2022? The answer to that, no, but it can't be ruled out. And the second question, there are rumours that GVB now has his papers in order. Is there any official word of this? Home Office papers are definitely sorted, we can say, but not sure about the ECB sign-off on it, but it doesn't matter because there are only 2 overseas players, including Van Buren anyway. So we can say, though, the Home Office papers are definitely sorted.
Not before time.
No.
Well, Rushworth has been taken out of the attack, and Ben Rain is going to come in and replace him. Right arm over the wicket. But again, well up in the wickets column for Durham this season. 40, he's taken at 23. I know that there is help at Chesterley Street, but it's still a good tally. Ryan Higgins, of course, has got 50. Two slips for Rain, and defended by the right-handed Lace, who seems to have had a bit of a record. It seems to me when we've seen him bat here at Bristol in particular, he's had a habit of coming in 10 minutes before an interval where he's just got to make sure he doesn't do anything silly and get out, and then he's got to start again after the break. Rain off quite a short run in, and Lace again defends. And, you know, I think we said during the matches at the festival in particular that, you know, we love the games there because it's a genuine duel between bat and ball. Here, the ball is most definitely on top, and
how often do you see that?
And here at Bristol, you don't see that very often. You don't see that very often at all. In fact, I was thinking of one particular thing on the way down in the car today, which I'll come to in a moment. As Rain again sees Lace defend. So I've been coming regularly since 2015, from and including 2015, when of course most sides would say win the toss, field. So many times Gloucestershire would be put in, and you were never left with the concept of them chasing. And of course this season they've beaten Surrey, Leicestershire and Northamptonshire chasing. So that's been a pleasant change, and of course potentially again they could be batting last. They won't want to be, mind you. And Rain against his Lace pushed out on the offside. They'll want to bat once and get as many as they can.
I mean, the other thing to say along those lines is thank goodness they got rid of that silly rule where
no
the toss didn't happen.
Yeah.
Thank goodness they got rid of it. I mean, I know it was brought in for a reason, but I don't think it, well, I mean, it was also got rid of for a reason, let's put it that way.
And as soon as that happened here, you just felt that the games may take a completely different course, and that of course largely is what happened. And I know that in the end they ended up bowling Warwickshire out, but that 4-day game against Warwickshire last year was a great example actually of when there was just enough in the pitch all the way through.
Yeah.
That Warwickshire couldn't quite see that game out.
Yeah, and really, for the most part, the pitches have been fairly similar this year. I mean, I think the Leicestershire pitch was probably a little, well, probably had a little less life in it, but then at the same time, it wasn't lifeless by any stretch of the imagination, and I think the pitches this year have made for really good cricket here. Travaskis bowling to Bracey, who's forward in defence.
And
pushing
actually, you would argue a little bit more, a fraction more in favour of the bowlers than previously, and that's what's made it better.
Yeah, I think so. And this one is obviously rather different to those pitches. Certainly made for some entertainment so far today. Bracey turns into the leg side.
And I have to
say,
say, it does make a pleasant change to actually just see one that is as different as this.
Well, I think it's one of these things, isn't it, which you go back to every time there's a pitch which is spinning and there's a low score as forward goes Bracey in defence. It's almost this stigma that exists in English cricket that a turning surface is sort of it's a little bit ungentlemanly. It's a little bit not the done thing.
Our friends at Chelmsford don't worry about that.
Travaskis in. Bracey, the ball that almost went between his legs and towards the stumps, but he just managed to close his legs in time. Inside edge in between both pads. Travaskis bowls turned into the leg side. They'll get one as Beddingham springs into action from the 45 position, but not in time to prevent the run. So at the moment, Bracey doing well, I say a similar job to Lees in that he's scored nearly all the runs, but he's certainly not doing it the same way as Alex Lees did. But 19 out of 32 with some byes sprinkled in there as well. Travaskis bowls lace. As that one come off the flap of the pad. I think just that. I don't know if there was inside edge involved as well. We'll get a second look here, but I think the majority of the impact there was pad. If it was inside edge as well, which is why the appeal was slightly strangled anyway. Certainly wasn't played with particularly solid looking defence from Tom Lace, and 32 for 2 after 12 overs. Travaskis is looking threatening. 1 for 10 from his 4 overs. I think he's probably eyeing up a career best here already, I would suggest.
Yeah, with rain bowling at this Ashley Down Road, and there's a chance he might get 3 overs in before tea. And Bracey with keeper Eckersley standing up, waits for rain to come around the wicket to him. That's just pushed out to Paul Coughlin, who hasn't had a chance with the ball yet. He may do, I think, umpire. Graham Lloyd just going across the ground to point. Although the sun might have just been a bit bright for him in that position.
Maybe used to the short leg is there.
Oh, Bracey tries to force that with a little jab out on the offside, but and Eckersley, quick work with the gloves. Rain is, would you say he's Higgins' pace?
We just said probably a bit quicker. I mean, he's got that bustling type of action. So probably a nudge quicker than that.
Around the wicket. Yes, yeah, might be a slightly different trajectory of the delivery from Ben Rain. Brian Higgins today didn't get any wickets, but at the moment his batting average and his bowling average are virtually identical for the season, and I suspect that he will say you have to look at that as a positive from the bowling, but could do better in the batting. That's what he will be saying, I think. Particularly when they're in the both are in the low 20s. That's perhaps the point to make. Rain again to Bracey, who defends. He's conscious of the clock here, I would think, apart from anything else, and the fact that Gloucestershire have already lost both openers.
I suspect probably also if you're really breaking it down, Higgins' batting, this is that his average against spin would be very low because he didn't score runs in either of the games at Grace Road or at the Oval, and he was also out to Salter last time out.
And driven straight back down the pitch by Bracey, but only in a defensive mode.
So he's probably, you know, his average against pace, I would guess, would probably be well into the 30s, but against spin, I would think it would be very low.
Yes, he's had a series of sort of modest scores without going on. So, for example, at Chelmsford in that defeat, he got 25 and 38. Rain, that's shorter. It's pulled away by Bracey. Bit of a short arm jab. He's going to get 4 for it. Away to the boundary at long on. Umpire Debenham signals the boundary, and Durham should be able to squeeze in 2 overs, I think, before tea, with Travaskis bowling one of them. And you go back from on Higgins's scores. My mouse has disappeared off my screen. I'll come back to that. 36 for 2.
Run away, mouse.
And Gloucestershire 104 behind.
Travaskis flighted and driven neatly by Lace, but only as far as extra cover. So the last over of Travaskis, and Lace, see if he can not go into the break on naught, and he won't, as he turns that one into the leg side, and it will be picked up by Jones from square leg. So off the mark, Tom Lace, 37 for 2, with that pull shot in the last over from Bracey. I think just another indication of how slow and sticky almost this surface is, in that the pull shot going straight down the ground and slightly chipped really in the air. Travaskis to Bracey, and that one pops up in the air into the leg side. And Bracey down on his haunches.
Sorry, Graham Clark didn't throw himself at that, so...
Yes, I thought it may have missed the bat. It's not easiest for us to tell, given we're behind the action. Travaskis in and forward. Bracey this time defends. I thought it was down on his haunches because it had just caught him a bit of a blow somewhere, but actually looked like he was just re-rolling his grip a bit. Travaskis in. Bracey on the front foot in defence. He's taken the wicket, Travaskis, but not a classic left-arm spinner's wicket. Allen down the pitch and dragging it into the hands of mid-on. He bowls, and Bracey drives. A pretty shot out to deep cover, but they've got the sweeper out there now to limit any potential damage. And 38 for 2 at the end of that over. 2 runs from it. Bracey 24, and just the 1 over remaining before the tea break.
Whether Borthwick might have bowled the over himself, but I'm sure we'll see him at some stage after tea. Ben Rain will bowl the last over before tea. There was a glance at the Gloucestershire card. 140 all out, Durham. 5 wickets for Zafar Gohar and 3 for Graham Van Buren. And in reply, Gloucestershire have lost both openers. Can they get to tea? Still 2 down. Rain to Bracey, who has taken quite a bit of the strike since he has been in 45 balls for his 24. Still the 2 slips for Rain. And he's bowling it absolutely straight at off stump here, isn't he? He's just not giving Bracey any room. And you can't argue with that as a strategy.
No, and really the only bowler who's kind of given Gloucestershire something has been Potts so far, and Borthwick certainly didn't waste any time before getting him out of the attack.
Rain stays around the wicket, and nicely played by Bracey, placed away through the covers. There'll be a chase on out to the boundary, and it's hauled in. That's a good bit of work, a bit of relay work, and the returning throw will come from Alex Lees, and they'll come back for 3, and Gloucestershire have got the deficit down below 100 by T on the first day.
Sorry, I'm just going to looking down to see whether those spectators who've got the seats in front of the car park there were just thinking about signalling 4 to the umpires, but they didn't do that, so it must definitely have been okay then. I'd have thought any excuse to do that, and they might have taken the opportunity.
Lace now will face Ben Rain, one would assume, through the rest of this over. He's off the mark. This is the last over before tea, and one good innings, one big innings from one Gloucestershire batsman should put them right in the box seat in this match, shouldn't it? Somebody can go on and Lace pleasantly drives that out to Matty Potts at mid-off. Picks up a single, and Bracey's got 27 already. That's a start. He'll have to start again after tea, obviously. But somebody can get an 80.
Yeah, only kind of, I suppose the other way of looking at it is either one big partnership or 2 good partnerships. That's what's needed by Gloucestershire.
You can take the control of the game firmly into your own hands if you can do that. Rain past umpire Debenham. He's not playing a shot there, and he's been given out LBW. That looked a bit high to me, but umpire Debenham says that Bracey let that go. I thought that might have been thigh pad rather than upper part of the pad. Let's see again on the bounce. Oh no, I think the umpire's got that absolutely right. And that was hitting 3 inches below the top of off stump. And Bracey, I'm afraid, has got to go. And Gloucestershire go to tea at 42 for 3.
Well, I think probably were it not for that wicket, Gloucestershire would have gone in to tea, certainly in the driver's seat. But that wicket, this game is very much evenly poised now. And that... well, just one ball to survive before tea. We've seen a wicket fall off the last ball before tea already this season. David Payne removing Jamie Smith in the first game of the season, and now it's happened in the last game of the season as well, and that is going to make the tea taste rather bitter over the break.
Yeah, Bracey will not be happy with himself, misjudging the bounce of that. Both Rain and Rushworth have been very straight with their attack from this Ashley Down Road end. Rushworth has 1 for 4 from his 5 overs, and Rain now has 1 for 8 from only 3 overs. Travaskis 1 for 12. 140 minute look very much on this pitch, but the one player in the Gloucestershire side who looked as if he was batting with some comfort out of the last ball of the afternoon session. LBW to Rain for 27, not playing a shot, and that is the most annoying way to be out too, isn't it? If somebody bowls a good ball to you, as Van Buren did to Graham Clark earlier, genuinely beat the bat and hit the stumps, that's fair enough, but shouldering arms is not the way that a batsman likes to be dismissed. 42 for 3 at tea. 13 wickets in 2 sessions, Ed.
Well, yes, I was thinking even if a helicopter hadn't landed on the outfield at the start of the day, it would have been one of those days that you remember as a fan, even if you're somebody who's been to all the days cricket that there's been at Bristol this season. This is a day that you'd be remembering for the wickets that have fallen, and it should be a memorable evening session as well. I would have thought it's even if it is a session where Gloucestershire do put together a couple of partnerships, it will be a memorable day now, but equally, the rate that Durham have gone, we could just continue to see wickets fall in the evening session. Either way, it'll be the kind of cricket which you expect something to happen every single ball, which, whilst ball is dominating bat, occasionally it's quite nice to see a game like that.
33 overs to go when we resume at 10 minutes to 4. It's a lovely evening. There should be no problems with the light. And Gloucestershire have got to get themselves, well, up to and past that Durham total of 140. But at tea, they've already lost Dent, Hammond, and then off the last ball for T. Bracey for 27. So Graham Van Buren will no doubt come out to partner Tom Lace when we resume in just about a quarter of an hour's time. Well, welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Hope you've enjoyed maybe a cup of tea during the break.
Returning to the middle, umpires Ben Debenham and Greg Lloyd.
And Graham Van Buren is coming out to bat now with Tom Lace. Gloucestershire having lost their 3rd wicket off the last ball before tea. James Bracey, LBW to Ben Rain. We obviously saw it in real time. We saw it once at sort of normal pace, and when you actually slow it down, and obviously the umpire doesn't have the opportunity to do this, it looks like one of those which, to coin a phrase from certain other sports, you give the opportunity for the umpire to give you out.
Yeah, no, I like that way of putting it, yeah. And it's certainly one of those things where if you do leave a ball, then I think umpires are far more likely to give the marginal decision against you rather than for you. And particularly, I think part of it is because every time it happens, the fielding side just goes absolutely crazy in their appeal. I think part of that just maybe influences things a little bit.
So Gloucestershire 42 for 3 in reply to Durham's 140 all out. Zafar Gohar with 5 wickets, 3 for Graham Van Buren. And here is Travaskis.
5 overs, 1 for 12 so far, and he bowls the first ball of the evening session, and it bounces past Eckersley and goes down towards the rope. Sliding in front of us to make the stop, though, is Borthwick. And they pick up 2 byes. Eckersley trying to kind of ride the bounce there, but not able to take it. And 2 byes to the total. Gloucestershire trailing now by 96 runs. As Lace faces up to Travaskis, gets a very full delivery, which he squeezes out. That could have square on the offside. So there is a single available out to deep cover, and plenty of open space on the leg side if Lace did want to work against the spin. Travaskis bowling, and that's angled down towards short third man. There'll be a quick single. The shy will go to the non-striker's end from Potts at backward point, and they're 3 for 1. Lace up to 3.
Obviously, here we are 2 sessions into the match now, and we've had some sun on the pitch for most of the day, but there do appear to be areas at both ends where the pitch is a very different shade.
Yes, definitely. It's the landing areas for the spinners even. Travaskis to Van Buren, he's brought out the paddle sweep off the first ball, and I'm not sure whether he's snooker cued that out into the leg side. I think he may well have done. So Van Buren didn't waste any time either. Travaskis is in. Van Buren on the defence, on the front foot. Travaskis hasn't dragged one down yet. That's what you're hoping from your left arm spinner, really. Get that control. Travaskis bowling, and a flighted delivery clipped fine by Van Buren. It's beaten the fielder at short fine leg. Jones heading back towards the rope will slide and cut it off. But Van Buren gets off the mark with a couple of runs, 47 for 3. So back up and running in the evening session, and the dismissal so far with Dent outside edging a ball to second slip off Rushworth, and then the next 2 would fall into the same category as a lot of the Durham dismissals. I think avoidable dismissals, as you put it.
Yeah, yeah. Ed might just give us the scores in the Division 1 games, perhaps the score involving Essex and the Women's International, maybe in the next, during this over or at the end of this over. Conscious there is cricket going on elsewhere. 2 slips then for Ben Rain, who's to continue from this Ashley Down Road end, having removed Bracey off the last ball before tea. Because there are probably still 4 teams who think they can win the championship.
Yeah, so I'll start off with the England-New Zealand Women's ODI happening at Leicester. There's been somewhat of a recovery there from England. 154 for 8 now, but they were 78 for 7 and 101 for 8.
Rain into Lace, who defends.
Catherine Brunt, 40 not out. Kate Cross, 29 not out. So maybe they may yet work their way up to a score they could think about defending. In Division 1 of the Championship, Hampshire 129 for 8 against Lancashire. That's also a bit of a recovery from 71 for 6.
Lace waits for Rain down the leg side as an appeal. That looks to be only pad from where we were, and equally that's Ben Debenham's view as well.
So it certainly sounded like pad.
Had that sort of soft sound that you only associate with the pad. I think the slips heard something, and therefore their natural disposition was to appeal. But Debenham wasn't interested. .93 behind Gloucestershire at the moment, but 3 wickets down, and with a certain degree of focus on this pair, getting them a start after tea.
Meanwhile, at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 181 for 6 against Yorkshire. Joe Clark is 68 not out, but obviously not good news that for Notts at all, because they've come into this round in 4th and they need those bonus points.
Rain again to Lace, who gets solidly behind it. And of course, we don't know how this will pan out yet, but if it went back to 2 divisions of 8 and 10, Notts would be in Division 2 next year.
Yes, unless there's some other way of doing it, but I think it's probably a bit late to be thinking about that sort of thing now. But yeah, so I mean, Notts started this 6.5 points behind Hampshire in 1st, couple behind Lancashire, or 2.5 behind Lancashire and 3 behind Warwickshire.
Rain staying very much back of a length in that over, and Lace deciding the best thing to do was to play him off the back foot. 47 for 3. If you weren't with us in the early part of the day, maybe you've joined us since the tea interval. Durham won the toss this morning, 140 all out from a position where they were 72 for 2 at one stage and 109 for 4 later on. Lost the last 6 wickets for 31. Zaffa 5 for 50 and Van Buren 3 for 28. David Payne took the first 2 wickets.
Just one other notable thing about that Notts Yorkshire game: 5 of the 6 dismissals have been effected caught behind by Harry Duke. Travaskis to continue, and Van Buren on strike. He goes back and gets that cut shot out, but there is that sweeper out on the point boundary for Van Buren, and 1 run is taken. In the other Division 1 match, Warwickshire 169 for 3 against Somerset. Half centuries for Sibley and Rhodes. Hayne and Lamb, the pair in at the moment, as Lace goes back and carves that one out to the fielder at deep cover. So a slight adjustment for Lace as opposed to Van Buren. They obviously know about Van Buren's cut shot that he likes, and Lace really more preferring the drive. But 49 now for 3 as Van Buren just nudges that one into the offside, obviously hoping for a single into that gap that's left by the point fielder, but it wasn't there. So well, it's a very intriguing start to a very intriguing title race. As Van Buren, is he stumped here? Well, Eckersley obviously thought that he was. It was an appeal for caught behind first of all, and then Eckersley convinced that Van Buren was out stumped. How was that? He said. But it's not out from both umpires on both counts. Travaskis to Van Buren, turns straight to short leg. He's still not ripped a ball quite like we saw this morning from Zaffa, but he's certainly turning it and bouncing it enough here. Travaskis as that short cutaway. Oh dear, he's completely wrong-footed the fielder at cover. And it was, initially he thought it was going to be to the left of him, but it was actually to the right of him. And Van Buren picks up 3 runs in the end with that cut shot out towards what is a very long boundary towards the club offices, and the applause is for the 50 for Gloucestershire. 52 for 3, trailed by 88 runs, but it's a pretty helpless feeling for the fielder at cover, who was Paul Coughlin, who was completely done by that one. As we have a look at the replay of that strangle down the leg side, but certainly sounded like pad. And Tom Lace, I think, also doing everything he could to suggest that that was what it was off as well.
Interesting that Beddingham went to celebrate, and it was only Borthwick that was really appealing. Beddingham himself did not. He's back in at first slip. Rain staying over the wicket and staying kind of back over length of Van Buren. You won't mind that. Certainly the ball that has been pitched up has been the one that's caused the bother today. And this final week of the season, got to go back into the, it's not that far, but you've got to go back into the 1900s to find the time that Gloucestershire last won 8 championship matches in a season. It's dabbed away neatly by Van Buren. That will go down through the 3rd man area, and it will go all the way to the boundary for 4. Just enough width for him. And Van Buren, for him, that is a very profitable area, and there is enough room to play that little dab away, open the face of the bat. Knew there was space there. He goes up to 10. The cropped haired figure of Rain comes in once more again. That made a nice sound off the bat, albeit it was a defensive push. Borthwick doing some numbering up. Rain's bowled either side of tee here, so this is his 5th over. Travaskis has taken 1 for 20 in 7, so as the debate would be, how long do you keep the relatively inexperienced spinner on? And might he think about a bowl himself, and also bringing Rushworth back at this end if he doesn't think that Potts has the control. Little dab from Van Buren once more to the right of Borthwick. That second slip bring him a single. It was these two that saw Gloucestershire through to victory against Northampton in the last home game, albeit that was a different kind of situation.
Yes.
A chase that you knew what the target was and what the timing was.
Yes, so we would be surprised if Graham Van Buren played an innings quite like that one, but yes.
But equally, they're trying not to be bogged down here. And if they've come out with the intention of trying to get to somewhere like parity at the close, there are 30 overs to go. It's not an unreasonable kind of aim, I don't think. Rain in down the leg side, and Lace doesn't get a touch, doesn't really play a full shot at that. Thanks as ever to James and Shane for their work on the cameras today, and indeed across the season. I did notice that at the conclusion of the Western Storm season at the weekend, there was a lot of positive feedback for the camera work here at the County Ground, and Shane and James and Cameron are all a big part of that. Rain in slightly open action, and again that slid down the leg side. It would be too happy, having been really accurate before tee. Hasn't quite got the same line since. 5 overs, 1 for 13. Rushworth 1 for 4 from his 5 overs, and Travasky's 1 for 20 from 7. So we've not seen Borthwick yet, but you would feel that he may not be long before introducing himself. Even if it was only briefly, you would have thought that the unpredictability of the leg spinner might be something that he would look to exploit.
Travaskis, though, bowling with good control so far. And Van Buren goes back, cuts this one away. There's work for deep backward point to do, but he won't do it because Van Buren's cut it away quite fine, more towards where a wide third man would be. So Van Buren picks up his second boundary, and well, I guess 15 off 13 balls now for Van Buren. Maybe he is going to end up with something relatively similar to what he ended up with against Northampton half century off about a run of ball. Gloucestershire would certainly take that. Travaskis is in, and Van Buren going forward and not quite kicking it away, but there was at least some attempt to try and play the ball with the bat, but he's ended up shinning it.
He was a long way down there, though, to be fair.
Took LBW out of play, really, and once more that's a little bit short and wide, allowing Van Buren to rock back on the cut shot and send it out to deep backward point.
Interesting that Beddingham and Borthwick have switched now. Borthwick has gone to first slip and Beddingham to second. Beddingham in the helmet.
Travaskis in, and allowing Lace to rock onto the back foot. He'll probably be a little bit irritated that he's punched that directly to Coughlin at extra cover, who will also probably be pretty glad himself that he didn't get wrong-footed by that one like the one in the last over. This time Lace leaves well outside the off-stump. Having praised Travaskis' control, this over so far has in general been quite wide. Having said that, I suppose we did see a few wickets fall to that kind of line in Durham's innings. Lace this time gets a straighter delivery, which is on the back foot to defend. So 5 off that over, all off the bat of Van Buren. Lace 4 off 29 deliveries now. But Van Buren just over a run a ball, and there are the bowling figures. Potts just the 2 overs before he was whipped out of the attack, and in came the spin of Travaskis, who's been tidy so far. Rushworth and Rain 1 wicket each.
And Borthwick on his way down to all his second slip to Rain, the second of 3, was again whirling his arms through in a gentle bowling action, so he's certainly getting himself loose. And here is Rain again to Van Buren. He goes back out onto the leg side. The pitch almost right in the middle of the ground, so big boundary square of the wicket. Paul Coughlin also getting ready. He may have had a word. He may just be indicating to his captain that I don't mind being thrown the ball.
Everyone else has had a go. That's only what you'd be saying at schoolboy level.
Oh yeah. Deep backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on the leg side for Rain, but that's outside the off-stump, and he's got 3 slips and 3 saving a single on the offside, so it's a fairly standard field. Durham are obviously conscious about their small total, 140 all out. It feels like the sort of game when even a lead of 30 runs might be significant. Anything more than that certainly would be. And when Gloucestershire responded to that Glamorgan total last week, come back to that after Rain has bowled to Van Buren, who's just nudged that out on the leg side. Had to get quickly into position, but able to squeeze it away for a single. And I was listening on the second day, and they, I think, lost the 8th wicket with a lead of 1.
Yeah.
And you thought, okay, well, how many can you scramble? And in fact, of course, Payne and Price, Tom Price that is, put together an invaluable stand that made arguably all the difference to the match, and it was done from what I was hearing anyway, just at a sensible, measured pace.
Yep, it was. And then Warner came in at number 11 and far from gave it away.
Again, Rain is accurate to Tom Lace, who respectfully defends.
If anything, it was, well, the frustration from the Glamorgan players' point of view was clear. I think they probably understandably felt, especially when they finally took the 8th wicket, that Gloucestershire would try to get on with it and try to launch some quick runs, but not a bit of it. They were looking to build up the lead to as big a point as they could, and they were backing their lower order players even to do that by just staying in.
Rain, that's quite a long way outside the off stump. And let go through to Eckersley. And actually, Tom Price's innings, I think, was about 3.5 hours. Might have actually been more than that. It was a very patient effort, and as much as anything else, apart from the runs he scored, it was actually the occupation of the crease that I think said a lot about what he might become as a batsman.
Yep, 215 minutes to be exact, and David Payne batting for over an hour and a half. Jared Warner batted for an hour 9 minutes for his 10 not out.
Rain again to Lace. He's just happy at the moment to defend the straight stuff, and Ben Rain's produced quite a bit of that in his 6-over spell. 63 for 3.
And it's kind of easy to imagine what effect that had on Glamorgan, a side who, I mean, they're not playing like it at the Oval at the moment. They're piling up the runs there, but a side who, coming into that match, were pretty fragile, really. They'd won, of course, the trophy, and then, whether it was trophy hangover or what, but losing their next 2 games to Essex and to Durham in very convincing fashion, both by an innings and in general, with the exception of, I think it was Douthwaite and Salter who provided a bit of resistance against Durham, but there wasn't a huge amount of resistance there in general. Travaskis into Van Buren, who are appealing here, thinking that might have been pad first and then bat, and it certainly looked worth the inquiry if it did nip that pad before the bat. But Graham Lloyd not out was the call. Buren tickles this one fine on the leg side, but straight to Beddingham, who's now on that 45 there, so out of second slip. Travaskis in and bowls. Van Buren opens the face play straight to backward point, but you know, a side which had, I suppose, really that the Royal London Cup was mostly their season, and they'd.
I think I asked Nick Webb that question on the Sunday. Does it?
And Buren gets a delivery full and drives out to deep cover. We'll get 1.
Does it cover up the cracks, or does it kind of? Does it colour the season effectively?
Well, it's the age-old question, isn't it? No matter what the sport is, would you rather win a trophy and, well, let's just say, would you rather win a trophy and get relegated, for example, or would you rather stay up? And that's, you know, you're sort of looking at a side which is, with the exception of what they seem to be doing at the Oval today, finished the season with a bit of a whimper in the Championship, but have won a trophy, their first ever knockout one-day trophy, as that's a bit of a loose drive from Tom Lace away from his body. And Travaskis nearly had his second victim there.
Are they the only team now to have not been to T20 Finals Day?
Travaskis in, and there's a strangled shout there for all sorts, stumped, caught behind, whatever. That was a beauty from Travaskis, and if he wasn't quite landing it on the right spot the previous over, that over he certainly was. 64 for 3 after 22 overs. I think Glamorgan, I think Glamorgan did make it once. I thought they'd made it a fair while ago, once, but I could be wrong on that.
We'll try and unravel that question, but suffice to say, because you said that it's their first one-day trophy, and I'm sure that is right. But
it's the first knockout
yeah.
one. They'd won the league style competition.
So Paul Coughlin coming on from this Ashley Down Road end. Ben Rain 1 for 14 from his spell either side of tee.
2017, Glamorgan last made finals day.
So here is Coughlin with his first ball to be, well, both of those points are accurate, and pushed out on the offside by Graham Van Buren. They've certainly not been regulars to.
No, that was sort of, I suppose, Rudolph and Ingram getting them there that year.
I think that actually may have been the year where they did actually stop being the only side who hadn't been there before. Coughlin in on the pads. That's clipped down to long leg. Van Buren gets one more. And the sun now literally beaming down on the spectators at the Ashley Down Road end in those seats. Gloucestershire getting up towards halfway towards the Durham total. Coughlin right arm over the wicket. That's nicely played by Lace, but straight to the man at mid wicket.
Apologies.
Potts is there.
Sorry, apologies to listeners from Durham who may not want to hear us talking about this, but it was, just going back to Glamorgan, it was a terrific team performance from them in that final. Yes, Kieran Carlson made, and he was 85 from not so many deliveries, but they had contributions all the way down with the bat and contributions all the way through with the ball.
Coughlin, that's short and steered down to third man. They do have a third man now, Durham. And one more to Tom Lace.
And certainly my feeling going into that final was Durham were pretty hot favourites, and made even more so by the fact that they'd brought back Ben Rain and Matty Potts into that lineup, whereas Glamorgan had made the decision not to recall their players who were available to them after the 100.
Van Buren waits for Potts, and another dab down through where a fine gully or a fourth sit would be. One more to the total, and if the seamers for Durham, so be that Potts or Coughlin, are going to offer a little bit of width, then Gloucestershire will be happy to just accumulate the singles, I think, in this situation. Lace again is offered width here, and that's cut away. It was quite close to him, but he's got a lot on that, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4. That was not absolutely punched away with complete conviction, but it was just worked into the gap, and the pace of the outfield, which has been brisk all afternoon, took it away from the fielder and all the way in front of the man stand for 4. Sanitisation break comes half an hour after tea. 71 for 3 in reply to 140 all out. There are 25 overs left on the day, and it might not be, to call it a counter-attack might be a little bit strong at the moment, but you just get the impression that these two have got themselves going a little bit.
Yeah, and I suppose the hope is, if you're Gloucestershire, that it just takes that one partnership to get going, and Durham start to wilt a little bit in the evening sun. I suppose that's what you're hoping for if you're Gloucestershire, as forward goes Van Buren looking to defend, inside edge onto pad, whereas from Durham's point of view, they've obviously got to keep telling themselves that there's a wicket right round the corner, because there has been so far today, and they've got to keep themselves going. They certainly look to be at the moment. I don't think we're anywhere near that stage yet, as Van Buren gets behind that one and plays it very softly out into the offside.
They must be conscious though of the number of runs they've got on the board and the fact that the lead is slowly being eroded.
Van Buren goes back, cuts away out to deep point. Been a profitable shot so far from Van Buren against Travaskis. He's just not really dragged it down at all. It's just short enough that Van Buren, being so strong through that region, can just latch onto the length enough just to keep the board ticking over, even if he's not picking up boundaries all the time for it. Travaskis to Lace full and allowing the drive. Lace just takes what's on offer. A single rolled out to deep cover. And I think this field also, you know, it's having that deep cover out especially, it suggests that Durham know that they don't want this getting away from them quickly. The odd single okay, but we'll keep the boundaries down as that's cut by Van Buren out towards deep point. I think about 2. They won't get it though. Lees has done very well there actually on the boundary to keep that down to just the 1, because it was interesting that Lees was fielding at deep cover there for Van Buren, because they had been swapping him deep cover, deep point, depending on who was on strike. Travaskis to Lace, that is a bit too short, and Lace cuts easily out to deep cover, so able to milk things that over really. Travaskis back to bowling just a bit too wide, and 4 runs off the over, 75 for 3. So, as you say, they are just beginning to tick things along, these two. However, just don't think necessarily that you ever feel like you're totally set, and maybe soon is the time that Borthwick's got to think about getting himself on.
Yeah, Travaskis has bowled 10 overs. He hasn't bowled a maiden yet in that, so there's always been an opportunity for Gloucestershire just to rotate the strike, even against the slow left armer. Coughlin in, and that's hit Lace on the body. He's tried to work that into the leg side. And I appreciate this is a 4-day game, not a 1-day game, but that was the Gloucestershire approach from these two batsmen in that Northants chase, wasn't it? Because they were, it was a question of, you know, we can take all the overs we want. We don't have to win it in the 75th, I think 75th out of 85 or something. We can take 83, 84, we can go to the last ball if we need to. And they certainly weren't hurrying initially. And they were about 40 for 2, I think, at one stage. And you thought, this game isn't done for yet. And then Hammond, in particular, was kind of glued the innings together, and Van Buren and Lace were able to profit against a tiring attack. Now, here, Coughlin in again, and that's very wide outside the off stump, and it shouldn't have been chased ideally by Lace, but he did a bit of a waft at it, a bit casual, and it went through to Eckersley.
Yes, he probably would have wanted to get a bit closer to that before playing that cut shot. I mean, it's something that even Ian Harvey said in interviews, slightly tongue-in-cheek, about taking it right down to the end of things, and I think that goes. I think it's something which, as you say, that it's almost in the Gloucestershire philosophy these days, where it doesn't matter if we take it right down to the end. We're quite happy, because if we take it down to the end, then we have a chance to win.
Still in the game at that point. Certainly one in the game here. That's a peach of a ball, but he hasn't got a touch, I don't think, and Ben Debenham is not going to put his finger up. That was a great delivery from Coughlin. Not much Lace could do about this. They heard something as it went through, but umpire Debenham did not.
If Tom Lace has got his hand on that kind of pocket hip area for a reason. Certainly a beauty, as you say.
Lace waits again and lets that one go wisely. A bit short from Coughlin at the end of that over, but the ball before beat everything. 75 for 3 in reply to Durham's 140 all out. This is the first day of this last championship match of the season at Bristol. If you are thinking about coming tomorrow, forecast is decent, and a reminder, it's a 10:30 start, so make sure you're here on time, because things have been regularly happening throughout today, and we wouldn't want you to miss what's likely to be a game that's going to progress quite quickly.
If you turn up at 10:45, not 10:30, you're liable to turn up and see a helicopter on the outfield and wonder what that's doing there.
Well, that's what happened.
So you wouldn't want that to happen to you tomorrow.
That's what happened today at about 25 to 11, just after we'd started. And hence why we're a little bit behind with the overs overall, but the light is fine.
Travaskis starting a new over. Van Buren, ooh, I don't think he meant to put that one there. He's sort of rolled the wrists on it in the hopes of kidding a few people into the fact that he was looking to tickle that one fine on the leg side, but the straight bat that he played with initially says otherwise. But it went to safety, no leg slip in position, and forward goes Van Buren, plays that one very nicely. Good cricket, just nudging the ball into the gap, wide of Potts at backward point. And it shows you the level of, well, I suppose the level of investiture in this match from the Gloucestershire supporters, that even a moment like that was received quite a warm round of applause as Lace goes forward and defends. They know this is the kind of game where, likely to be the kind of game where, as you say, any kind of a lead, any run could be pretty vital. Lace forward in defence, picked up by Graham Clark under the helmet at short leg.
And we, let's be fair, we've seen some very good four-day cricket here with higher scores than this, but sometimes a game like this can be just as enthralling.
Travaskis bowls, forward goes Lace. Van Buren taking a few steps down the pitch there, but Lace, fortunately from a Gloucestershire point of view, Lace had decided not to go anywhere at all.
And if you look at the I think the chase is, what, 224, 385 and 285. The successful chases for Gloucestershire here this season.
Travaskis to Lace, played off the shoulder of the bat out towards point end of over number 26, 76 for 3. Here's a replay of the shout. Well, it looks to me as though that has missed the outside edge.
Speaking everything. So I wonder, again, it's that old thing of somebody hears something, and therefore
it's hard to tell from that. Did it just flick his pocket? Maybe, and we'll see it a second time here. I suppose it's just conceivable it may have just flicked that hip, that pocket kind of area, because the fact that so many of them went up would lead me to believe that there probably was a noise. But now what have we got? Excuse me.
Sorry, the guy's asking if you can close the door.
Close which door? Not talking about this one, are they?
Is that your window?
Oh. I think they may be talking to us, Shane, so I think you might have to go out there and tell us what.
The sun's bouncing off the open window. Is there any chance you could shut it? Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
Ah, no, it must be the balcony above us that's got the problem. That was a disconcerting moment. So I think it must be the balcony above us, and they're asking whether there's a window of the flat which could be closed, and it looks as though, yes, it looks as though it has been. I know that our colleague over on the far end, Martin Emerson, has had a situation where he's been told he has to shut a window, but he couldn't shut it, and then they managed to come up with some other solution to keep the commentary box ventilated anyway.
Was chopped right back in off the seam by Paul Coughlin. It's hit the thigh pad And gone to bedding him at first slip, but no touch off the bat. This is quite lively from Coughlin. His first bowl of the match. Durham appealing unsuccessfully for a nick off the bat. Fired in a bit fuller length this time. And up to Rushworth at mid-on.
That horrible moment when they're all staring up at you and you think, is it us? Is it me? Am I doing something wrong? Am I moving about too much even though I'm standing up at long on?
Well,
dear me.
If it had been us, it would not be impossible to close the window, but it would certainly not make it as straightforward. That's fielded by Michael Jones at short extra. Was out early today to an LBW. First man to go. David Payne with one that I wonder whether Jones thought it might have been going down the leg side, but it was just moving enough in the air to give the umpire the decision to make, and he made it in the bowler's favour. Coughlin's looked quite sharp, hasn't he?
He's getting some real life out of this pitch. I mean, it's good to see him back. Well, it's good to see him back at Durham. It's good to see him back bowling with this kind of venom, because it's such an injury-plagued spell at Notts.
He's again past umpire Devon once more. The jumping figure of Van Buren. That's 23.
But you see somebody who's been involved a fair bit with England Lions, etc. Certainly somebody very highly thought of, and somebody obviously highly thought of by Notts because they went out and got him. But so it didn't quite work out. Well, it's one of those moves to the bigger counties, quote unquote, that didn't quite work out.
Van Buren lets that go. Outside the off stump, Lace has faced 49 balls for his 11, and Van Buren now 37 for his 23, so Lace by far and away the, you could argue, the more patient of the two. But these two who came together when James Bracey was out when the score was at 42 for 3 off the last ball before tea. So they've added 34 since the resumption.
Right, Scott Borthwick looks as if he is preparing to come into the attack, so Travaskis is taken out of the attack. 11 overs, pardon me, 1 for 31, but as Ian pointed out earlier, no maidens. Wicket of Miles Hammond, who was out charging down the pitch and clothing a ball to mid-on. But they were able to tick things along against him. They may still be able to do the same against Borthwick, but I think the time probably come to see what Borthwick can do. Leg breaks, googlies, sliders. Borthwick bowls short, and that's cut by Lace and knocked down by Potts at backward point. They thought about a single on at least 2 or 3 occasions there and decided not to go for it. Probably quite wise, if there's any such hesitation, just to stay where you were. Borthwick in and bowls. Much better length. It's worked away out into the leg side, however, by Tom Lace for a single, just wide of mid-on. 77 for 3. These two coming together right after tea with the score 42 for 3. Bracey having been trapped. LBW leaving a ball from Ben Rain to the last ball of the afternoon session. Borthwick in, and that's driven down the ground beautifully by Van Buren for 4 runs. The textbook on drive, and when Van Buren looks to whack the ball straight down the ground, he does so with some force. The back leg went up off the floor, but the ball didn't. Straight down the ground. Ooh, that one's almost snuck through though. Excellent comeback from Borthwick. He bowled a quicker delivery there, which Van Buren tried to cut, but it was through him before he could really get through the shot. And slightly fortunate, well, more than slightly fortunate, that he didn't play that one onto his stumps. Ended up going out into the slips. Borthwick in. Van Buren cuts that one off, just outside off stump, probably in the end. But no run to Potts at backward point. Bring the leg spinner on. Something's going to happen. Whether it's runs or wickets.
Or both.
Or both, indeed, as has been mostly the case with spin today. And Van Buren gets turned around by that one, trying to work the ball against the spin into the leg side. So, moral victory on a couple of occasions to Borthwick, but also a stunning swat down the ground. Well, swat, that's unkind. It was much better than a swat. A stunning on drive from Van Buren
Got the
as
impression
well.
on the replay that he might have got to it on the full.
Yes, he did, yeah.
But still had to be put away. Now, Coughlin's been lively from this Ashley Down road end. 3 overs for 7. He's got quite a bit of bounce though, and Lacey's going to face him now. There's going to be 4 byes here. Oh, leg byes actually. Might have just grazed the pad. That was fired in. Nothing much Eccles he could do, and to be fair, it didn't bounce very much down the leg side either. So a cheap boundary, and Gloucestershire will take those. It must have been very fine off the pad. My first thought was it didn't touch anything, but umpire Debenham is a lot closer to the action than we are, high up at the Ashley Down road end. And Gloucestershire get that, nudge that score past 100. Suddenly 140 looks a lot closer. Coughlin in again. Again, just a hint of an appeal, but again there may have been a nick.
Yeah, he's causing a lot of problems here, but he's getting the ball to bounce a fair bit, is Coughlin, which means that he's going to find it slightly tricky to pick up an LBW. Any time he's really beaten the bat, it's been bowling good length or back of a length.
Here he is once more. And Michael Jones does the fielding at short extra. Yes, that wide angle camera from the pavilion end really does show the areas where the spinners had the joy earlier on today. 2 distinct parts of the pitch where it does have a different appearance, and that's not from the wear. There you can see literally there's an area of, I don't know, my guess would be what, 2 yards at either end, Ed? Possibly 3 yards? 2 yards possibly at either end, in front of where the batsman is taking guard, where he does look, if you're pitching a ball up in those areas, you're going to think there's a response on offer for you. Coughlin in again, and that was again fired in the roundabout leg stump, and another leg bye to the total. So Gloucestershire's just ticking the runs up at the moment, and their target will be no more at this stage than to perhaps get to parity by the close of play tonight, possibly ahead of it if they can. 20 overs to go. And that's let go by Van Buren. He was confident on the bounce there, and the Coughlin's bounce, taking it over the top of the stumps, would probably have been 4 inches over the top, not much more than that, but he judged it well. And just the 2 slips in, and there's the judgment. It was a good leave in the book of leaves. That was a good one. Yep. 86 for 3.
Yes, and it is because of the bounce that he's got so far. There's been nothing to suggest that that would keep low. don't know if there was a suggestion that Clark's delivery that bowled him maybe kept a bit low. We certainly haven't really seen anything so far. That one certainly doesn't keep low as it's short and wide, and Lace just reaches for it and cuts it out to the fielder at deep cover. And one more run onto the total, 87 for 3, Borthwick giving the ball a shine.
In Division 3, Kent are playing
Well,
Middlesex today,
Do you know
aren't
what?
they?
I was just going. It was actually going to be the next thing I was going to mention after this ball. As Van Buren cuts a run out to deep cover. So that's how you know we've been working together for long enough. Darren Stevens took 4 for 21 in 15 overs with 8 maidens for Kent against Middlesex. T20 champions, Kent. Did we offer our congratulations as a cricket club yet?
I believe that's been done. And
Here comes Borthwick, and he bowls short. Lace, well, he's barely got any bat on it. He's got some bat on it as he's pulled it into the leg side. It's gone nowhere.
And
I'll get one
apparently
for it.
on one commentary outlet that is available on that game, somebody's questioned whether they've actually mentioned it enough that Kent actually did win a trophy on Saturday.
Yes. I'm not sure Ben Watts has mentioned it enough, actually.
No.
There's a few angles he hasn't quite covered from there. Van Buren looks to turn that ball into the leg side. It's gone for leading edge. So, although not exactly possibly what Borthwick had in mind, still is missing the middle of Graham Van Buren's bat a few times here. Borthwick bowls, and Van Buren gets down the pitch, makes that into a full toss. They'll just get one, however, as it's clipped up to Rushworth fielding at mid-on.
Just talking about T20 Finals Day, I mean, my 2 visits there, you might argue have not been the most fortunate. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Particularly the second one. Borthwick bowls, back goes Lace, drives off the back foot, will get a single out to deep cover. So things continue just to tick along that over for Gloucestershire. They've brought the deficit down below 50 runs, 91 for 3 and 29 to Van Buren and 15 to Tom Lace.
Yeah, so I was there for the McLaren hat-trick in the defeat in the final against Kent, when of course the last over of the match was bowled by Carl Greenwich. And I was also there last year for the Saturday, when of course it did nothing but rain, and I didn't see any cricket at all.
Well, there we go. I mean, I can sympathise. I am also 0 for 1 from finals day, because of course I ended up doing the day that actually did happen. But yes, it's the only bad thing about Kent winning that final is the fact that Sky are going to keep repeating that 2007 final over and over again, with Darren Stevens winning the game for Kent against Gloucestershire.
So Travaskis is going to change ends now, and Coughlin, having been bowled 4 overs for 7 runs, is being taken off. Interestingly, whether they might switch ends and let him go to the far end, we'll see. So Travaskis with his slow left arm has got 2 slips and a short leg. Oh, and that spun a mile. That's pitched on middle and gone outside off stump. And that's what we mean about those 2 very distinct areas at either ends of the pitch, where the spinners in particular have been drawing a response. Lace has to come forward here, you feel. He's let that one go. It's a bit shorter, but again, a little bit of bounce too there for Travaskis.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you've just got to be landing it on that length, You don't deviate from that length. That's where things are happening.
Travaskis again.
That's 2 full.
And good stop by Michael Jones, way to his left. Short extra. Travaskis he's a different trajectory to go hard, almost a little bit more like Van Buren, if anything. And that's worked off his hip by Lace down towards the boundary in front of the Thatcher's bar, and that will bring up the 50 partnership between these 2. And that's an important partnership, where Gloucestershire have batted now for 1 hour and 5 minutes since tea without losing a wicket. Travaskis to Lace. Oh, played inside that. Deliberately took the bat away.
Travaskis will still be quite happy to see the position he was in before he took the bat away, though.
Graham Clark under the helmet, and again that's spun. It's just a bit too full, really. It's a fine margin, isn't it, about that length. But what you really want. You really see as the absolutely most dangerous length of all. But at the moment, these two are surviving and picking up runs where they can. Van Buren 29, Lace 17. And we still have 17 overs left on the day.
Yeah, don't think there's too much doubt that we'll get them in, though. This slightly hazy sunshine, but it's quite a nice thing that it is hazy, because it's just keeping the temperature down from being a little bit hot and sticky to just being a beautiful, pleasant temperature for watching an afternoon's cricket. Borthwick 2 overs for 10 so far, and 2 slips in place, but no short leg or silly point now. Borthwick to Van Buren, who leaves a delivery outside the off stump. Obviously picked the leg spinner there and was...
Borthwick has the habit, doesn't he, of the right arm goes up after every delivery.
He obviously hoped that that one wasn't going to turn at all, but Van Buren had judged that it would. Borthwick in, and another leave alone outside the off stump. And Borthwick, like a lot of leg spinners, does get a lot of his wickets with that googly, particularly in one-day cricket. But it's been quite rare, really, the opportunity that we've been able to see Borthwick bowl for a really extended period in red ball cricket, as Van Buren drives that one straight to extra cover. I'm sure Durham fans will have seen it more often than us, but it's nice to see Borthwick bowling.
125 overs in first-class cricket before this match. That's not a lot, really, over a season.
Borthwick in, forward goes Van Buren this time.
You know, that's 10 overs a game, isn't it? It's not much.
Yeah. And he played one test match out in Sydney, one of those one-test wonders Borthwick has at the moment is Mason Crane, who also played his one test at that venue. Borthwick bowls, forward goes Van Buren and defends, and Borthwick, I mean, whilst he went for 6.3 and over in that match, he picked up 4 for 82 overall, but yet somehow the 6.3 and over has, you know, kind of clouded it, which it shouldn't have done. Van Buren defends out to extra cover. So that's the end of the over. It's a maiden from Borthwick, 93 for 3, but I just feel maybe
that does
maybe
feel
the
a lot.
attitudes
That does feel high, doesn't it?
It does, but what's at the end of the day, you've taken 4 for
wickets.
82.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you bowl a side out in 10 overs for 82. You've still bowled them out for 82. So I've always been somebody who's, well, you know, and Stephen Finn was another bowler who people said went for too many runs, but he took his wickets. So yeah,
another player on the move too.
Mm.
Going to Sussex, of course.
Yes, should restock things a little bit for Sussex as far as experienced players go. The ones that they're losing.
3 close catches for Travaskis. And that's good reactions. That second slip from David Benningham in the helmet. He's very close there. Going to be real reaction if there's an edge. Tossed up and driven pleasantly to mid-off, but fielded by Ben Rain, no run. There was a certain amount of relief when the Gloucestershire 50 came up after tea, but there was a degree of warmth in the applause for the 50 partnership, and there Lace goes back and does just enough. I know the coach would, the coach's first mantra is always watch the ball, but he left that a bit late.
Did watch it for a long time.
Travasky staying around the wicket, and out LBW. Lace has to go. He perhaps was at risk from the ball before, and now Travaskis has broken the partnership when it's got to 51 between Lace and Van Buren. And for Lace, it's another case of a start and not going on. And Ben Debenham pretty clear that was probably hitting leg stump, to be fair. And Gloucestershire lose their 4th wicket, 93 for 4, still 57 behind, 47 behind.
It was really set up by that previous ball, wasn't it? Because Lace had sort of exposed his stumps, gone right back onto them and played it right at the last minute. And even in the last over, a couple of the balls that Travaskis got to turn right past Lace's outside edge, they were deliveries which Lace had kind of backed away from and gone onto the back foot and tried to give himself every possible moment to decide whether he should extend the hands towards the ball and really play at it. But that one, as a consequence of the last delivery where he played it right at the last minute, I think the feet were just a little bit rooted there, and as a consequence he was trapped LBW. It's a hot air balloon, makes its way up into the Bristol sky over towards the centre, but George Scott certainly won't be looking at that or thinking about that as he comes out to the middle. He's got a job to do. Gloucestershire got, I suppose when you think about it, they've got, we're talking about the 2 decent partnerships or 1 really good partnership. That, I suppose, just about falls into the category of one of the decent partnerships. Gloucestershire need another, and then they need some handy contributions from elsewhere.
Well, Scott's highest score of the season is 31. So this is quite a big innings for him, one would argue. It's only his 5th Red Bull game. And Durham battling hard despite only getting a small score. And Eckersley and Scott having a bit of a friendly chat. Oh, and that's spat way past the outside edge. And interesting that with Coughlin having got some bounce at this Ashley Down Road end, that Travaskis is starting to get that a little bit as well. 93 for 4. Durham made 140 all out earlier today in 45 overs and 5 balls. Alex Lee's made 40. There were 4 other scores in double figures, but nothing significant. Zafar Gohar 5 for 50. Graham Van Buren 3 for 28. And 2 early wickets for David Payne. But that pattern of ball dominating bat has continued throughout the day.
Borthwick to Van Buren, who's forward, nudging that one out towards backward point. It's picked up by Potts. So Travaskis, as you say, really finding that bounce from the Ashley Down Road end, and Borthwick, you'd think, ought to be able to generate something similar here. Not bowling the new batsman yet. Van Buren forward in defence, despite the histrionics from Borthwick.
So Lee's 40 is by far and away the highest score of the day. Van Buren's 29 not out currently is the 2nd highest.
He's got a single into the leg side if he wants it, but he's not going to be thinking about a single off a ball like that. That's a genuine drag down from Borthwick, and it's swatted over wide mid-on for 4 by Van Buren. Do not want to be missing out on those ones. The only danger there is that he hit it straight down somebody's throat, but Van Buren really picked his spot here well. Strong hit. Made sure he got it wide of mid-on as well as over him. 97 now for 4, Van Buren into the 30s. Borthwick to him, that's another short delivery, and that's cracked away into exactly the same gap for 4 more. This time along the ground a bit more, but there's such a big gap out there that he's got plenty of margin. And he's hitting that shot, and Gloucestershire bring up their 100. 101 for 4. Not quite as much of a drag down as the ball before, but that's not saying too much. Can he come back with the magic ball now, however? Borthwick in, and that's helped round the corner this time by Van Buren. That will be 4 more. So it wasn't quite as short, but this time it was directed well down the leg side. So he didn't spend too long in the 30s, Graham Van Buren, but 3 rank deliveries from Borthwick, and well, actually, to be honest, that one was pretty much as short as the previous one in the end.
Yeah, and Borthwick, I'm sure, he would not want to be shipping runs like this, or hemorrhaging runs like this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rushworth from the far end.
Borthwick bowls, much better delivery, and forward goes Van Buren in defence, but that is the end of the over, so we'll see whether Borthwick allows himself an opportunity to atone for what was not a good over. In the context of this game, 12 runs is massive. 105 for 4, and also what that may do, although with Travaskis bowling the kind of deliveries he bowled last over, it might not do. It may just ease a bit of the pressure on George Scott as well, facing up now.
Van Buren now the highest score of the day in either innings, we should quantify. So Travaskis, who got lace in the last over, again stays around the wicket to the right-handed Scott, who certainly did his best higher up the order in that Hampshire match at Cheltenham. Do I mean the Hampshire match at Cheltenham? I do.
Yeah, I think so.
When he opened the batting. Here, quite happy to defend at the moment. Scott yet to get off the mark. Well, it's tossed right up by Travaskis and fielded on the run by Coughlin.
I think it may have been both of them at Cheltenham, actually, wasn't it? Yeah. Both Cheltenham games.
But in the second one, he got 31 and 29. That's chopped away and straight to the man at backward point. Yes, in the first match, he made 5 and 0. So it was in the second game, really, where Gloucestershire was short of opening options and Scott was pushed up. There he is now, almost yorked by Travaskis. That's well judged by Scott.
I think in that second game, you'd say he certainly did his job as a makeshift opener.
Yeah.
Survived the new ball. Got a few runs. Obviously would have liked to have got more.
Scott waits again. Travaskis wheeling in. He's doing what Lace did, really, and trying to play it as late as he dare. 35 of the 48 overs have been bowled. 13 overs to go. And Borthwick, I think, looks like he's going to turn to one of his quicker bowlers, and in fact it's going to be Ben Rain. Or is it? Or is it not? No, Borthwick's going to continue. I'm surprised. After a poor, I mean, he's the captain, it's his prerogative, but after a poor over like that, I'm surprised he hasn't changed it up and gone to one of the quicker bowlers, because when Potts was expensive early on, he was out of the attack pretty sharpish.
He's bowling to Van Buren. and he bowls him a full toss, which is whipped extravagantly through mid-wicket for 4 more runs. 109 for 4, Van Buren's 7th 4, and his 4th in 5 balls against Borthwick. Full toss, just about low full toss, but again it's still got to be put away, and that gap at wide mid-wicket is taking an absolute peppering, and now Durham have had to plug it. They've got a short mid-wicket in place. Borthwick bowls that's short, and Van Buren goes back, plays a delicious late cut, and that will be 4 more, despite the attempted pursuit of Matty Potts. Just again the length allowing that. And you know, I was ready to leg spinners union. I was going to defend Borthwick, because if you get whipped out of the attack or whip yourself out of the attack for every 1 over that doesn't quite go right, then you'll never settle into a spell as a leg spinner, really. Well, never, but you know what I mean. But now it is starting to become a big problem.
But there are times and
Borthwick
times, aren't
to
there?
Van Buren, who goes back and guides that one down towards 3rd man. I think it will be cut off by Potts, but it doesn't matter to Van Buren because he's reached another half-century, and this one arguably might be the best of the lot, given how difficult batting has been on this surface. 60 balls, 8 fours. Van Buren, another 50, and I believe that's his 3rd in a row here at Bristol.
That's his 4th in the championship, and he's obviously also got that 100 as well.
It's another low full toss from Borthwick, and for once Van Buren's not found a gap with it, as he's punched it hard with the wrists up to mid-on, but no run. Mid-on set slightly deep, but it was hit so hard there was no chance of a single. Gloucestershire trailing by just 25 runs now, and he brings out the paddle sweep, and was not too far off being bowled round his legs there. And that is just the danger. He's tried to bring that shot out twice, Van Buren, and he's not made contact with it either time. 1 ball remaining, and this may well be Borthwick's last ball, unless he takes a wicket. Borthwick is in. Oh! He wasn't too far off doing so, but of course, because of the drag downs, they can't have as an attacking field as they might like, so there's no short leg. Van Buren gets 1. He'll keep the strike. 116 for 4, so that is 23 runs in the last 2 overs bowled by Borthwick. 116 for 4.
Yeah, he's bowled 5 overs for 32. 5 overs for 33, in fact. And that, in the context of a low-scoring game, that can't go on for very long.
No, I think it can't go on for any longer, probably, now.
Travaskis into bowl to Van Buren, who I'm sure Scott is quite happy to let take the strike at the moment. Travaskis, slow left arm from the Ashley Down Road end. And again, Van Buren forward. Now, he's done a lot of valuable work here. It mustn't be given away in the remaining 11 overs and 4 balls on the day. Oh, that was very fine. He's got the run of the bottom of the bat down almost for a Harrow drive. There's a chase for Borthwick down towards the boundary in front of the pavilion, and they've just hauled it in, and Scott will make sure they can come back for 3. It's good running. Wasn't the prettiest shot, but Travaskis has bowled pretty consistently. He's not perhaps shown the absolute out-and-out threat that Zafar Gohar showed earlier, but he's kept things pretty tight. He's taken 2 wickets. But equally, we have to understand that some of the lower order shot selection from Durham was below par, shall we say.
Yes, I think the words giving it away might come to mind.
Travaskis to Scott, who's yet to score. That's come up off the pad. It was going way down the leg side.
Perhaps none more so than Travaskis himself. First ball looking to slog sweep out the ground.
Gloucestershire 21 behind. Still wait there, says Scott as he drives it out to Paul Coughlin at short extra cover. I find it hard to think we won't see Rushworth again today. 11 overs to go. Travaskis had quite a long bowl, while 15 overs, 2 for 36. There would be a burst from Rushworth, I would have thought, and there's going to be a burst from Rain now at the far end.
Yeah, I suppose, does Rushworth want a bowl from the Ashley Down Road end? He may do. And in which case, you're going to have to wait until Travaskis is out of the attack, because I think you want Travaskis bowling from that end by the looks of things. He's looked very threatening from there. Well, maybe Rushworth will switch ends, I don't know. But for now, as you say, it will be Rain.
There are 6 overs to go from that far end, so in theory, unless he pulls up injured or something, Rain could actually bowl all 6, you would have thought. He's not been overworked. He's only had 1 6-over spell either side of tee, and he's taken 1 for 14, so he's been pretty accurate.
Bowling now to Van Buren, past umpire Lloyd. Forward goes Van Buren, defends to extra cover. 55 from 67 deliveries then from Van Buren, but the worm of his innings would have turned alarmingly upwards in the last couple of overs with the friendly deliveries, has to be said, that were sent down by Borthwick. Don't think he's going to be seeing that same kind of looseness from Rain, who bowls to Van Buren, who dabs away down towards third man. Third man will come up off the boundary rope. Travaskis launches the left arm throw in. 1-2-0 for 4.
Now, dare I say it, I think George Scott would probably rather face Rain than Travaskis.
You'd think starting your innings might be a bit easier against the seam rather than the spin, the way it's gone. I was just having a look back to see the exact numbers from Van Buren's half-century against Northants in the second innings. 53 off 50 balls it was, so it was a bit quicker, but he said he wasn't going to play an innings like he played there. Well, he's actually ended up pretty similar. Rain is into Scott. That's well wide of off stump. So really exactly what you want if you're George Scott at the moment. So there's no pressure on him to score at all, because the board's ticking along just fine, and it's not as though there's going to be any difficulty as far as bonus points or anything is concerned. They don't have to think about anything like that. Scott can even just think about survival for now, especially with the number of overs that are left in the day. Just 10 after this. Rain in, full and straight. Scott defends. Durham were interested there. Not entirely sure why, but they thought the ball came back extravagantly, but if it did, it was probably going to be missing leg stump if it had missed Scott's defensive shot. Elsewhere, Hampshire have finally been bowled out. I say finally. It's not as though they were
Batting for 3 days.
No, it's not as though they were defying Lancashire for that long, but they were bowled out for 143. Rain bowls to Scott and no shot. And Lancashire 7 for 1 already in reply. So that's a pretty typical Liverpool game so far. They don't tend to be high scorers up there. So Davies already out bowled by Muhammad Abbas for 4. So not too far off here really. 143 all out there, 140 all out here, and an early wicket in both cases. Rain to Scott, who defends firmly back to the bowler to end over number 38, 120 for 4. Notts are recovering against Yorkshire, 263 for 6 now. Joe Clark has made a century. still there on 104, and youngster Joey Ivison is 48 not out, so they've put on 90 together now for the 7th wicket, and Notts need those bonus points, so that is a critical partnership there. Warwickshire, however, are probably at the moment in the box seat. They're 240 for 3 against Somerset at Edgbaston.
Here's Travaskis to start a new over. That's chopped away and partially stopped by the diving figure of Coughlin at backward point, and they'll come back just for 2. Van Buren able to profit there and take his score up to 58. Still the 2 slips and the short leg. But in terms of big defensive strides, Van Buren's wouldn't be the longest. Wouldn't be in the Oliver Hannon-Dalby bracket, for example. But he got in as big a stride as he could to the last delivery, and there we squeezed that out, and there'll be a throw at the bowler's end, which is well backed up by Rushworth, and there could have been some more overthrows. And Scott now is back facing the spinner. He looked quite happy to judge where his off stump was against Rain, but Travaskis is going to make him play. You would feel. Again, just defended by Scott out past second slip.
James behind us just taking a picture of the pair of balloons out there.
Travaskis for about 4 paces, that's all. And Scott again has a bigger defensive stride forward than Van Buren, should he choose to use it. Oh, that's a sneaky single from Scott, gets himself off the mark. It's the outside half of the bat, but didn't carry to second slip. So another over negotiated, and there will be now 9 overs of the day remaining. 124 for 4, and I think my hunch was Gloucestershire would want parity, given they were batting for approximately half the day and Durham got 140, and we're probably not going to be too far off that.
No, well, I think they were just batting for.
They were just batting.
They were just batting, exactly. There wasn't. I mean, they would obviously be delighted to be level, but yes, exactly. Rain to continue from the pavilion end, and bowls to Scott, who dabs away behind square on the offside, and Travaskis moves up from gully to field. So the balloon is in the distance, providing a really beautiful backdrop to what is really not feeling like a late September evening. And it has been, it's just a beautiful evening. A little bit of breeze coming through now, but a perfect end of season day. Rain bowls now on the back foot. Scott in defence out towards
cover. Can I tell you a brief tale that I heard about ballooning? This was told on Saturday during the Women's ODI at Worcester, where one of the commentators was asked, how do you get into a balloon? And the answer is not what you might think. The basket is on its side, and you sort of clamber in and then wait for it to take you up from a position where the basket is horizontal, not vertical.
Rain bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump.
I would never have known that.
No, and if it goes wrong, you've got a basket case on your hands.
But the one thing they did say was that obviously you need to have a kind of a head for heights a bit, but how peaceful it is, other than the odd injection of
the hot air, yes.
Yeah, of the hot air, but how absolutely peaceful it is.
Until you go careering towards a tree as you come into land. Rain is in, and Scott struck on the pad. It didn't seem to be a particularly convincing appeal from anybody other than Ben Rain. So if you looked at Rain, you would believe that it was smashing the sponsor's logo out in the middle of middle stump, but actually a lot of his colleagues had stopped appealing. Bat and pad quite close together, and well, it certainly looked worth a shout. But what was interesting was that several of Rain's colleagues strangled their shouts quite quickly.
Juraski's now in at third slip.
Rain to Scott, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Lancashire have lost a second wicket. They're now 9 for 2 in reply to Hampshire's 143. I mean, I guess, just going back to the title race for a moment, whilst you've got a pitch well, I mean, Lancashire are pretty reliable at getting results there. It's just that they're not necessarily high-scoring results. And if Warwickshire are going to pick up plenty of bonus points against Somerset, which it looks as if they're going to do, then Lancashire are going to have their lives made pretty tricky. Rain in and bowls. Scott on the front foot, defends once more. So at the moment, Scott very much going by the mode of looking to survive first. So Warwickshire were actually half a point ahead of Lancashire coming into this, so that the pressure's on Lancashire to pick up those bonus points. Hampshire 3.5 ahead of Warwickshire, but again, they've not picked up any batting points at all. Warwickshire haven't batted quickly, of course they haven't. They don't have the players that will go about it that way, but possibly advantage Warwickshire at the moment.
Well, Juraski's to continue. 8 overs left on the day. And he tosses that right up, and Van Buren defends. Well, this has been to be fair to Durham, 140 was not a good score, but they've kept plugging away. And we get another wicket before the close. I wonder if, how much longer before Gloucestershire are into night watchman territory, I wonder.
Who would be the choice as well?
That's a full toss from Juraski. It's a rare one. And well, Rushworth has misfielded it. It's gone past him. And they're going to come back for 2. Ollie Price might be my choice. I'm not sure whether he would.
Well, it
come in next. Or did he not?
Chelmsford,
yes,
they sent both Price brothers in as night watchmen.
Short from Juraskis, worked into the onside by Van Buren, but again up to Rushworth at mid-on. He's quite deep there, so a comfortable single.
I mean, to be fair to Rushworth, who did misfield that ball, he's bowled 25,832 balls in his first-class career. That's before I even add up his List A and T20 deliveries.
He's had quite a light day today. He's had a long season. And Scott defends. Yes, he's bowled in red ball cricket this season, over 400 overs. To be fair, Ryan Higgins has bowled 424 and Russell's bowled 418, so it's about the same.
Uh-oh, there's a helicopter heading towards the ground.
And then Scott defends. He's quite a long way away at the moment. And just to understand why Ed would have said that if you've not been with us all day, in the first over of the match, we're going to have a sanitisation break here with 7 overs remaining. The Great Western Air Ambulance helicopter had to land on the outfield to attend to an incident close to the ground. And the ground here in Hallfield in Bristol is one of the designated landing spots for the aircraft, so obviously the players had to go off the field and we lost 20 minutes play, but in reality all that's done is it's put 20 minutes on at this end of the day, because In fact, he probably won't even do that because they've got through the over
Yeah.
so quickly that in reality we're going to be finished by about 5:45.
All it's allowed us to do is have cricket in the beautiful evening sunshine. Everyone has been a winner.
Well, 13 runs to get Gloucestershire to parity. And Jared Warner just bringing some drinks out for Messrs Van Buren and Scott, who joined forces when Tom Lace was out. LBW to Travaskis for 17. The score then was 93 for 4, now 127 for 4. And as you can see, Van Buren has been the prime instigator of that improvement, with, as near as makes little odds, 50% of the Gloucestershire runs.
So rain to resume. I'll be hoping that Drinks brings our wicket. And just angling back towards Van Buren, who defends off the back foot. An update from the ODI at Leicester, the third ODI of that series. England scrambling their way up to 178. Catherine Brunt finished 49 not out. Cross 29, Tash Farron to 12 from number 11, 5 wickets for Leah Tahuhu, and New Zealand are 17 for 2 in the 7th over in reply, and Catherine Brunt has both the wickets. Rain bowled him! Van Buren goes. Ben Rain gets his second wicket, and is he ever fired up about that? A massive wicket there for Durham, and Van Buren, who played so well, had one just rush through his defences. Off stump was disturbed, and Gloucestershire 127 for 5. Drinks did bring a wicket.
May have just got a nick on that because it's actually knocked the leg stump back, but
I did wonder, because I thought I heard an inside edge, but then I wasn't exactly sure, I have to say, watching the replay. But yes, I think you might well be right. It did take the inside edge. But warm applause for Van Buren, who has had success on a pitch that pretty much nobody else has had.
now that looks like Tom Price to me. Although actually the
I think
scoreboard,
it's Higgins, isn't
the
it?
scoreboard has put Higgins' name up.
The new batsman, Ryan Higgins.
He's not walking out with the usual vigour that he would in most circumstances, but he probably knows that he's kind of on a hiding to nothing here with only 6 overs to go after this one. And Van Buren, 62 valuable runs. But we've now had 15 wickets in the day, and I don't. In the old days, that used to be pitch inspectors, but I don't know whether they'll be down looking at this pitch or not. But there've been some poor shots for some of the dismissals today, that's for sure.
Yeah, they have. I mean, there's been balls which have turned sharply. There have been balls which have bounced a good amount. I wouldn't say there's been anything dangerous at all, high or low. Rain into Higgins, who defends, back to the bowler. And for me, I mean, those are the two things, aren't they? They're the two things that they look at the most. It's extravagant turn, but above all else, it's uneven bounce. And we haven't really seen much in terms of that. We've seen some sharp turn and bounce. I think on some of the occasions, the keeper taking the ball and then moving the gloves up have made it seem a little bit as though there's been a bit more extra bounce than there has been. We haven't really seen anything like that from the seamers at all. Rain to Higgins on the back foot, looking to drive, but they've plugged the gap. Had extra cover, so no run there for Higgins. George Scott 1 off 26 deliveries. I suspect, having had the pace of things fly along for the majority of this day, well, Gloucestershire in particular will be quite happy to see it crawl towards its conclusion now, I think.
Yeah, and the trust in the bounce is settling with Eckersley now standing up again to Ben Rain.
Here is Rain, and he bowls, and that's nicked by Higgins, but straight down into the ground and plucked at first slip by Beddingham. He does well to prevent that one sneaking through for what would have been handy runs for Gloucestershire. But, you know, and you look at actually, you look at this Gloucestershire innings so far, and yes, there have been deliveries which have turned again. There have been balls which have been pretty difficult to play. I'll go that far at least, if not further. Rain delivers. Higgins gets a bit turned round there, plays it out into the covers. It's a wicket maiden for Rain, 127 for 5, but the point I was going on to make was that 3 of the 5 wickets for Gloucestershire have fallen to seam, and there's not been anything extravagant at all from the seamers. I mean, it's shown that it's actually a pitch where you can take wickets as a seamer, but there's not, this ball hasn't swung miles. It's not as if the ball's jagging appreciably off the pitch or bouncing unevenly.
And we have to bear in mind, this is at the end of September, when pitches will have been used possibly twice before. Travaskis, who maybe might bowl through to the close here. He's done well enough from this Ashley Down Road end. Overall figures are 2 for 43. This is his 18th over. Scott waits for him. Tries weight there as he plays it straight out to Michael Jones. So 5 overs after this.
I certainly haven't seen anything out of this pitch today that I didn't see out of the day 1 pitch at Grace Road. Say that.
Travaskis. Scott gets up onto his toes.
In fact, if anything, I'd say this is in general has turned less. There have been some deliveries which have turned extravagantly, but in general, I think even a delivery like that would probably have turned on the pitch at Grace Road.
Travaskis almost walks in, and then what pace there is generated through the shoulder and the actual delivery stride. Two steps very close, Bellingham and Borthwick. Wait there, says Scott, and it's a misfield, and it's going to go all the way through for 4. That's didn't look likely to go all the way at all, but Gloucestershire will be grateful for the error, and 4 runs to George Scott. Bit of a bonus, that.
Yes, there have been a couple of little errors from Durham in the field as well.
131 for 5, 9 runs behind. Scott waits and just plays that dead weight out on the leg side. Well, it's been a fascinating day. We've seen 271 runs at the moment, but it's a bit like a festival day at an outground sometimes, where you get sort of runs and wickets in equal measure. 15 wickets is very unusual in a red ball day at Bristol, but as we've said, the fact that it is a pitch that has taken turn on the first day has made it all the more fascinating. And there are now 5 overs to go, and Gloucestershire certainly wouldn't want to lose another wicket.
Rain in to Higgins with the keeper up again, defended out to extra cover. And I think when you look at the bowling at the moment, I think you'd almost say that, well, it's certainly at least equal in terms of where you feel the wicket might come from spin in Travaskis or seam in Rain. As Rain prepares to deliver 2 for 15 so far as he bowls. Higgins in behind that and defended up towards mid-on, and survival mode, I think, squarely engaged here with 4.4 overs, trailed by 9 runs. They might get a couple of friendly deliveries at some point, but I think probably in that stage where Durham know that Gloucestershire aren't really going to be coming after them. So it's kind of the situation usually where you don't tend to see any bad deliveries. Rain to Higgins, and that's clipped away confidently through mid-wicket by Ryan Higgins. He'll get off the mark. They'll get 2, and the fielder comes around from deep backward square. So Gloucestershire now within just 7 runs of Durham's first innings, and I think in some ways a conclusion you could draw from this, having now seen both sides bat on it, is that it is a very difficult surface to score runs, but that Durham doubled down on the fact that it's a difficult surface to score runs by giving wickets away. Rain there and bowls. Oh, that's a beauty! And, well, Borthwick, I think, thought that it had bowled him.
Come off the keeper's pads, into the stumps.
Eckersley, crucially, I don't think Eckersley went up for it. The replay may not necessarily tell us exactly what's happened, although I think you are right. I think it is, that must be what's happened, because so it was Beddingham really who thought that was out, but both bowler and keeper, and Rain has been fairly excitable today, and it's been good to see that. As he now bowls to Higgins, who edges. Oh, and goodness me, that has gone to the left of Beddingham at slip. It'll be 4 runs down to third man as both slips chased after it. But I suppose that is the price that you pay with having the wicketkeeper up, because that would have been a pretty comfortable catch, I would have thought, to the wicketkeeper standing back. And I thought that carried.
It was low.
Unfortunately, the railings don't make life particularly easy here, but I thought that may have just carried to the left hand of Beddingham at slip. But you're not expecting to take a catch there, really, as a first slipper. And Higgins gets 4 very fortuitous runs. Rain in, that's short cut by Higgins. Nothing too fortunate about that. There's a chase on towards the deep backward point boundary, which will be successful from Potts, but Higgins will come back for 3 runs, and Gloucestershire are now level with Durham. They've lost 5 wickets in the process. However, they have achieved parity by the end of the day. Just we were wondering whether they might completely shut up shop, and over has gone for 9 all of a sudden, although not all of those runs were entirely intended.
Yeah, so it's a little bit like the situation last week at Glamorgan, though, isn't it now? Gloucestershire have got to parity with wickets in hand. How many can they get for the remaining wickets, which at Glamorgan was only 2 wickets, that is, but because of the efforts of Price, Warner and Payne, they were able to get a significant advantage. Now, what can they do here? Travaskis from the Ashley Down Road end, with what will probably be his last but 1 over of the day.
And 1 more wicket here for Durham. They'll be having sights on really limiting Gloucestershire's lead.
Travaskis in, and Higgins defends out on the offside. So just to reiterate, to come, the 2 Price brothers, Zafar Gohar and David Payne. Now got a man in short on the offside, Graham Clark for Higgins. The Travaskis genuinely turning it away from the right-hander. That's gone quite a long way, but Higgins taking the bat well out of the line.
Interesting, isn't it? Normally the youngest player in the side goes in under the helmet, but obviously Graham Clark must like fielding there.
Travaskis again wheeling in, and again Higgins defends. I think we've not had a no ball all day today.
I don't remember one.
Spinners shouldn't be bowling a no ball anyway, in my opinion, but squeezed out by Higgins off the defensive. So the scores are level, 140 all out Durham, 140 for 5 Gloucestershire, and there are 3 overs to go on this first day.
Actually, another score which I mentioned a couple of times, the Surrey Glamorgan score. Glamorgan 379 for 4 at the end of the day. David Lloyd 121, Joe Cook 68, Byram 45 or 57 balls, which considering what we saw from Eddie Byram at Cardiff the other week. He's opened up his variety of shots. Kieran Carlson 45 not out, Chris Cook 44 not out, and they've also got through 97 overs in that day. Rain in and bowls, and Scott, I'm not sure what happened there, whether that one did keep low or whether that was one of those ones that just seemed to, I talked earlier on about a couple of balls just seeming really to stop and stick in the pitch.
To me, that didn't get up very much. Looking at it first up, that was 3-part stump height only.
Certainly the first time we've seen that happen then with the seamers. Rain bowls full and Scott defends, and the ball goes on an intriguing journey after the defensive shot. Seemed to roll up his pad almost into the flap of it and then down again. But he kept it out, and this is a really searching spell from Rain at the end of the day. Such a admirable cricketer. He certainly won't be pleased with the way he got out earlier on, however. At least play a few nice little reverse sweeps before that. Scott this time opening the face of the bat, looking for that gap between gully and third man, but can't find it. Potts fielding under that sun hat there. It's certainly an evening for sun hats, but as I said before, that sunshine is nice and hazy, so visibility's not too tricky for us up here, and probably not for the players out there either. Long shadows being cast as Rain bowls, and that's flashed down through the third man region by George Scott. He'll get 4. Perhaps a slightly more one-day style shot from George Scott, but he moves up to 9 as well, and 144 for 5. He played a little away from his body there, but perhaps just the lack of pace in the surface actually almost allowing him to make the adjustment and get his hands where they needed to be to guide that ball down into the gap. So Gloucestershire into the lead. Rain in, Scott drives. There's a good bit of fielding done by Potts away to his left, and then he throws the ball slightly offline, but the backing up is good, so no more overthrows.
So the question now is, you know, what constitutes a good lead in this match, I suppose?
Well, you could say any, but of course
yeah.
The onus was on Gloucestershire to get the lead because they'll be batting last. So you'd think that, you know, the scores are likely to come down. So Gloucestershire had to get a lead of some sort. Rain to Scott, that's on leg stump and turned away out to deep square leg, and a single will be taken. So Scott will keep the strike and move into double figures. Gloucestershire lead by 5 runs, and there's just 1 over remaining from either end.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't kind of set your sights too high or too low. I mean, it's a question of just, you know, play the next ball, but you would feel that.
Well, we as onlookers can talk about what kind of a lead Gloucestershire might want.
You'd love to get a first innings score starting with a 2.
Yep.
And then upwards from there, I think you take whatever you can get.
Yep, I agree.
From this situation, a lead of 60 would feel pretty useful.
Yep, you'd think that would counteract the, you know, it would be enough to counteract the fact that you are batting last.
So 2 overs to go. Travaskis will bowl the last over from this Ashley Down Road end. And
it's not, you know, this is not the, oh good, you're batting last type Bristol surface which we might be used to this season.
So Borthwick has now gone in at short, or silly mid-off, you might argue. And because Graham Clark, Beddingham's gone back to slip, so where's Graham Clark? Must be under the lid on the leg side. That's why. Travaskis to Scott, who's not interested in a single. It's just 2 strides from Higgins, but Scott didn't want to know. Travaskis with 2 wickets so far, and Scott is now intent on being there in the morning, you feel. Both for the team and for himself, to be honest, in terms of leaving the season on a positive note. Again, defends. And you're batting in the middle order and you've not played a huge amount of red ball cricket this season, and in some of those games you haven't been needed much as a batsman, then this is an opportunity where you can change a game if you play it properly. Scott again is beaten by one that turns.
Yeah, that's the one. You've just got to, I suppose, cover your stumps and allow it to beat your outside edge, really.
Rushworth
As easy as I could make that sound.
Travaskis in once more again. Scott goes back, and that is the end of Travaskis' work for the day. He's taken 2 for 47 in 20 overs, but only 3 maidens in there. So Gloucestershire have just worked out how to pinch singles off him, and it might be that Rushworth is going to bowl the last over.
Interesting one, that. He's only going to get 1 over, but yes, it looks to be the case. So certainly nothing that Rain has done really wrong not to bowl the last over.
He's bowled 5 in this spell, so it wouldn't feel unreasonable to bowl 1 more, but just that point of difference. And you know that Rushworth is generally pretty accurate, but can he get the radar right straight away when he's only got 1 over?
I suspect, being Chris Rushworth, the answer to that is yes. So 6 deliveries in theory remaining in the day. Rushworth to Higgins, full and straight, and defended back up the pitch. There was a wicket with the very last ball before tea, and if Durham could get 1 more in this last over, then, as I say, I really think they would feel like it's not quite parity, but just in terms of being 6 down, they feel like they're really in the game still, despite, as Rushworth bowls to Higgins and a firm defensive shot goes up towards mid-on, there'll be no run, despite the fact that I'm sure by their own admission they have, particularly with the bat in the middle to lower order, and also at times in the field as well, they haven't really had their best day's cricket here, but if they did get 1 more wicket here, they really would be in a position where they'd be able to say, look, we can play better cricket than this, and we'll go out and do it tomorrow. Rushworth bowls, that's cut by Higgins, and not really timed. There won't be a run as Potts runs across from backward point, and he's pretty much just been out there as a fielder. He got 2 overs, 13 runs conceded, bowled a little bit both sides of the wickets in those 2 overs, and has not been called upon since. 3 deliveries remaining. Rushworth bowls forward, goes Higgins, defends up towards mid-off. 2 remaining in the over, signal by the umpires. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just me that feels this last over is pretty critical as far as how you feel if you're these 2 sides at the end of the day. Rushworth, short mid-wicket in place as he bowls to Higgins, and another delivery right on the stumps, but so far Rushworth has not this over got a ball to do anything extravagant at all. It's been stump to stump, there's been nothing wrong with it, it's just Higgins has been, and the other thing Higgins has been able to do is he's been able to know that he's got to play the delivery. There's not been one which has been there in a kind of tempting type line. Here's the last ball of the over, Rushworth in, and that one angles in towards Ryan Higgins' middle and leg to leg stump, and it's turned away straight to Michael Jones. And there's no run, and that is not.
No, the question would be, of course, what was the time that they lost when the helicopter was on the outfield? If they've added the time,
Have they then had a set close time as well?
I wonder whether they have.
Scheduled closing play is 5:53.
Oh, there we are.
Scheduled close of play is 5:53.
So they've actually bowled the overs ahead of the scheduled close.
Right, well there we go, isn't it? There we go. We're just in the dark as far as these things. So that's why Rushworth then came back to bowl 1 over, because
Well,
he wasn't coming back to bowl 1 over.
Yeah, so that's with 7 minutes to go and Travaskis bowling at this end, they might get 3 more overs in. So Travaskis then run from Rushworth and then one from Travaskis at this end to finish.
So having built up the tension for that 1 over,
Yeah.
we can now build it up again for the final 2.5.
Ooh, and Scott is beaten by 1 outside. He did just push at that tentatively. Setting it off very, very close. Travaskis and Scott gets firmly forward. He's made 10 runs in 54 minutes, George Scott. But he's still there. And he's doing an important job here to get Gloucestershire through to the close. If they can, with the power to add to this lead tomorrow. Travaskis isn't going to take long to get through his overs if everything is being just dead batted away.
Yeah, Scott just making sure he takes his time here.
Travaskis in once more, and that was not getting up very much, and Scott again going back, but another maiden. So 5 minutes on the clock, and that should be 2. But I can't see Rushworth's approach to the wicket is not very long. I can't see how Durham would fail to get 2 overs in to the remaining time.
No, certainly not. I suppose if 6 deliveries are patted back to Chris Rushworth, it might be another one of those instances where the umpires are hovering towards their positions, but probably not. Unless Travaskis really rushes through and over. 50th over of the innings then. Rushworth to Higgins. Higgins clips just backward of square on the leg side and will get 1 run. As Jones, that long hair there, moves across to his right. So Higgins joins Scott on 10. And so far, he's looked really just to do what George Scott's done. He got more than a little fortunate with that outside edge, which went off the left hand of Beddingham at first slip. Rushworth bowls. Higgins, Scott is caught on the crease there. And probably first thoughts were, if that was pad first, that maybe it just jagged back a bit too much. We'll have a look at the replay here. Rushworth, well no, I think possibly was inside edge actually in the end. But he got himself in a tangle and played it very late, which, if he'd not got any bat of that at all, I think that would have been curtains for him. Scott facing, and there's a, sounded like, was that an edge? Or was he just hitting his bat with his pad? It's beaten Scott at any rate, but there was a, I thought there was a noise there.
Yeah, was it bat against glove? No, he might have taken it right on the bottom of his finger.
I'm sure there was a noise. I still can't quite work out what that noise was. Rushworth bowls. Scott goes forward in defence. course, live, view's pretty much completely obscured by Eckersley there, but he's still having problems with that finger. Who on earth would be a wicketkeeper, especially standing up to the likes of Rushworth and Rain? He's also had a few deliveries fired down the leg side at him as well, which hasn't helped. Rushworth there, bowls. Scott turns to mid-wicket, picked up by Travaskis. So I think we're pretty safe, if you want to view it that way, that the next over will be the last of the day. Travaskis would have to get through it in near record time.
I think the greater debate is whether the clock says 51 at the moment. Depends where this ball heads, I suppose.
Rushworth in bowls, back of a length and punched by Scott straight to Potts at point, and that will be the last delivery from the Bristol Pavilion end today as the clock ticks 52. Travaskis has got less than 60 seconds to get through this over, so the last over of seam of the day. Rushworth through 6 overs. He's bowled 7 overs, pardon me, 5 maidens, 1 for 5. No doubt about his control of a cricket ball.
No, and Travaskis will bowl his 22nd and final over of the day. Oh, there's a peel there, and he's got Ryan Higgins. That will be it. And Travaskis has struck a blow for Durham in the final over. Higgins going back, and it's come off a combination of bat and pad, I think, onto the stumps, and he has been bowled for 10, and Gloucestershire end the day on 146 for 6, and that will change the feeling in both dressing rooms, I suspect, at the end of this afternoon's play.
It's a career best for Travaskis as well, with that 3rd wicket in first-class cricket.
Well, what a sting in the tail. I mean, we thought that the overs would see the conclusion of the play. Because Durham bowled the overs with 7 minutes of their allotted time to go, they squeezed in another over from the spinner, and Travaskis has picked up a 3rd wicket. He's taken 3 for 47 in 21 overs and 1 ball, and Ryan Higgins, critically and perhaps in pattern of his batting this season, where his bowling has been so good, today I'm afraid he's got out without having really made a significant contribution. Out for 10, frustratingly, in the last over of the day. 146 for 6. So Gloucestershire net effectively are 6 for 6 with 4 wickets in hand. And now, what can the Price brothers, Zafar Gohar and David Payne, add with George Scott in the morning?
Yeah,
it's quite a day, one way or another.
It is. It has been an extraordinary day. 16 wickets, runs scored at a pretty decent rate as well. It was only in those last few overs that things really slowed down. We've had intrigue in terms of the cricket itself, and also with the air ambulance landing on the outfield, which only halted play for around 20 minutes or so, but if you bought a ticket for today, you've more than had your money's worth, and you've seen Gloucestershire still overall have the better of the day. But what happens tomorrow? Because I think if Gloucestershire don't get a decent lead, then Durham will feel, with Gloucestershire batting last, that they are still favourites in this game.
And I mean, I sort of thought 60 would be more than useful. That might take some doing. And how will Tom Price, who got those important runs at Glamorgan last week, and his brother Ollie and Zafar Gohar and David Payne go about it with George Scott? I think there has to be an element, probably, that just trying to survive doesn't actually get you very far.
Well, for me, the most interesting player to watch is Zafar Gohar, because against Simon Harmer, he was the only Gloucestershire batsman in that game, even including Higgins, who scored a few runs, who was prepared to come down the pitch, use their feet and attack the spinner and try and put them off their length. It's just, you know, you talk about seeing turning pitches and playing spinners, something that you don't see very often in English cricket. We're seeing it more and more now, which I think actually overall is not a bad thing for the game. But also, you don't necessarily see batsmen who try and use their feet all the time to play the spinners. So I'd be particularly interested to see what Zafar does when he comes out to bat against the spinners. But as you say, the Price brothers will be in before that, and there's certainly plenty of runs theoretically left in that Gloucestershire lineup. However, they're going to be up against some serious bowling and a pitch where you certainly feel like you are never quite in on. I think you'd say that. So it's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, quite a day here at the Bristol County Ground with the Great Western Ambulance helicopter landing just after play started. We had a 20-minute delay, and as the covers are brought on to ensure the pitch is ready for tomorrow at 10:30, you can reflect on a card that says Durham 140 all out in 45 overs and 5 balls. Zafar Gohar 5 for 50. Graham Van Buren 3 for 28, and Van Buren then adding 62 to that with the bat before he was bowled in Ben Rain's second spell. And critically perhaps for Durham, they took a wicket off the last ball before tea when James Bracey was LBW to Rain for 27, not playing a shot, and they then got a wicket in the last over with Travaskis bowling Ryan Higgins for 10. So George Scott will be joined by what we'd think one of the Price brothers in the morning, and the Durham bowling figures at the close: Rushworth 1 for 5, Rain 2 for 29, and Travaskis 3 for 47 from 21 overs and 1 ball. Thanks to James and to Shane on the camera work today. Thank you for your company. Hope you've enjoyed what has been quite a day one way or another, and this game you feel will go a long way tomorrow in terms of deciding who might win it. Join us just before 10:30. Meanwhile, from pleasantly sunny BS7, from Ed and from me, goodbye.